Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Watkins Glen International. It is the 2025 Vintage Races at the Glen with Alphas at the Glen presented by the Vintage Racer Group, along with the BMW Car Club of America, the Can-Am Challenge. I am Greg Ginsburg, along with... Who are you? Oh, yes, you're Brian Donati. Good morning, Brian. How are you today?
That is my name. I am here. I'm ready to go.
All right, and so we've got a great weekend of racing, vintage racing, and BMW Car Club of America racing coming up here at the Glen. Let's take a look at what we've got on tap here today, Brian. We are going to be starting off this morning with two Vintage Racer Group races. Then we head into this morning's sprint races for the BMW Car Club of America. And then today, it's just a stacked day of racing. We're going to have the BMW Car Club of America feature races in the afternoon as well. And today, Brian, we are here at Watkins Glen International. What a classic race course. And we're going to be running the long course today, which includes the boot section of the track. Of course, Watkins Glen International coming online in 1956 after a long history of street races here in the township of Watkins Glen. The boot area being added much later, but it's going to be this course here, the 3.3 mile long course. Tomorrow, we're going to be running what's known as the short course with the NASCAR course here.
Yeah, and this track, Greg, has a lot of flow, has some, undulation up some hills, down some hills, right? So especially when you come down into turn number one, you've got that right-hander. You've got to make sure you're able to get through turn one pretty quickly. That's going to set you up the hill to go up to turn two. You're going to get a little bit of an incline there. You're going to climb up in through the S's, right? You're going to really make sure that you're going to get your car up through there. That's where throttle modulation is going to come into play here as we start to go. As we start to get down into the bus stop here, you're going to see drivers really trying to get deep into that braking zone
right
to get through that bus stop there and then get through it.
Exactly, so. And the bus stop added in when we showed on the map there with a change in 1992. That was the addition of the bus stop in order to slow things down. The bus stop is also known as the inner loop, and it was put in order to slow cars down coming here to the outer loop, Brian, which is a very difficult corner. Even when we're feeding cars down into the boot area, that there's a great tendency for the cars to understeer. You really have to watch the throttle modulation.
Yeah.
It becomes even more critical when we run the short course tomorrow.
Yeah, and you're going to hear us talking a lot about that throttle modulation, Greg, because that's really going to be a big deal, especially with some of these older cars, right? Some of these older cars have got to be able to use that throttle modulation, and they've got to be able to keep up the throttle as much as we can as our cars are now starting to go out on course. So, Greg, why don't we go ahead and we'll run down our quick little rundown here of the starting grid here. We'll give you kind of the top 20 here in this group number one, which is our small bore race. Starting on the pole in that 1962 Lotus, in that number 42, that's going to be Kurt Ertzbay. Starting in the second position in his 1962 Bobsey SR2, that's going to be the number 88 of Ralph Solomon. Starting in the third position in that number 198 in a 1965 Mini Cooper, that's John Clerk. Starting in the fourth position in the number 111 in that 1967 Jetta G4, that's Harvey Park. Starting in the fifth position in his 1964 Turner Mark III, that's the number 64 of Stephen Herschritt. Starting in the sixth position in his 1961 Austin Healey Sprite, that's going to be the number 19 of Justin D'Antonio. Starting in the seventh position in that number 155, that's going to be a 1963 Austin Healey Sprite, that's Peter Carroll. Starting in the eighth position, the number 256 in that 1956 Alfa Romeo, that's going to be Roger Kaysen. Starting in the ninth position in that number 69, a 1984 Renault Spec Racer, that's Michael Schroeder. Starting in the 10th position in that number 790, that's a 1957 Alfa Romeo, that's John Fang. Starting in the 11th position, the 47 in a 1964 Ford Cortina, that's going to be Todd Wetzel. Starting in the 12th position in the number 55 in a 1972 MG Midget, that's Doug Faust. Starting in the 13th position, that's going to be Mark McCormick. He's going to be in a 1966 Morris Mini Cooper S, and that's the number 109. Starting in the 14th position, the number 23 in a 1962 Austin Healey. That's Peter McCarthy. Starting in the 15th position, the number 60 in a 1958 Elva Courier. That's Drew Cullen. Starting in the 16th position, the number 275, that's going to be Rob Tomaso, and he's going to be in a 1958 MG. Starting in the 17th position, the number 16, that's going to be a 1984 Renault, another SCCA Spec Racer, that's going to be Eli Sharp. Starting in the 18th position, in the number 167, that's a 1960 MGA, that's going to be Kevin Richards. Starting in the 19th position, that's going to be in a 1967 MG Midget, that's Niall McCabe, and he'll be in the 909. Starting in the 20th position, that's going to be Drew Colley, and that's going to be the number 61, Greg, and I'm not sure which car he's in, because there's no car listed here.
No.
So I'll tell you what, let's go down.
He's in the ghost car, Brian.
He's in the ghost car. So, again, Drew Connolly in a car. I think he's in a car unless he's running around the track.
He may be.
But I don't believe
I mean, that's what we were doing at 6 a.m.
Well, that is true. So, again, that's going to be your top 20 here. We'll get to some of the other ones here as our cars are now starting to come up, Greg, out of turn number 9, coming actually out of the boot, coming up the hill. So we'll pick them up here. There you can see there on your screen, coming out of turn number 9 and headed up, you can see both of those cars leading that front row, so we'll have to pick them up as they get ready to come up to turn 9. But you know what, Greg, I tell you what, just being out here, the weather is so fantastic.
Gorgeous this time of year.
Seeing the number of cars that we have here in this paddock, I'm ready to get started here.
Yeah, I just absolutely cannot wait for us to get underway with our very first race of the day. Again, this is the small bore class for our under 1.5 liters, and of course the Formula V's here as well. And as the pace car now brings the field through turn 11, through the final corner and onto the front straight, the pace car now heads to the pit lane. So let's come over as the starter looks over the field. And there you go, green flag, Brian, is in the air, and we are racing, vintage racing, here at Watkins Glen.
Tell you what, John Clark in that 198, he really got a great jump over Ralph Solomon in that number 88. A couple cars didn't make that grid there, and one of them was going to be the 42 there. Kurt Ertzbay did not take the green flag right now, so we'll see. Hopefully we see him later on this afternoon. But John Clark, again, in that Mini Cooper, getting a good run out of there. But now you can see Harvey Park in that 67 Janetta, in that number 111, that black machine there. Looks like he may be, or that's actually Ralph Solomon in the 88, excuse me. Ralph Solomon in that black and gold 62 Bobsey, Greg. He got a great run coming up the hill out of turn number 2 and up into the S's.
All right, well, let's track now as they come down the short chute here and over towards the bus stop for the very first time. That car really poking to the inside, and the first car to make it into the bus stop, that Mini Cooper. I love watching those little minis just slide across the pavement here, in and out of the bus stop.
Tell you what, Harvey Park in that 111 and Justin D'Antonio not going away there, Greg. I believe those two really got a good run out of the bus stop. We'll keep an eye on what it looked like there. So we'll see whether or not they're going to be able to have that momentum heading down into the boot and then coming out of the boot. That's really where it gets bottlenecked up. That's really where we talk about the throttle modulation, getting down out of that inner loop into that outer loop and then down the hill into turn number 7 there, basically for that toe or that boot into the toe.
All right, as the cars start to make their way up. And this is one of the more difficult corners for them here, as the camera view doesn't really portray it as well as it does, Brian, but it is a big, steep rise back up after that great big drop down the hill, coming out of the what is actually known as the chute, turn 6, down over towards the toe of the boot as the racers now make their way up and into turn number 9 here for the very first time. In this corner here, Brian, so difficult, and we see a couple drivers already having issues with a slight touch of the wall. Yeah. This is really the only corner on the course, Brian, which is off camber. Almost every other corner here has a great amount of camber to kind of bring you into a groove in the corner. Turn 9, it will just spit you out, as we just saw there a moment ago, as one of our drivers takes a quick brush of the wall.
Actually, it may have been the 256 machine there.
Yeah, I think you might
that
be
may be
right.
Roger Kaysen taking that little that right hand, kind of that right hand corner, as you said, that off camera turn, Greg. And if you don't get through there quite right, it will take you and push that car all the way out into that wall. So Roger Kaysen in the 256 has continued, never really slowed down or stopped, but definitely going to have some right side damage on that right rear quarter panel.
As they roll up the hill, and now the Mini Cooper, John Clerk, dropping back just a little bit behind Justin D'Antonio, who ends up picking up a position there. Let's bring up our timing screen here for everybody to see as the racers now make their way into the bus stop chicane, into the inner loop.
Tell you what, we're going to definitely have to keep an eye on that Ralph Solomon machine, because I'll tell you, while he's getting that good jump, John Clerk's not going away. Neither is D'Antonio, as well as Harvey Park in that 111. As they came through come by the start-finish line, you had a little bit of a gap there between Solomon. But I tell you what, in that Mini with John Clerk and Justin D'Antonio, that was kind of a pretty good intense battle there, along with the rest of the cars right behind them. And then basically from 5th all the way back to about 8th was within half a second to a second of each other. So,
all right, well, I'll tell you what, let's pick up the right there just a little bit further back in the field as they come up through the toe of the boot, rising up that hill. And we'll track them now as they make the run. And now, so the run out of turn 7, Brian, and going to the heel of the boot at turn 8, it is also a continued rise. But even with the repave a couple of years ago, really very, very bumpy for these cars. And what I've found is at times it's actually somewhat difficult to keep your right foot pinned to the throttle pedal.
Yeah, because again, you can actually drive through some of the some of the challenges you may end up having with that car, right? You can drive through it with a little bit of that gas pedal, but there's times you've got to be careful with that as well, because it may not be set through there. And if you don't have the setting or you don't have the adjustments made for that car, it's going to throw you back a little bit. As our leaders now come by the start-finish line again, now throw Justin D'Antonio up there, Greg. And I tell you what, he has got such a great run out of the last couple of corners there that he's opened up by almost a second, about 0.8 of a second over Peter Carroll. Move Ralph Solomon back down into 3rd. Again, not a battle in class, although D'Antonio and Carroll are a battle in class in that GP. So that is definitely going to be a battle going on pretty much the entire time. Ralph Solomon in 3rd right now. He's fallen back just a little bit again, had some troubles on the backside of this race course. And so you could tell that by the time, dropping down by almost 4 seconds, 5 seconds from Justin D'Antonio. So tires coming in for Justin D'Antonio definitely have that setup right now for this early morning run. Again, nice cool temperatures here at Watkins Glen. These cars could make a lot more horsepower with that temperature. Harvey Park dropping all the way back. Remember, we talked about Roger Kaysen in that 256. He's dropped back just a little bit, back down into the 6th. So have to keep an eye on that machine to see how much damage possibly could be going down through there because of that little bit of an incident into turn number 9 coming out on that opening lap. A little bit further back, Doug Faust in that 55, sitting there right there in 10th. Eli Sharp in 11th in that 16 machine. Again, that is a Renault against a Mini right there. So again, picking up those cars, pretty good battle between them. It's about 2 seconds between them. Eli Sharp's got a little bit of a good battle there going on with another Mini Cooper, and that is Mac McCormick in that 109. So moving up there and having that type of a battle going on. We've got some of our cars coming through there. Most of our cars now are going to be coming up out of turn number 9. Our leaders should be coming up out of 9 and headed down into 10. We'll keep an eye on that, headed down into turn number 11 right now. But it looks like Justin D'Antonio is really going to open up a little bit more of that gap. We'll have to see whether or not Peter Carroll is going to be able to close the gap there. as they come by the start-finish line now. That is going to be the number 19, Justin D'Antonio, sitting there with about almost a second gap now over Peter Carroll. So have opened that up. John Clark's going to move up. So Ralph Solomon having some problems with that, with that Bobsey, Greg. He's really kind of struggling here early on because he started out and was in second place, went to the lead, came back a little bit more, and now he's dropped all the way back down into fifth.
Yeah. Not a great start for him. As this race, it was scheduled for about 25 minutes, Brian. I think you may have mentioned that already. And next up, of course, after this particular race is going to be our U2, our Trans Am U2 cars, and also the smaller tin tops. They're going to be up next, and then we'll go to the BMW racing after that.
Yep.
And we'll try and pick up some of our, race leaders here. Apologize for some of the issues we're having with the cameras this morning here, Brian, as we do have some network connectivity issues.
Yeah, I don't think everything is woken up yet this morning. I know it's 8:30, but they should be getting up by about now. So starting to do. So again, a couple of these good battles, good battle going on right there. Again, I think that's one of the ones I talked about a little bit further back, and I believe that may be Doug Faust in that number 55 machine, along with Mac McCormick in that 66. That's that 72 MG Midget battling that 66 Mini Cooper S. So
that's right.
Again, good battle there for 10th and 11th, kind of overall between Faust and McCormick. A little bit further back, as I said. About drop back a little bit more now, about 4 seconds back, almost 5 seconds back. Eli Sharp in that number 16. That's one of our Renaults right there. Again, you look at the Renaults, Michael Schroeder leading in that number 69 machine. He's up into 8th overall. So, again, Schroeder leading the Spec Renaults right now, Greg. Again, go a little bit further down that last podium spot right now. Steve McFarland in that number 26. Didn't mention Steve. Kind of open. Qualified a little bit further back, as well as Dave McFarland in that 161. So pretty good battles here in the Spec Renault. They're about, I'd say probably a second in between Steve McFarland and all the way back to Dave in that 161 machine. So again.
Yeah, let's see if I can pick up that Spec Renault battle that you've got going on, Brian. I know that we had been watching the one at the tail end that just now is coming across the start-finish line. And we'll see here if I can track, and I've got the other one. He's not standing still, I guarantee you.
Probably just now coming out of, there goes the 16. That's Eli Sharp, so a little bit further back. So probably coming out of turn number 11 now, maybe, or out of turn number 9.
Here we go, coming out of it.
Yeah,
I think we picked them up here, coming out of 9. Going into 10 now.
Yeah, so it's about a second now that's kind of opened up there, where it was probably about that, within that second there before. Here they come now, coming out of turn number 11 to head down the start-finish line. We'll pick them up. There's the 26. There is the 161. So both of the McFarlands headed down into turn number 1 there. Had some other cars go by them. So now that puts them kind of no cars in between. So
yeah, I was going to say, we just had the one driver that was right in between get by them. So let's check here as they come out of turn 2 and up the hill.
Getting a word, Greg. John Fang in that number 79 machine up near kind of the inner loop there, the bus stop, kind of pulled off to the right-hand side. So looks like John Fang having a problem in that 790 machine. That, again, that Alfa Romeo just didn't want to. You can see him right there on the screen.
Yeah,
right
there he is. Just
got a little bit of that barrier in between.
Yeah, just past that access road. And it looked for a moment like he might have inched forward a small bit. I mean, he's in not the greatest of spots there for vision as far as cars coming in and out of the bus stop there. But he does have, and we can see that some of the emergency services workers are responding to him now. So, but as we see, we've got the local caution there, Brian, but it's not really affecting the racing around the majority of the track here. I mean, there are so many instances, and we saw a lot of times yesterday And this is, one of the things when you come to Watkins Glen and you have amateur racing where let's just say you have fits and starts during the fits and stops during some of the sessions. And so it's good to see that they're able to keep this race underway.
Yep. Tell you what, Greg, with about 14 minutes, give or take, here left to go in this race, probably we should make first call to the grid for our next group, which would be our Group 5, which would be...
Attention in the paddock, Trans Am U2 and Tin Tops, please head to the grid. Trans Am T2 and Tin Tops, please head to the grid.
Gotta love those chimes.
Oh, God. Yeah. Feels like I'm at the Narita Airport.
Tell you what, though, Greg, big movement up front.
Okay.
Again, not for a battle in class, but John Clerk in that 198, in that Mini Cooper, that yellow one now, he has moved all the way up into second place, so move him back up ahead of Peter Carroll, who was sitting there in second. So, John Clerk making a move here. Coming in, they should be probably right now. There goes the Spec Renault battle that we were following earlier on as they come down now through the start-finish line.
All right. Well, let's see if we can pick up that battle. And I think nope, that is not the yellow Mini Cooper.
No, it should be a little bit further ahead of that. I mean, Justin D'Antonio is going to open up by about 1.5 seconds over John Clerk in that Mini Cooper. So we'll look to see.
Because I think there is our overall leader. I think right there is D'Antonio, who just came out of turn 9, right?
That's a pretty big gap for 1.5 seconds.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
They're probably down right now, probably coming out or maybe coming out of the boot. At that point, that's the 50 machine.
I think, yep, there they are. Yep. There we go.
Oh, perfect. So there you go. There's Justin D'Antonio in that silver 1961 Austin Healey Sprite right there. Then you've got John Clark, then Peter Carroll, who's dropped back. Hervey Park not going away, still sitting in there. Again, that's the battle for second place between Park and Carroll in that GP class, Greg. So, again, he's trying to make a move up one more spot.
Yeah, and, interesting, Brian, we were talking about Peter Carroll in that Austin Healey Sprite. That car definitely has some provenance. Somebody that I used to race with and knew very well, Christine Fox, out of the Washington, D.C. area, actually, I believe holds and will forever hold the G Production track record at Summit Point Raceway in this Austin Healey Sprite, as that class is no longer run in the Sports Car Club of America, and unfortunately Chris left us now running on close to 10 years. She was a wonderful racer, and it's great to see Peter in that blue number 55 machine still honoring her racing spirit.
Mm-hmm.
And we should see them coming down. Yeah, there we go, coming into the outer loop.
Yeah, there they go. And I tell you what, Justin D'Antonio, Get Car just sliding right in there. That's a fantastic sight to see, right? I mean, if you go look through these and you see that Austin Healey and he comes down out of that inner loop and gets into that outer loop. Tell you what, Greg, that car seems to be very, very well hooked up, especially going through that section of the course. As they come out of turn number 7 now and start to head climb back up the hill. Tell you what, we may be looking here probably just a couple more laps to go here, Greg. I know it says about 10 minutes, but just trying to, if you think about it, with about 2.5 minutes per lap, you're probably looking at about 4 laps left to go total. So if Peter Carroll's going to try to move up, or if Park wants to try to get up to Carroll, it's going to be almost go time. Last time by, the driver we were talking about, kind of Solomon there, kind of dropped back all the way into 5th. He set the fastest lap of the race there, that 2:23.591 last time by. So he's definitely moving in on Hervey Park. Last time by was 1.1 seconds. So we'll see whether or not he's going to be able to close that gap a little bit further, as our leaders now are coming up over on our Spec Renaults. And Greg, I'm getting the one to go right now. So Justin D'Antonio working his last lap of this race has got about a 1.5 second lead over John Clerk in that 198, and then back to Peter Carroll a little bit further back, and then Park. And again, Solomon now, he's under a second to close up on Park. So we'll see. Again, that's going to be the battle for second place, or actually that's not going to be the battle for second place in class. Solomon is leading in that FM class. So that is definitely going to be the leader there. But Park trying to catch Carroll, maybe get a little bit of a draft as we get around this racetrack.
All right, as the racers now working their very last lap here of the big course. Now, of course, we're going to see this race group again a little bit later today, Brian. They're going to be out again right around 11:30 this morning, I believe.
Yeah.
Lots of racing this weekend for both the Vintage Racer Group as well as the BMW Car Club of America. And we also have the two feature races this afternoon. We've got the Dave Panis Memorial Race, as well as a special race, our feature guest race, and that is with Alphas at the Glen, as they will be joining us this afternoon. And we've got a pretty stacked field of Alfa Romeos for that particular race.
Yep.
And again, we apologize. We know we're having some issues with the camera equipment this morning. We'll try during our commercial breaks to get some of those things figured out.
Tell you what, Greg, looking back there in that John Clerk and Justin D'Antonio battle, I tell you what, it's been pretty much of a battle as our leaders now are headed up into turn number 9. It should be coming up on the screen here momentarily. You should see that Austin Healy of Justin D'Antonio in the 19, and there is John Clerk, Greg. So that 1.1 second last time by, he's closed that gap.
Now.
It is less than definitely that. We'll see whether or not he's going to be able to work to get some kind of a draft for that Mini Cooper, whether or not he's going to be able to pull up through there. Say, come out of turn number 10, head down into turn number 11. I don't believe Clerk's going to be able to get that done. It looks like Justin D'Antonio is going to pick up the overall win in that number 19 machine. So pretty good battle between those two. Here comes Peter Carroll. Looks like that Harvey Park is going to
got around him on that last lap in the Ginetta.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly. So move him up into second place. Move Carroll in the GP class. Move Peter Carroll back fourth overall and move him back into GP. Ralph Solomon in that number 88 machine in that FM class. He's going to end up taking that win there. Roger Castle, we talked about him a little bit earlier, kind of on that opening lap, Greg. He ended up having a little bit of that right side damage. I believe he just now crosses the start-finish line there now in that 256 machine. So again, good to see that car was able to pretty much be competitive and finish this race. So we'll have somebody down there check on that. We'll try to find a pit lane reporter there and see if whether or not he can find out how much damage was onto that right rear. Because while that looked like a pretty good size hit, didn't seem to be too worse for the wear there.
All right, so that's going to wrap things up for our very first race of the day, Brian. Let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call and final call for race group number 5, Trans Am U2 and Tin Tops VRG race group 5. Please head to the grid. And Brian, let's quickly look at, actually we'll break things down by class. In GP, as you mentioned, D'Antonio, Park, and Carroll, your top 3. In FP, Roger Casson, Peter McCarthy, Rob Brownlee, Tommaso, in his MGA. I love that MGA. In the sports Renaults, Michael Schroeder with Eli Sharp and Steve McFarland, your top 3 in a 6-car class. And in CSV, as you mentioned, fastest driver on the course, John Clerk in that beautiful yellow Mini Cooper, Mac McCormick in the white and olive one, which is, I think, the other one that we picked up for a little while there, second, and unfortunately with Todd Wetzel and Thomas Lacosta not making the grid. It was just the 2-car class. So what we're going to do, Brian, we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, it's more Vintage Racing Group action here at the Glen. We'll be right back.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. BMW solution providers.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
From kart to car, the path to pro racing starts here. The Kart to Car program by Willie and Abel Racing, the Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 and Spec Miata rental specialists teams up with Low Key Racing, your trusted Sodi kart dealer and premier coaching team. With expert instruction, proven trackside support, and licensing guidance, we help karters 14 and up make the leap into pro racing. Learn more at WNARacing.com or lowkeyracing.com.
You live for the ride, the road, and the track. Engineered precision fit batteries that are track tested and driver trusted. Optima, the ultimate power source.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. The revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap. Always chill.
Romeo, that's going to be David LeBrun. Starting in the 4th position, the number 85 in the 1984 Volkswagen GTI, that's Josh Brown. Starting in the 5th position, that's going to be Robert Ball. He's going to be in the number 45, and he's going to be in a 1974 BMW. Starting in the 6th position in the number 222 in a 1975 BMW, that's John Dunnock. Starting in the 7th position in the number 24 in a 1972 Datsun 510, that's Taylor Fitzsimmons. Starting in the 8th position in the number 99, that's going to be in a 1972 Alfa Romeo, that's Vince Ficarro. Starting in the 9th position in the number 94, that's going to be a 1982 Alfa Romeo. That's going to be Greg Sefferin. Starting in the 10th position in the blue number 48 in a 1969 Datsun 510, that's Fox's own Mike Joy. Starting in the number 11th position in that number 466, that's going to be a 1973 BMW of Jeff Downing. Starting in the 12th position in the number 41 in a 1974 BMW, that's Rich Hall. Starting in the 13th position in the 174, that's not Don Wanagat, and he's going to be in a 1972 Alfa Romeo.
Did you say it's not Don Wanagat?
It is not Don Wanagat, but it is Don
it is.
Wanagat. Let's go, the 14th position. In that number 19, that's going to be Robert Brady. In the 15th position, number 73, that's James Wilson. Starting in the 16th position, in that number 82, that's Melanie Mitchell. Starting in the 17th position, the 83, that's Matthew Brady. Starting in the 18th position, that's the 27th of Bradley Price. Robert Black's going to start 19th. He'll be in the 196. And Greg, we're waiting for our starter, and we are green. Our Grace Group number 5 is in the starting down. And I tell you what, a really, really good run there by David LeBrun in that white number 67 as he started to head down just past the start-finish line, made that move to go driver's left to try to get by Nick Fonte in that number 11, not able to make that stick down into turn number 1. Greg, Fonte's going to open up by about 3 or 4 car lengths. Then Ferragonio in that 14 is going to drop back just a little bit further from that. And then you've got a stack of cars with Josh Brown, Taylor Fitzsimmons, and Vince Ficarro, along with that blue 48 there of Mike Joy. They come out of turn number 2 and head up. There you go. You can see it. It becomes a little bit of a cluster, Greg, as they come up that hill there. You really got to try to get as single file, but in this class here, 2 cars can go through that, up through there.
Yeah, and as many cars as we have going through there, I think it's probably going to be a couple laps. But, Brian, even at the speeds that these cars are carrying, going up through those S's, the cars really want to push to the outside to drivers right, very close to the wall there. And it's going to take a couple laps for these racers to get some heat in the tires here. For what is going to be a very difficult run for most of these racers.
Well, I tell you what, Greg, they may have not have gotten that message because they're trying to run these cars on the ragged edge, especially coming through the inner loop and through the outer loop here as they head down the hill into the boot here, back getting ready to come up. And you talked about this earlier. That turn and that camera angle just doesn't do itself justice because it is a pretty big climb back up the hill to get down there before you get down into turn number 8. As our front 10, 11 cars now start to get single file again. Nick Fonte with that early lead, but a big, really good jump. And now, actually, you know what? I take that back. That looks like David LeBrun. So David LeBrun, where he made that move on the start-finish line, Greg, and moved over driver's left, didn't make it stick all the way till they got to turn 5. But down there back in the boot and coming down through turn 6 and that, he has made that thing stick. So give David LeBrun. Here's the position, Greg, that I really kind of want to see here on these. As we saw it in our first group, these drivers going really, really wide. If you push the throttle too quickly without having the full heat in these tires, right now, that car could propel you up and start to push a little bit and have that oversteer where you end up going into the wall there with the back end of that car.
All right, as we come through now and we start our second lap here, Brian, racers come into the start-finish line, and it is, well, not Don Waniga, it's David LeBrun, your leader, Nick Font, AJ Ferragonio, and Josh Brown rounding out the top 4 as these racers now coming down into turn number 1. And there are so many challenges on this race course, Brian. You could see here, coming into the 90, into turn 1, the pretty pronounced drop-off as you come down, and it's very important that you get into the camber, into the groove there. Otherwise, it will spit you out. There's a reason why there's so much runoff area there on the outside of turn number 1.
Yeah, you really got to, get the car through there. And again, this is where, as you come down, because you're actually, when you cross the start-finish line, you actually start to come downhill, right? So the car does pick up a little bit more speed down into turn number 1. So as you get through that turn, that car starts to kind of unload a little bit, and you've really got to get it settled in there. You can swing it a little bit too wide there where you end up going over the rumble strips, but remember, Watkins Glen has added those extra rumble strips and those ruts over to the left of that
those
to keep you from going that far out there, right? So you end up having to back that corner up. You'll see as we start to talk about this through the day, you will see cars back that corner up almost to the point where they will really need to get through that turn a little bit quicker.
Hey, Brian, I wanted to, and you mentioned Fox's own Mike Joy for a moment. I'm going to try and track him as he comes in. I think he's in this. We're going to see him in the next group here in a few moments. Beautiful, not a baby blue, but a dark blue Datsun 510. And I think that is him right, possibly that trailing car there in what he's calling the Not Sharp Racing. I'm sure is an ode to Bob Sharp, but the Not Sharp Racing 510. And he had put in some very good times yesterday. I know he had some challenges towards the afternoon where that car was maybe running a little bit off the pace, but it looks like he's gotten it back up to speed now.
Yeah, I think yesterday when we were watching a little bit, that may have been Scott in the car.
Okay,
I believe that's Mike's son. So right. I think Scott taking it out for a little bit. Greg, one of the things I want to keep an eye on, and it doesn't seem to be too much, but the 11 of Nick Fonte, there are kind of reports of possibly a fender, maybe a little bit loose. But I tell you what, he just went the fastest lap of the race, so maybe you want to leave that fender a little bit loose.
Yeah, I was going to say. Well, let's take a look, because I think they may be coming out of the S's and towards the bus stop now. So we'll take a look here and see if we can pick it up. Because here comes the white Alpha. This is LeBrun, and then Font is...
Font is right there.
Yeah,
so
second
that's
car
second
in
car.
line.
You can see it on the right front. So it is definitely the right front that kind of looking. So it looks like we're getting something with Robert Black as well.
Yeah, it sounds like there are some fluids coming out of that car.
Okay.
Brian, and so they're going to continue to watch it, but I believe that they plan on showing him a furled black, let him know that there's something possibly wrong with that car.
Something to come down and take attention, but you definitely don't want to put stuff on, and around this track especially. So we'll see. I believe, again, as we said, that is the Robert Black machine. So in that 196.
All right, Brian, real quick, let's make a call to the grid for, we'll make a first call for the next race group and our first BMW race of the day. Attention in the paddock, first call for BMW Club of America Group 1, please head to the grid. BMW CCA Group 1, please head to the grid.
Tell you what, our cars now are getting ready to come up on one of our slower cars. That was actually the 81, I believe, and he kind of went out late, kind of missed the start of this race. So we'll, again, he's going to go a lap down. But I tell you what, Greg, Nick Font in that number 11 machine, I tell you what, he's really gaining on David LeBrun. Just went even faster that time. David LeBrun set his fastest lap of the race as well. So time starting to come down as heat is starting to get in these tires and get in these brakes.
All right, well, let's see if we can pick up that fight again, as I think they are going to be coming to us.
Well, they're right now going up through the S's right now.
Right.
So that's
I just missed them.
Yep. So
they'll be coming to us here in just a moment. We'll just stick on this camera, Brian.
Yeah.
And again, apologize for the shoddy camera work at this point. Trying to get some of our camera issues resolved here, and we are getting word that there are maybe some connectivity issues heading out of the facility, so we'll see what we can do.
Got a problem coming in, got a problem going
out. Yeah, exactly.
Get one, got the other. But yeah, I mean, look, that battle there, and again, that's in the TA2 class. That's one, our top 5 cars are that TA2. It's Taylor Fitzsimmons that kind of breaks up that TA2 class in that EP, in that number 24. So pretty good run by Taylor Fitzsimmons there, because then you've got another couple other cars all the way back down into ninth there with Mike Joy through there. So there's that battle. That's for the overall lead. That's for the battle for TA2 now as they come down turn number 7 out of the boot, head up that hill. Again, that camera, as you said, Greg, just doesn't do it justice. We were out there this morning. That is
such
a huge
steep
steep
rise.
hill. You've got to keep the momentum. So you'll see cars back that corner up even more, getting in to get back on that throttle as quickly as possible. Again, going to come up on another lap car. This is where LeBrun starts to open up a little bit through the exit there.
Yeah, I was going to say, Fonte, he definitely, and I think it may be a torque issue coming up that hill, coming out of the toe of the boot, where he just ends up losing a lot of ground to LeBrun ahead. And you can see now as they come out of turn 9 and head to turn 10, about 3 car lengths maybe, that LeBrun opens up on that car. Let's look. I wanted to drop a little bit further. Actually, we're watching him come into the corner now. Is this Volkswagen GTI of Josh Brown coming out of the final corner? Hopefully, we'll have some in-car video from Josh a little bit later today, provided by our good friends at My Races Live. He had an interesting day yesterday, Brian, as we were doing some camera testing in the morning as they were out for qualifying, and maybe this is why they're not running that camera. as we were checking his onboard camera, he decided to nose into one of the tire walls.
Yes.
So, a little bit of a challenge there for him. And actually, he's just up ahead of the this group that we're following now. There's the Golf just ahead of these two, and eventually I'll catch up to them. Got to pay our camera guys a little bit more money.
One car really, really slow coming out of turn number 1 there, Greg. I really didn't sure. That's a little bit further back. I think that may be trying to see who that is. We can't pick that up on the camera there.
Is this trailing car here?
No, they've already gone by there. Okay. They're up through the S's. But I tell you what, it almost to the point where it seemed like that car may have just basically at one point stopped. And then we had some cars that really had to go around it. It really became a struggle. So I believe it may be that the first red car right there going
into the bus stop?
Into the bus stop right there. Really had a problem. And it seemed to be back up to speed right now.
I was going to say, he seems to be
definitely did not have the speed. I think maybe that car really, really got loose going into one, almost to the point where that if he didn't get on the brakes hard coming up over those rumble strips or in those gator teeth, that it was really going to cause a problem with the rest of the group there that was right behind him.
And again, we'll see if we can resolve some of our camera problems here. Some of it may, Brian, end up having to wait for lunchtime, but we'll see what we can resolve here.
Yeah. And again, I think when I was talking about Fitzsimmons there, I think I called him Taylor. It's actually Tyler, not Taylor. So I apologize for that. So going through there. Again, that car still running really, really strong, kind of in that TA2 battle, Greg. I mean, he's still up in there trying to get that battle as some of the cars now going by through start-finish line right now. And again, Tyler moving up into 5th overall. So now he has moved that car in that Datsun 510, that yellow and green one, just now coming down into turn 1. He's actually running right with the Josh Brown machine, the number 85, as they head up the hill right now through into the S's. So really good run through there.
Yeah, and that 510 just looks so stable coming through turn 1. Again, a lot of that has to do with whether you drop into that groove or not, but also through the S's, especially in these lower displacement cars, you can get such a draft there, and we see there where the 510, and not only the 510 there, but the car trailing just behind, able to catch such a draft, the BMW 2002, able to get a good draft up the hill, almost able to sneak underneath as they came up under braking into the bus stop.
I think Vaccaro in the 99, Vince Vaccaro in that 99 was able to get back around Fitzsimmons, whereas they went down into turn number 1. Tyler was able to get around him.
Yeah.
I think Vince may have gone around him in that 99, so definitely keep an eye on that. There is the Josh Brown machine. Here comes, I believe, that is the Vaccaro, and then you've got John Dunnock in that 222 machine. He is right there with Fitzsimmons and Vaccaro as well, so pretty good battle again. That all three of those, except for Fitzsimmons, so Vaccaro and Dunnock, they're both in that TA2 class, so that's a battle for position on the racetrack within that class. That's a battle between 5th and 6th. Looking a little bit further back, see if we can find some other pretty decent battles within class. Is our overall leader now, crosses the start-finish line, and that is David LeBrun still. He's kind of opened that up by about 2.6 seconds over Nick Font in that number 11, so Font falling back a little bit. AJ Ferragonio in that number 14 machine just now getting ready to cross the start-finish line. So AJ falling back about 14 seconds. The next car should be Josh Brown. There goes Josh Brown.
Yeah.
There. Here comes the battle we've been watching, kind of all three of them. And Vaccaro has gotten around Fitzsimmons, and now Tyler has fallen all the way back into 7th, back behind that 222. So having some struggles there as this race goes on, Greg, in the back half of this racetrack.
All right, Brian, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call for BMW CCA Group 1. Please head to the grid. BMW CCA Group 1, please head to the grid.
Again, got about 12 minutes left to go, maybe a little bit shorter than that. Again, these were supposed to be, I believe, 25 minutes, maybe about 20 minutes, I think, overall. So give or take a couple minutes here and there. Looks like we've got one car coming through. There's the Josh Brown machine. Here's that battle we've been following pretty much. And it looks like it maybe is that the 94 there. Greg Sefferin in that, in that Alfa Romeo now has gotten around Tyler Fitzsimmons as well. So Fitzsimmons' machine having a little bit of a struggle as this race goes on.
Well, and I was going to say here that when you're looking at the GTV6 of Safarian, Brian, a little bit more aerodynamic car than the boxy 510. And, if you get a good run out of the S's, I think it probably can work the draft fairly well off those the 510. I mean, you're talking about cars that were produced in the early 70s. Yes, some of them look a little swoopy. The 510, certainly not. I think it's a gorgeous, iconic little 3-box design, but it is certainly not the most aerodynamic of cars. So a little bit on the boxy side.
And again, coming out of turn number 8, Fitzsimmons losing a little bit more ground there, Greg, really going wide, coming through there. And again, when you come out of turn number 8 and you come up the hill, getting ready to go into turn number 9, what ends up happening is that car really gets wide like that. You're really having to pull the car back to the right to get back online.
And it looks like we've got one of our racers bringing his car down the pit lane, Brian, and that is the yellow 510. And we'll get the number on that car. And that's the Fitzsimmons car, I think, that just came down the pit lane.
No, that's the 18. So that's the number 18. That car's been having some problems. That's Joe Telebitz in that 18. He would have some problems earlier on. A little bit of smoke coming out of it last time by. And they've been calling that, kind of keeping an eye on him. And evidently that was just way too much.
Too much.
Thought he would bring it back. Thought he would bring it in. So. Again, you were following that battle there as we were talking about when they went by the start-finish line. Tell you what, give Greg Sefrion in that 94 another position, Greg. He's moved up to 6th right now overall, but he's moved up to 6th within that TA2 class. But he is starting to run down Vaccaro as he started to make a move. We'll have to keep and see if he got in front of him, and it looks like he clearly did, because there he is. That's the red, the yellow, and the green right there. So opening up that gap. So that 94 machine really, really getting it done here in the last half of this race. But I tell you what, that's going to move him up into 5th in that TA2 class. So again, Greg in that 94 really making a charge right here. was a tenth off of his last, the time before that, his last time by. And as our leader, David LeBrun, as he gets ready to come by the start-finish line, the next time he's going to be shown the 1 to go. So whether or not Nick Font wants to get it done, this is going to be the lap. But we'll keep an eye on that number 99, Vince Vaccaro, all the way back to Tyler Fitzsimmons in that number 24 machine. Whether or not where that battle is going to go out. And Greg, here they come, coming out of number 11 right now. There's the 1 to go. And
Door to door.
Nick Font has definitely made the move. He has now moved up to the lead, and you're right, door to door going down into turn number 1. And it looks like David LeBrun has a big problem going down into turn number 1, Greg.
Lost a lot of pace.
Well, he is way off the pace right now. As a matter of fact, he has pulled off drivers right and came through the entrance there. There's a way to get up into the pits, so he is pulled off. So that is definitely leading Nick Font to a big, huge gap over AJ Ferragonio. So definitely went into back into the paddock for David LeBrun as they went door to door down into turn number 1. So David LeBrun's race now is officially over, going back into the paddock.
All right, and so our leader now coming through the bus stop for the very last time, that being Nick Font, and we'll try and track, see if we can get some information on what happened to the LeBrun car there on the final lap. Hopefully we'll get some word out of the paddock. Somebody will pass that off and along to us here as we work the last lap, and we'll be going again to BMW CCA Racing here in just a few moments.
Yeah, I tell you what, when he came up through, they went right back to the trailer. So I saw him come around through there.
And Brian, we've got a local caution over at the exit of 9. If you look, there is a car right up against the tire wall. Yeah, which is now getting covered. And it looks like he's getting back underway.
Is that Melanie Mitchell in that?
I think that might be one of the Alpha 75s, possibly. And we'll see if we can pick up the car number.
Yeah. Not sure if that's Mitchell or is that that's got to be definitely not the 94. Definitely not Greg Seferian in that 94. So it's either I think it is going to be Melanie Mitchell in that. I believe that's the 82 right there, just now coming out of turn number 10, heading down into turn number 11. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll look. Everybody getting the 1 to go. Here comes Nick Font. He's going to pick up the win right there. So, again, that battle that he had with David LeBrun just, unfortunately 1 lap too short for that. So, Nick Font's going to pick up the TA2 win. Looks like AJ Ferragonio, if he can get through the last couple of turns, he
will take over second, but he needs to come across the line in order to do it. LeBrun still showing, obviously, as we started the last lap, still in second position.
Well, Greg, as we watch the start-finish line here, that battle ended up being closer than the entire race was.
Oh, my.
AJ Ferragonio wins by about half a second, or gets second place by half a second. And I think that's because when they came by turn number 10 and turn number 11, and that definitely is indeed the 82 machine of Melanie Mitchell that we were seeing down there in turn number 9, kind of up against that wall as I'm looking out through my through the binoculars here down on pit road. I can see her sitting there. But that run allowed Josh Brown to get T2, finish the last place on the podium spot, but it was by half a second. Greg Seferian in that 94 closed that gap to a tenth of a second.
Wow.
So while that was in that 6 and 7 second range, he closed that all the way down as the rest of our cars now start to come across the start-finish line. We'll give you the rundown of all of them.
Well, not all of them, because that TA2 class, Brian, 33 cars deep. Well, actually, 27 cars deep. But as you mentioned, Font, Ferragonio, Brown, the top 3, Seferian, Vaccaro, Dunnick, LeBrun. Mike Joy moves up to 8th position after having started in 10th. And Bradley Price, 9th. Jeff Downing will round out the top 10 in TA2. In the BSV class, Don Wanigat, Matthew Brady, Russ Rosenberg, your top 3 with Stephen Shiposh and Kate Garabedian In fifth, and then in EP, Tyler Fitzsimmons, Rich Hall, Todd Redmond, your top three. All right, let's make a final call, Brian, for our next group. Looks like most of them are up on the grid as it is. Final call to the paddock, or final call to the grid, pardon me, for BMW CCA Group 1. Please head to the grid. BMW CCA Group 1 racers, please head to the grid. And so we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, it is BMW CCA. We're going to make a couple changes, make a couple switches, change some graphics, Brian, and watch some BMWs. We'll be back here in just a few moments from Watkins Glen. It is Vintage Racing at the Glen and the Can-Am Challenge. We'll be right back.
We're Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be.
Combining the art and science of going fast, Peter Krause provides professional, private coaching and analysis for sports car drivers at many East Coast tracks, including Virginia International Raceway, as well as remotely via Zoom. A multi-time championship-winning race car driver, award-winning mechanic, and automotive historian, Krause can communicate effectively both the psychology and methodology of going fast, pioneering the use of GPS data and video logging technology to advance driver performance in club-level, historic, and entry-level professional series since 2001. Peter relies on data-driven objective measures, creating successful strategies to make his drivers faster. An expert in AIM, VBOX, Motec, and Garmin, as well as other systems. If you have questions on how to get more out of your data, schedule a consultation either in person or remotely to leverage the power of your tools to improve your driving. For more information, call 919-740-1871 or visit www.peterkrause.net today.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win.
Formulated to win.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win. Proven by me. Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their Spec Racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering Spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
If you're a racer, you want to be fast, but you have to be safe. That's why professionals and amateurs alike go to HMS Motorsport for their safety equipment. HMS Motorsport is the industry's leading full-service racing safety provider. Protective clothing and helmets, harnesses, fire suppression, communication and data acquisition equipment, and more. All from the motorsport safety experts, HMS Motorsport. 2 retail locations and at hmsmotorsport.com.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here with BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So I highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Welcome back, everybody, to Watkins Glen International. It is the 2025 Vintage Races at the Glen and the Can-Am Challenge presented by the BMW Car Club of America. And that is who is up first. It's our first of two race groups this weekend for the BMW CCA. And Brian, these are their sprint races. We're going to have their feature races this afternoon. Why don't we run down the starting order for this split group as we've got a very large Spec E46 contingent here today.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, we'll give you the top 10 in each group so that we can make sure we can get them in, and then we'll cover some of the other ones as we move along. So in our first group here, starting in the 101, that's Emmerich Steller. In the number 828, starting second, that's Greg Maselli. Starting in the third, that's Andrew Palumbo, and he'll be in the 24. Starting in the 4th position, the 072, that's Keith Promazic. Starting in the 5th position, the 068, that's Gregory Papazanen. Starting in the 6th position, the 758, that's going to be James B. Starting in the 7th position in our first group, that's the 323, that's Merrill McMullen. Starting in the 8th position, the 376, that's Tim Ripley. Starting in the 9th position in our first group, that's going to be the 67 of Mark Thomas. And starting in the 10th position, that's going to be the 210 of John Lucas. Moving back to our second group here in our E46, on the pole there is going to be the 77 of Jesse Clark. Starting in the second position in that E46 in that second group, that's going to be the 296 of Ben Hostetler. Starting in the 3rd position, that's going to be the 126 of Turner Hilliard. Starting in the 4th position, that's going to be the 02 of Robert McIerney. Starting in the 5th position, that's the 171 of Joe Funch. Starting in the 6th position, that's going to be the 746 of Eric Liu. Starting in the 7th position, the 080 of David Pan. Starting in the 8th position, that's the 290 of Owner Kara. Starting in the 9th position, that's the 745 of Greg Hartman. And starting in the 10th position, that is going to be the 482 of Mike Whitman. And again, we'll get to some of the other ones, but you know what, Greg, with this split start there, kind of opens up where we end up with 2 green flags. You've got to make sure that first group gets away cleanly so that we don't run up on the back of that second group.
All right, we've got the first safety car, first pace car now bringing our front pack into turn 8 now. As you saw, a pretty big gap between the 2 groups. I don't think that there's going to be an issue with our first group catching the back of the Spec E46 field for quite some time. But we'll track the first portion of the lap for this first group, and then we'll come back and try and get that second start as well, as they are now coming out of turn number 9. It looks a lot easier to negotiate turn 9 when you're behind the pace car, Brian, rather than at speed.
Well, again, it's that throttle that we've talked about kind of going up through there. I mean, that is a tricky corner all the way around. It doesn't matter what type of race car you're in. It's pretty tricky there with that, and it can be pretty scary because that guardrail comes right out to you.
And again, we want to apologize. We realize that there are not only some issues with our cameras today, but also affecting our ability to actually send the stream out to YouTube, that there may be some stuttering. We're trying to get that resolved right now. As a green flag is in the air, Brian, for our very first group as they come to the line. And nice big pack here. All spread out as we've seen, well, pretty much every race so far today, 3, sometimes 4 wide as they all funnel down into the 90 as our first group. That's the important part. They get through the first corner nice and free here with no incidents coming out of turn 1 as they start to head up the S's.
Well, I'll tell you what, Greg, Andrew Palumbo in that number silver 24, he tried to go 3 wide down into turn number 1. And I'll tell you what, Greg, it actually worked out for him because he has moved up ahead of Greg Maselli in that 828. So Maselli having to get on the brakes a little bit harder than he wanted to. So right now, move Andrew Palumbo. As I said, they went 3 wide just past the start-finish line and then down into that 90, down into turn number 1. So Palumbo trying to catch Emmerich Steller in that 101 right now as they head out through turn number 5 through the inner loop and then down through the outer loop. And here comes our second group now, Greg, out of turn number 10.
All right, as they are now all lined up with a very large Spec E46 field. We look at them as they come through the final corner now. E36, 17 cars deep. As they come through the final corner, we'll move over to our starter for the start command. And there you go. Green flag is in the air, Brian, with right there at the front of the field, Jesse Clark, Brian Hostetler, Robert McInerney, as they go 3 wide, trying to be the first car down into turn number 1 and making a big jump from about 4 rows back. Brian, was Owner Kara in the 290 machine. And then things started to close up very quickly on Owner as they had to turn in.
You know, you talk about Owner Kara. I tell you what, he ended up going far drivers right after start. David Pan in the 08 in the 80 machine, he was even further right on the start, headed down there. Basically, David Pan had to get hard on the brakes to get down into turn 1, or it could have been a little bit of a sidewall hitting on that right side.
All right, as our first group now, Brian, coming onto the front straight, we'll pick them up in just a moment as they go down into turn 1. Not that you can see them.
Yeah, tell you what, as they came down here, going down into turn 1, Greg, Emmerich Steller opening up over Andrew Palumbo and Greg Maselli. Greg Maselli gets through turn number 1 a lot better right there on that lap there than Andrew Palumbo. As they kind of come up the hill here, you're going to see they're going to be kind of side by side there.
For 3 corners.
Yeah, that's going to be, again, that's kind of going through there. Again, Palumbo getting that good jump on the start, but now Maselli starting to reel that Palumbo in. They went side by side through 1 all the way up through the, well, actually, that's not Palumbo. I take that back. That's my mistake. That is Maselli and Sean Dwyer in that number 85 machine. So Dwyer moving up, didn't have him listed there on the starting grid there. So, again, Dwyer was supposed to be all the way a little bit further back, but they moved him up. So that's the battle for third in that PWR3 class, Greg.
All right, let's jump over to the Spec E46s, Brian. They're coming out of turn 9 now, and we'll follow them for, I think, for a couple laps if that works for you as they come into turn 10.
Yeah, a little bit tighter group right there. Again, you know, as our first group there starts to spread out a little bit, I tell you what, they come out of turn number 11.
To 3 wide through 11.
3 wide, yeah. They're really trying to make things happen early on. But and again, that goes back to, that is the battle that you were talking about with owner Kara, David Pan, and throw Eric Liu in that 746 as they were 3 wide coming out of there. And then they were almost still 2 wide going down into turn number 1 with David Pan and owner Kara in that 80 and that 290 machine respectively. Able to make that stick, able to make that work through there. So, again, really, really tight battles coming off of turn number 11 between those group. And, again, that's what I was talking about, Greg, on the start. They, again, trying to make the track wider than it actually is. And see one car there, that may be owner Kara getting over that rumble strip right there, coming out of the bus stop, out of the inner loop, getting up on over the curbing. So, trying to do everything he can to make that car as wide as he can and get through those turns pretty quickly.
And again, we know, and believe me, we are seeing the comments in the chat here, Brian. We understand that, again, we are having some technical issues, and we're trying to work through them as best we can. A lot of them, I hate to say it, are a bit out of our control here, but again, we will try and get this resolved as much as we can here today, and we definitely realize that this is affecting the quality of the broadcast.
Yeah, I think we may be having some of the issues here at the track as well, which is causing part of that to drop off. So we're trying to get somebody to work on that as well as us work behind the scenes back for what it is. So again, apologize for that. We'll do the best we can. But you know what? We'll call the action here with the voice.
Yeah.
Because I tell you what, you know, when we look at this, you know, pretty much trying to stay in line as much as possible, and that seemed to be a little bit exit here of our E46 group coming out of there now with Eric Liu, David Pan, owner Kara, and now throw Joe Funches in that 171 machine again. They were actually single file coming out of turn 11, which was basically the first lap that's happened as they went down into turn number 1 there. Again, David Pan, Eric Liu trying to go 2 wide a little bit further back. So we watch him come up the hill. That is Eric Liu in that blue and white, I believe that 746, David Pan in the 80, owner Kara a little bit further back from that. We move back up into our first group, Greg, here, and Sean Dwyer sets the fastest lap of the race right here with that 2:04. So he is starting to close that gap on Palumbo and Steller as they head out of turn number 2 and head up into the S's right now. Dwyer's closed that gap to under a second to Palumbo in that silver number 24 heading up there. So, again, Dwyer, who ended up having some problems, I guess, during the race yesterday, was scheduled to start all the way back kind of in the 14th position.
Right.
Ended up moving a little bit further up in the starting order and ended up right now sitting in third, but now that car's really starting to come into play here for that battle for second place.
Yeah, starting to clearly get a little bit more grip in the rear tires and starting to make up pace. And they are definitely now, Brian, starting to come up a little bit sooner than I expected towards the back of that Spec E46 pack. And it may only be another lap or so before they get there.
Yeah. Well, again, when you've got those cars, and again, the E46 class, we ended up with, I believe that may have been 14 cars in total. When you get 3/4 of your field going too wide, as you can see them kind of coming up into turn number 9 right there, we're too wide through there. You're not going to go very fast because you're having to battle through there. It's almost you want to get those passes done coming out of turn number 8, and then again, getting it done as quickly as possible so that you can get through. Go back to that E46 class. Again, I was watching the David Pan Eric Lou battle. Again, David Pan got a little bit further ahead, got a great run out of turn number 11, Greg. Kind of opened that up. I'm sure he can breathe a little bit sigh of relief going through there last time, not to get into that Eric Lou and Onakara battle. Again, that's a little bit further back in that group right there. That's the battle really for 4th all the way back to 6th, as Jesse Clark and Ben Hostetler in that 296 machine kind of pulling away a little bit by about 5 seconds over that group.
And Brian, I'm just absolutely stunned by this fight here and I know we've been spending a lot of time on the E46, but these two racers sitting right next to one another, Kara and Lou, practically going through almost every single corner door to door around almost this entire 3.3 mile racetrack.
Yeah, one gets a better run. There you go. You can see it right there. But one gets a run into the corner. The other gets a run out of the corner. And so what ends up happening is you're right. That ends up too wide the entire time. And when they come out of turn number 8 is when they get single file. When they come up the hill up into turn number 9 is when they kind of battle back and forth again. Here they are again a little bit. What that's allowing is that's allowing Pan and McInerney to really, well, actually to pull away a little bit further. So they're only doing themselves harm more than good. Is it now one of them looks like they're going to go all the way back. And again, you can see the ability of not being able to get out of turn 9 when you're that too wide through the entire corner.
Yeah, you saw where he had to basically get into the brakes to scrub off speed even mid-corner, which here at the Glen, not necessarily the greatest of techniques, because you run the risk of, as you transfer weight to the front of the car, have the rear end step out on you right at that off-camber corner with that tire wall just so close.
Yeah. Yeah, no, totally get it. I mean, you almost got to set yourself up of where I am and whether or not I'm going to be able to get through that corner. I know where I'm faster and I know where he's not, and so that's where that driver really has to think hard about it, whether or not they're going to be able to make that pass. Again, these guys had a lot of track time yesterday too, kind of in and throughout the day. So again, these races here going to really take its toll as the weekend goes along. There's the battle right there coming through. That is actually the battle there with, I believe, David Pan through there, and Ona Kara starting to move up a little bit more. So Kara trying to get away from Patrick Harris, Joe Frantz, now move Eric Lou all the way back a little bit further back into 8th place in that E46 class, Greg. And again, that is a product of going too wide for quite a bit of the racetrack.
Yeah.
Just putting so much pressure on those outside tire, on those right side tires as hard as you can, getting through there. And you can see right here where he's dropped all the way back almost into the clutches now of Greg Hartman in that 745 starting to move up. So Lou having some difficulties with the setup on that car.
Yeah, and you could see there, and again here, because these corners are so heavily cambered, one, if you don't get the car into the groove, it's going to be such a challenge to go through corners quickly, but we're seeing where the rear end of that car, it just appears to be so, I don't want to call it evil, but it is a very loose car, and so he's having trouble. Even if he gets the nose into the groove, he's not able to keep the rear end in there as well. He's having to dial in a lot of opposite lock into the car.
These cars here in that Spec Spec E46 class, Greg, they're all pretty much evenly matched. It's about the driver at this point and who's got the better setup. One of the cars we were following earlier on, Greg, Andrew Palumbo, well, he's definitely pulled off because he's definitely following all the way back through the field. So Andrew Palumbo race is done a little bit earlier, and I believe I see down here, looking down, I believe that is him sitting on pit lane there, coming to the attention of the crew. So Andrew Palumbo race is done a little bit earlier than expected after only 4 laps. What that does is that moves Sean Dwyer up into second. Now he's got about 7 seconds before he can catch Emmerich Steller in that 101. So Steller opening up quite a bit of lead here in that first number group. And then about 5 seconds back to the 828 of Greg Maselli. One car went off a little bit there, Greg. Had some brake lock up going down through the inner loop there, the bus stop. We'll try to pick out and see if we can't get the call that going to do from that, because that's definitely not the way to go through that turn, those turns here. Here is that Spec E46 class coming down through here, that battle race. Again, this is where some of our leaders are starting to
catch the back,
catch into the back. So our overall leader there, Emmerich Steller, now starting to go through this, and Greg, we're almost 2 wide. Almost thought about doing 3 wide. Somebody backed out of it there, going down into turn number 6, headed down in towards the boot.
All right, and we're getting word, Brian, that and I'm going to switch over there as that camera has some problems. Next time our leaders come onto the front straight, they're going to get the 1 to go. So we'll.
Our leaders now coming up out of turn number 9. So he's kind of in that group there.
Yep.
When he comes out of turn number 11, we'll pick up Emmerich Steller in that 101. We'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, and there he is with the big wing in the back as he comes through the final corner. And if we jump over to the front straight, we're going to see the starter. He's going to put a big finger in the air. I asked one of the the folks on the flag and communications team this morning if that was the New Jersey finger or the New York finger, Brian.
I guess that is true. Depends on who it is that is the starter. I tell you what, Greg, I know we were just watching Emmerich Steller and everybody's going to get that 1 to go, but I'm being told Jesse Clark and Ben Hostetler have broken the Spec E46 track record.
Oh, wow.
We'll try to find out what that, if Rich Brainerd, if you can hear, if you're still here, tell us what that track record was, because I don't have a record of it. Tell us what that is, because these guys went 208.895 and 208.835. So that would actually give Hostetler the track record at this point, based off those 2 times that I'm seeing right now. So it looks like Ben Hostetler is going to set that Spec E46 track record right now during this race. So really good run by Ben and Jesse Clark. Jesse Clark leading that Spec E46 class right now as they start to come down. We'll keep an eye on when he comes by the start-finish line. We'll pick him up. We'll keep that right there. I think that is the battle a little bit further back that we've kind of been following, because those guys have been going at it nose to tail. Jesse Clark's got about a second over Ben Hostetler in that Spec E46. So, again, I'm being told that the track record was like a 209.45-ish. Right, so that's I don't know if that's a good-ish or a bad-ish, but again, the track record.
Well,
right
now it doesn't matter what ish it was, Brian,
Yeah.
because it's no longer the track record.
Well, I was going to say now that new track record is 208.835 coming up out of there. So again, looks like we're going to get 2 wide, almost 3 wide, a little bit further back, and I believe Emmerich Steller's going to be in that, Greg.
Yeah, it looks like Steller's just kind of sitting back there. He doesn't want to get in the middle of that fight, and he's going to let these drivers get an extra lap because of it.
Yep, coming out of turn number 11 now, getting ready to start down through the head down start-finish line. There it is right there. He just picked up the win for Emmerich Steller.
There he goes. Last car in the line, so let's jump back over here to turn 1. because these racers are still now racing as they came across and started their last lap before Stellar took the checkered flag.
And there is somewhat of a battle here, probably going up into the inner loop, Greg. We'll keep an eye on this battle right here, and that could be the battle for our E46 class between Jesse Clark. That is Jesse Clark, I believe, that first car that just went through there.
Okay.
Ben Hostetler should be a little bit further back. I believe the second car in line right there is going to be the 77 of Jesse Clark.
All right, so we'll track down. Yeah, and that was Stellar, not Stellar, but another one of our other class cars back behind them.
Some of our first group right there, like I said, I believe that is the 77, that white machine right there. That is Jesse Clark. That's Ben Hostetler in the 296, just roughly behind. Last time by, it was under a second, but Hostetler, again, with that track record there, on lap number 5 moving up, was about 0.4 of a second faster than Jesse Clark on that last lap. So we'll look to pick that up because that's going to be a pretty good battle coming up out of turn number 8 up into turn number 9 for that. We'll see. There's some of the slower from the Group 1. There goes Jesse Clark right there. There's Ben Hostetler. So that is a little bit further back. I don't think Hostetler got through the boot quite that well coming up into turn number 8. So again, it looks like Jesse Clark may be able to prevail right here coming up on some of these slower cars to be able to hold on to that Spec E46 class win right there. And here they come across the start-finish line. So give Jesse Clark that win in that Spec E46 and Ben Hostetler second in E46.
All right, so as they come across the line in PWR3, of course, our overall winner, Emma Stellar by 6 seconds over Sean Dwyer, Greg Maselli third with Mike Delutri finishing just off the podium in 4th. In PWR2, Miro McMullen, who is our race chair, he takes the win over Mark Tomes, and then Jacques Peniton will finish in 3rd. And then in Spec E46, Jesse Clark, Ben Hostetler, Robert McInerney, your top 3, with Oner Kara and David Pan finishing in 4th. All right, so Brian, that's going to wrap things up for our first BMW Club race of the day. So next up is going to be our Vintage Racer Group Big Bore, mid-bore production race group number 2. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action from Watkins Glen.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
From kart to car, the path to pro racing starts here. The Kart to Car program by Willie Enable Racing, the Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 and Spec Miata rental specialists teams up with Low Key Racing, your trusted Sodi kart dealer and premier coaching team. With expert instruction, proven trackside support, and licensing guidance, we help karters 14 and up make the leap into pro racing. Learn more at WNARacing.com or lowkeyracing.com.
You live for the ride, the road, and the track. Engineered precision fit batteries that are track tested and driver trusted. Optima, the ultimate power source.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream share, engage.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. The revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap, always chill.
Welcome back, everybody, to Watkins Glen International. It is the 2025 Vintage Races at the Glen, presented by the Vintage Racer Group, along with the BMW Car Club of America, here for their Can-Am races. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati. And again, we are trying to work through some of the technical issues that we are seeing and we are having here today, and hopefully we can get those resolved for you. Please bear with us as we are challenging both some issues here at the track itself as well as some of our own equipment. And I'm sure tomorrow will be much better, and hopefully we can get things, some of the technical issues squared away between the different race groups here and during lunch as well. But Brian, next up is our mid-bore group here for the Vintage Racer Group. Let's start to run down the starting order if we can.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, let's go ahead and do that. So we'll give you again the top 20 here as our cars are just now starting to come up to turn number 7. Starting on the pole in the number 60 in the 1962 Lotus Super 7, that's Andrew Moore. Starting in second place, that's the 194 in that 1966 Ginetta G4, that's Thomas Krudovich. Starting in the third position in the number 7 in the 1992 Lotus Super 7, that's Todd Reed. Starting in the fourth position, the number 41 of Tom Upshur, and he's also in a 1962 Lotus Super 7. Starting in the fifth position, the number 33 of Jim Lanahan, and he is in a 1976 Porsche 914. Starting in the sixth position, the number 28 of Eric Wood in a 1971 Alfa Romeo Spider. Starting in the seventh position, the number 27 of Kenny Williamson, and he's going to be in a 1961 Elva Courier. Starting in the eighth position, the number 17 of Jordan Bell in a 1970 Porsche 914. In the ninth position, the number 22 is Scott Kruger, and again another 1972 Porsche 914. Starting in the 10th position, the 42 of Kirk Ertzbay, and we saw him earlier. He's in a 1962 Lotus. As our group starts to come out of turn number 9 and head up into turn number 10, we'll get some of these down as quickly as possible. Into number 31, that's going to be William Bartlett. Starting in the 12th position, the 894 of Lenny Stan. Starting in the 13th position, the 80 there of David Gott. Starting in the 14th position, in the number 68, that's Steve Grabowski. Starting in the 15th position, the 47 of Rob Hurley. And we'll get to the rest here, Greg, as our drivers now are taking the green flag, starting to go out again. That is going to be Andrew Moore in that 60, starting to open up in that Lotus Super 7, headed down into turn number 1. It looks like it is going to be Thomas Krudovich in that number 194 in that Ginetta. Comes in down through turn number 1 through second place, Greg. And I tell you what, Krudovich's got a great run as he's starting to move up ahead and start to put some pressure on Andrew Moore in that number 60 machine.
Yeah, we see there the two open top cars, the Lotus 7 with those big exposed fenders, Brian, the bicycle fenders, the much more swoopy Ginetta directly behind. And we'll see here, the Ginetta should have been able to get a nice little draft off the 7, but the 7 a little bit more grunt, a little bit more motor than the Ginetta as they come into the bus stop. And we've got the won't matter now is both those cars at the front, both Moore and Gradovich, had issues in the bus stop. And that car goes off into the tire wall, Brian.
Yeah, pretty much driving there. I think they may have had a little bit of contact here. That was definitely not something you wanted to see, as everybody was able to work their way through that, pretty through there. And it looks like we may have had some other vehicles' car as well trying to get through there as they tried to battle around that entire battle.
All right, Brian, and so we are going to be going to a full course caution here at Watkins Glen as our leaders now coming out of the toe of the boot, heading over now towards the heel. There we go, sitting up at the front, and I believe that's Tom Upshur in the 41 machine, who is your new race leader.
See whether or not Andrew Moore was able to put. That's Andrew Moore there in that 60. So he was able to continue through there. Then you got to go a little bit further back.
You've got Upshur, I think, in the blue, who's running in second. Yeah,
in that black and gray. Or I mean, he may be in the blue, but that red and silver one, that is definitely Andrew Moore in that 60. So again, as we go to that double yellow, Greg, we'll get everybody kind of lined up, bring the field back together, get get the attendance over there in turn 5. And again, it looks like it could have been a product of, and we are going to a black flag all, Greg. So we are going to bring them all down through the pit lane, get that cleaned up, and then hopefully get back to racing here momentarily. But again, right now it does look like it is going to be Andrew Moore, Tom Upshur. Then it looks like it could be Kenny Williamson is going to be in the 3rd position, along with Kurt Upspay in that 42 machine is going to be your 4th position, and then Todd Reed's going to move up in that number 7 up into 5th. So we'll get these cars to come down. They'll come down the pit lane, and kind of the way we do this here, Greg, those of us that, if you haven't seen this before, unfortunately, is we end up with a, black flag all. We bring them down. They cross the start-finish line, right? So it counts that lap, bring them down, and then we'll send them back out. And when we send them back out, we'll go around a lap and then pick up the green the next time by. So, it's unfortunate that right out of the gate there, and again, that looked like that may have been a product of trying to get through that turn quickly, and there may have been some potential contact. Not sure. Didn't see any from up here. Doesn't mean that there wasn't, but we'll let them make that calculation and figure that out after that. So.
All right, and Brian, just for the moment, I'm going to just shift over so you can see what the situation is over at turn 5. Oops. And we've got, I think we've got half of New York State over at turn 5 at the moment working on this. So, again, we've got cars coming down the pit lane. Now, what we're going to do, because this might give us a little bit of an opportunity, Brian, to hopefully resolve some of our issues, or at least work on resolving some of our issues, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to, keep you on this front straight camera, so you'll be able to see what our starters do and whether or not they keep the flag out there. And as soon as we get some word as to when we're going to be sending drivers back out, we will be back with you here in just a few moments. Welcome back to Watkins Glen International, everybody. It is the 2025 Vintage Races at the Glen, presented by the Vintage Racer Group and also the BMW Car Club of America and the Can-Am Challenge. We're now coming out of our black flag for an incident on first lap here at Watkins Glen for our mid-bore production race for the Vintage Racer Group. They've gotten that cleaned up, and we are back, cars on track, as they go to scrub in their tires on the outlap, and they will get the green flag when they come by. That is Andrew Moore, our current leader, leading the FP class in his 1962 Lotus Super 7. Tom Upshur running in second. And what they're going to do, Brian, is rather than waiting until the racers, I think, get all the way to start-finish, I believe they're actually dropping the yellow flags around this area here at the outer loop, and I think they're going to start racing. We'll take a look here and see if that is the case. You know, if you can see it through the pink.
Good color.
Yeah, very, very, very.
No, it looks like they're still doing it. I think what they're doing is that once they pass those stations, then they will drop that.
Right. So it's essentially okay. Yeah. They're just telling the corner workers once all the cars are by, drop the double yellows, because the next time you see race cars, they're going to be racing.
Yeah. And again, it looks like we had two cars that came, from that incident. That's the 194 there of Thomas Krudovich in that Ginetta, and then I believe that was Jordan Beal in the red Porsche. That 1970 Porsche 914. So we'll have to take a look at that through there. I did see them bringing both of those cars back towards the garage. Doesn't look like there's too much damage. I just think it was just a collection of drivers trying to get through that with that early spin.
All right, as the front of the field now coming up towards turn number 9 brings them onto that short chute used by the NASCAR. We're going to have the racers coming all the way down this short chute tomorrow, as we're going to switch over from the long course to the short course. One of the interesting aspects of this weekend each year, Brian, and what'll happen is tomorrow morning we'll have a little bit later start. I believe we're coming on somewhere around 10:20 tomorrow morning, and that's because the racers from both Vintage Racer Group and BMW CCA, they are going to have some morning qualifying sessions because of the different course layout.
Yeah,
and we are back to racing.
And with going back to racing, Greg, we are 3 wide, almost 4 wide going down into turn number 1. Kenny Williamson getting a great jump on Tom Upshur and Andrew Moore, as Upshur was able to beat Moore back to the start-finish line once that green flag came out, Greg. And I tell you what, Kenny Williamson in that Elva Courier, in that number 27 machine, he has moved out to front, coming up through the hill gear, getting ready to go through the S's. And I tell you what, Kenny looked like he was shot out of the cannon right there on the start, anticipated when that green flag was going to fly, and he guessed correctly, because now he has opened up by about 4 or 5 car lengths as they come into the inner loop here, into the bus stop. We'll see how long he's going to be able to hold up Upshur and Moore, because they seem to be able to get through there pretty decent here as they come through the inner loop, getting ready to go to the outer loop again. Williamson leading by about a car length and a half. Throw in the 42 there of Kurt Upsbay in that other Lotus there in that 42 machine, and then Scott Kruger there in that Porsche 914, that gray one. Again, those top 5 drivers trying to stay nose to tail through there.
All right. And Brian, we've just got word from race control that when our leaders come by the start-finish line this next time, they will get the 1 to go signal from our starter. Things being cut down. Very, very compressed, very tight schedule here at the Glen, Brian. And fortunately for some of these racers, this is one of the challenges of racing at the Glen. It's an impetus to stay clean.
Yeah, I mean, when you get to, you're talking 3.7 miles here, I think it is, around this facility in this racetrack. So it doesn't take long. And if you have something like an incident like that, as you said, Greg, the racing kind of gets put kind of on the back burner here. But as we pull up through here now, here it comes, Greg. They're going to come out of turn number 9. We'll have to see that. I'm not sure which car seemed to get out in front of the lead back there. There may have been some kind of a little mix-up there between our top 4 or 5 cars as they come out of turn number 11 through here. Our first car that looks like it is going to be, that is the 42
car.
Kurt Utspace. So starts that lap in 4th place, finishes first. Kenny Williamson's going to drop back to 2nd. Upshur and Andrew Moore are going to finish 3rd and 4th overall. Kenny Williams is going to pick up the EP class win over Upshur. Andrew Moore is going to pick up the FP there.
Brian, one more lap.
Oh, so we are going one more.
Yes.
I apologize that. So I thought that was going to be the finish. I thought they were already working there last lap.
No.
So again, Utspace going to go ahead and take that lead now. He just set his fastest lap, 2:24.294.
Yeah, and I think Utspace may have actually, we'll take a look. No, he did jump to the lead. I was just going to say that Williamson, certainly as he came out of turn 1, had dropped back, did not get a very good restart. But look at how big a gap Utspace has taken now on this drop of the green flag now is on the last lap. He's got almost 5 car lengths on Williamson, Upshur, Moore, and Reed.
Yeah, again, apologize. I thought they were already on their last lap when they got by there. So again, that battle still, and you saw that car sitting there over on driver's right, coming up through the inner loop there on your screen, sitting there trying to figure out what car that is and what the number is. We've been hearing it, but we're not able to see what that number is. But yeah, Greg, Kurt Utspace, I tell you what, when he came out of turn number 11 last time, he was flat getting it down the front stretch, and that enabled Williamson and Upshur. They were almost side by side going down into turn 1, which enabled Utspace to get that big lead. So you see him coming out of turn number 8 now, heading up the hill going in turn 9. And Greg, that's about at least 15 to 20 car length lead. So that car really coming in into its own, unfortunately, towards the end of this race.
Well, not unfortunately for him. Fortunately for him. Great fight now as the Elva of Williamson may have just lost another position, Brian, coming into turn number 9. We'll see here as they come into the final corner, coming out of turn 10, going into turn 11. And Williamson's going to go door-to-door with Upshur through the final corner. And as they come to the finish line, taking the win, Brian, is going to be Kurt Utspace, with Tom Upshur finishing 2nd, Kenny Williamson finishing 3rd, Todd Reed will finish 4th, Andrew Moore will finish 5th.
Great battle coming out of the last 3 turns right there for that 2nd through 5th place.
All right, and so finishing 6th, Scott Kruger in the DP class, Lenny Stan 7th, William Bartlett, Alan Kostic, and Rob Hurley rounding out your top 10. Sounds like we had a couple of drivers have some issues on the last lap. The 89 of James Molnar, I think the 46 machine as well. I think that was actually Craig Seifert's Mazda Miata. We show him as 4X in our timing, but I believe that was the other car that pulled off here.
The car pulled off there, and that inner loop is the 46. That's Shelby Wood.
Shelby Wood.
That
Got it.
Alfa Romeo in that that red Alfa.
Got it. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for a race shortened, incident shortened VRG mid-bore production race. Next up is going to be race group number 2 for BMW Car Club of America. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
From kart to car, the path to pro racing starts here. The Kart to Car program by Willie and Able Racing, the Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 and Spec Miata rental specialists teams up with Low Key Racing, your trusted Sodi kart dealer and premier coaching team. With expert instruction, proven trackside support, and licensing guidance, we help karters 14 and up make the leap into pro racing. Learn more at WNARacing.com or lowkeyracing.com.
You live for the ride, the road, and the track. Engineered precision fit batteries that are track tested and driver trusted. Optima, the ultimate power source.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. The revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap, always chill.
Welcome back, everybody, to Watkins Glen International. It is the 2025 Vintage Races at the Glen with special guests Alphas at the Glen, and it's the 2025 Can-Am Challenge presented by the BMW Car Club of America, and that is who is up right now. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati, and again, we apologize. We're trying to work through some technical issues here at the Glen. No, it's certainly not up to our standards and not what you expect, but the racing so far, Brian, has been wonderful.
Yeah, I tell you what, each of the groups that have gone out, including the, with the BMW group that we saw, the Group 1, came down to, basically in both of those classes, came down to pretty much the last lap. So I'm expecting to see the same thing here with this other group of BMWs going out as well. I'll tell you what, Greg, why don't we go ahead and let's give at least the top 20 for the rundown here.
Sounds good.
Starting on the pole in the number 846, that's going to be Todd Brown. Starting in the second position in the 014, that's Brooks Friedman. Starting in the third position in the 226, that's Will Vanderjack. Starting in the fourth position in the 672, that's going to be Brant Stover. Starting in the fifth position, the number 50 of Ryan White. Starting in the sixth position, the 07 of Robert Chang. Starting in the seventh position, the number 288, that's going to be Peter I'm going to mispronounce this, Peter.
You are.
Definitely apologize. Agapalu. Starting in the eighth position, in the number 399, that's going to be Scott Glennie. Starting in the ninth position, the number 29 of Jason Alexander. Starting in the 10th position, that's going to be the 417 of Kurt Olson. Starting in the 11th position, the number 96 of Jared Randall. Starting in the 12th position, in the 173, that's Adrian Popsicue. Starting in the 13th position, the 013, that's Richard Diasis. Starting in the 14th position, the 703 of Chris Wally. Starting in the 15th position, that's the 32 of David DeJesus. Starting in the 16th position, the 88 of Michael Wetzel. Starting in the 17th position, that's the 888 of Job Neiman. Starting in the 19th position, this is the 247 of Eric Plipachuk. Starting in the 19th position, the number 70 of Matthew Noonan. Starting in the 20th position, the 271 of John Alexander. Starting 21st in the field, the 487 of Ryan Agnew. Starting in the 22nd position, the 27 of John Newman. Starting in the 23rd position, the 152 of J.P. Tracy. Starting in the 24th position is the 595 of Michael Saul. Starting in the 25th position, the number 36 of Corey Wagner. Starting in the 26th position, the 124 of Michelle Herron. Starting in the 27th position, the 067 of Gregory Teese. Starting in the 28th position, the 514 of Francois Metvir. Starting in the 29th position, the 003 of Charles Benoit. Starting in the 30th, in the 051, that's Greg Martin. Starting 31st on the field is the 392 of Warren Wolff. And we'll get the rest of those in a couple of minutes. We've got a couple DNFs, so I'm not sure where they're going to start. We'll pick them up as they cross the start-finish line. But again, Greg, I do believe we are going to be 33-car field here to start out our second group in our BMW.
Yeah, and I believe, Brian, when you said that there are a couple of DNFs, that was from yesterday's races. Both the Vintage Racer Group and BMW CCA were here yesterday racing. And as you mentioned, a couple of the racers did not finish in this group, finish their initial race yesterday afternoon. So we'll see where they slot in here. We'll be able to pick that up here in just a few moments.
Tell you what, Robert Chang got a great start, moved from third position, Greg, moved into the middle of the track right now, and then Brooks Friedman didn't get the really run that he wanted to. They were almost 2-3 wide going into turn number one, and when they came out of turn number one, headed up turn two, up into the S's, they were almost still 2 wide, then 3 wide.
And we had 2 wide going into the bus stop there between Todd Brown and Robert Chang. And they finally got it figured out right on exit, but I thought we were going to have a replay of our last race, Brian.
Yeah, kind of trying to get through there. We saw some instances yesterday when we were kind of, watching some of these cars, they ended up going, having some challenges getting through that inner loop down into the outer loop. So good to see that both of our groups were able to make it through there quite effectively these last 2 races there. We didn't have any incidents moving through that inner and outer loop.
As they come out of the heel of the boot for the very first time, Brian. And again, apologies with the cameras here. Maybe we need to find some union camera people. That's what we get for being strike busters.
Tell you, as we get single file here, and again, Greg, we talked about this in our earlier groups, and this is definitely the group that you want to be single file coming up out of from turn 8 into turn 9. You don't want to make that 2 moves between that little short shoot. That will definitely scrub up a lot of speed. And I tell you what, Brooks Freeman, Todd Brown, and then even Robert Chang, they did it effectively through there. They were able to get through that quite well there. As you also got the 226 there, Will, in that 3rd position right now. And I tell you what, these guys really starting to get strung out here a little bit, with the top of the lead. We also have that exhibition class, Greg, and some of those, most of those are those Porsche Cayennes, those GT4s within this group as well. So again, throwing a little bit of an exhibition with some of these Porsches in there, it really does make a little bit for pretty decent racing here, not only racing against BMW, but as well running in for that exhibition in some of those Porsches, those Caymans as well.
And to pick them out, you'll when you look at our timing and scoring, Brian, I believe they are listed, the class is listed as EXB, and that would be, well, basically all the non-BMW drivers out there.
Yeah.
There's a car that that our corner workers are watching, Brian, that they believe that I'm having flashbacks to like the mid '80s with my Nissan Maxima, where it would tell me that a door is ajar. A door is ajar, and it turns out that yes, a door might be ajar with one of our racers. We'll try and get the number on that in just a moment, as our leader's now coming through turn 9.
Yeah, I tell you what, when they came out of turn number 8, Brooks Freeman really getting really wide coming down through there, but he was able to help extend that lead a little bit as he got through turn 9. So he definitely got through turn 9 a lot better than Todd Brown in that 846 machine. It looks like we may have one car, Greg, that may have slowed down quite a bit.
Considerably, and dropping some fuel or some kind of fluid, and then, or maybe oil, is Brian. He comes right to us there, and you'd see that maybe it might be coolant, given the way that the smoke is coming under the hood there.
Yeah.
And that car slid around. That there had just been a call from race control about it, and we saw it very clearly as he crossed the start-finish line.
Yeah.
I was going to say that's kind of what they call self-cleaning, but I don't know for sure. It looks like, again, there was a lot of fluid put down on the surface.
Well, we'll see if he's definitely going to continue down. He may end up making that quick right-hand turn and come up the hill, and that's exactly what he's doing, making that turn. I believe going to come back up through there. We'll try to get what that number is. Definitely come back through the into the paddock area. And we'll see, but I think what we're going to end up getting is kind of that surface debris flag out from our start all the way down through there. So
yeah, and the word is from the corners is that it looked like it from down there that it was coolant and that the car was overheating.
Yeah. We'll definitely keep an eye on who that was, and when the next time they go by, Greg, because I didn't catch the number over the radio, but that was one of our front leading cars.
Yes. I think there, and I'm wondering if that was, and unfortunately, we don't have in our timing system the colors like we do with VRG. But I think, and as they come through, because where there were 3, there are now 2.
Well, and I tell you what, I think
and
Freeman. Freeman and Todd Brown. They're putting on the thing right here.
So it might have been Vanajak in the 226 machine. As he was the third car to come across the line. And so let's see here. Is these racers? No, actually.
Definitely not Vanajak.
It might be Todd Brown then.
Yeah, it could be Todd Brown in the
846. Yeah, I think as Vanajak for the second lap in a row sets the fast lap, and we'd show him here if we could see through the pink.
Yeah. So it definitely was Todd Brown as the rest of the cars come through. So Todd Brown in the 846, having that overheating problem, was able to pull off down in turn one and then able to continue back through to get himself off the racetrack, and then ended up coming back up the kind of the access road there right off of turn number one. So don't think there's anything down. Again, our starter, put out that, that surface flag, debris flag, just for that one little instance there, but I think don't think there's anything down there on the racetrack. So we look a little bit further back. I'm going to try to pick this up, Greg. It's a good battle between the 07 of Robert Chang, the 399 of Scott Glennie, and they should be right now. Probably we'll look for our leaders. This is actually
that wasn't the
sixth.
I was going to say I think we just caught the tail end of them coming through the outer loop right now, Brian.
We'll have to
let's
take
a look.
Jason Alexander is going to be about another 5/10 behind them. That is the battle in that CM class there.
I think that's it right there.
Yeah, that's going to be the battle. We'll see here real quick. That's going to be the battle actually for fourth. The last time they went by, it looked like that Glennie was going to try to make a move on Chang. Just wasn't able to get it done. It may be right there.
Right. Those are the three that I think we've been watching. They just happen to get to turn 8 a little bit faster than some of our mid-bore vintage cars.
And then we got one car coming through there. It looks like that, again, our overall leader just now going through. So we'll look up that chain. Looks like that one car got really, really loose coming out of turn number 9. So we'll see. Get that number there. That car just looked very, very unstable. So there goes. So Alexander has moved ahead. So Robert Chang has actually moved. So where that battle was, again, and that could have been a product of, it was that 399 car that I was talking about, Greg, that just was very, very loose coming through there. It's lost a ton of positions in terms of, on the racetrack, giving up to Jason Alexander in that exhibition in one of those Porsche Caymans. There's that battle up front there. And again, that's two different classes there, Greg. So the battle with Brooks Friedman and Vanajak in that 226 machine, that's two different classes, but both of those cars kind of evenly matched right there between both of those drivers, getting really good runs through this race course right now. Last time by, that was less than a tenth, and it does look like Vanajak was going to make a move, just couldn't able to make it stick.
Yeah, not able to get there.
Through that turn, so ended up holding on to that.
And in this section of the course, it looks like he ends up losing quite a bit of time.
Yeah, not having the stable set up there early on. Again, only a couple laps completed, 4 laps completed right now. So again, not enough to do that. So now it looks like Vanajak's going to get back in front of Friedman in that 014 machine.
Let's see.
As they just now went down into turn number 1. So Vanajak definitely opening up the gap there. That's almost a second.
Right. I was going to say that's huge now.
Yeah. I think than it was before.
And we've got a local caution, Brian, over by the outer loop. And unfortunately, I don't think it's in an area where our cameras are going to pick it up. It's actually a little bit further down from this, heading down towards 7. And we're getting word that there were 3 cars that came down into the what they call the chute, which is coming out of the outer loop, going into down down into the boot, down through the laces of the boot, that may have had a couple cars. It sounded like they were going 3 wide through there.
There's definitely a car sitting down there. They can't see the number down there, but there's definitely one down there. So we'll keep an eye on there. But again, Greg, that's a product if you're sending something down in there 3 wide with 3 cars, especially with these BMWs, it doesn't work really with 2 wide, let alone 3 wide, because it narrows down there a little bit, coming down to make that left-hand turn just past the outer loop. And it's an all downhill run. So if there was 3 wide right there, it does sound like one of those drivers did not make. And again, once we get the number, we'll let you guys know. But they're sending somebody down there to take a look to see if they can get that number on that car. But definitely a car down there, so there will be a standing yellow down there for quite some time. Looks like we're getting the Brooks Friedman machine.
I was just going to say, over at turn 10, and I think he continued. I think he just ended up, as they called him, 4 off. I think this area here, Brian, as you come out of turn 10, is one of those areas where they extended out the concrete or the asphalt primarily for NASCAR to come through, because it's a very high-speed corner there. And I think simply that car may have just gone full 4 wheels over beyond the actual
kind of the
yellow, red, and blue curbing.
Yeah.
All right, so our leaders now, next time our leader comes by, they are going to get a signal for 1 lap remaining here in this Group 2 sprint race. And both of our BMW CCA racers will be back this afternoon.
I'll tell you what, Greg, why don't we do this? Why don't we make a call to the grid there then, since we're going to get the 1 to go, and we'll keep an eye for Will Vanajak.
Attention in the paddock race, VRG race group 4, please head to the grid. VRG, that's groups 4A and 4B, please head to the grid.
Yeah, again, with 1 lap to go here, want to get them kind of moving. Waiting for that 226 machine right now, getting ready to come out, I believe, out of turn number 10, maybe headed up into turn number, is he just now coming out of turn number 9 there, heading up?
I know it's hard to tell with our...
I think he just now came out of turn 10, so he should be coming through turn number 11 now. I believe he is maybe the second
car in the line, and the white one. Yeah, I believe so.
Nope, neither one of those two.
Okay.
Just now coming through turn number 10.
Okay, let's move back over.
Yep. So
there they are.
Right there. That's him right there in the first, and then Friedman is going to be the second.
All right, so as they come out of the final corner, and now we could see the starter with his finger in the air, 1 lap remaining here for our Group 2 race.
Again, you're going to get the rest of these. I'll tell you what, Jason Alexander in that Porsche came in, Greg. I mean, he started back a little bit further back than I think he wanted to. He was almost in 9th place, and he worked all the way up into 5th right now. So again, Jason Alexander in that Cayman really making some ground up here late in this race. Getting a good run really on the second half of this course. Really, once they get through turn number 5 down there through the bus stop and through the back half, that's, it seems, where he really starting to make some ground. He is about 1.1 seconds back behind Robert Chang in that 07. Again, not a battle for in class, but a battle on the racetrack between those. So Jason Alexander really getting through this course pretty quickly. Wait should be just now getting ready to, waiting for our overall leaders there. Will Vanajak, Brooks Friedman, and then Brant Stover has moved up into third in that 672 machine. So Brant, that's second place in that CM class. Robert Chang now 3.5 seconds back behind Stover for that last podium spot there. So we'll see whether or not Robert Chang's going to be able to close that gap, but I know he's going to end up with Jason Alexander, so it looks like he may have to take the second half of this race, Greg, and defend, in order if he wants to keep that position.
All right, so as they come out of the final corner and onto the front straight, it is leading the C-Mod class, Will Vanajak, with Brooks Freeman, your B-Mod leader. Brant Stover running down, and checkered flag is in the air, so Vanajak will take the C-Mod win. Freedman will take the B-Mod win. Brant Stover should be the next racer across the line. Checkered flag in the air. And actually, that was some lapped traffic next across the line.
There goes Brant
There he
Stover
goes.
right now.
22 seconds back. So Stover will finish second in C-Mod. Robert Chang, 3 seconds back from there, will finish third in C-Mod, fourth overall. Jason Alexander is the winner in the exhibition class, nay, the Porsches. Then Scott Glennie in C-Mod, Jared Randall in C-Mod. Chris Whaley finishes eighth overall, second in exhibition in his Porsche 991 chassis. And then John Alexander in his Porsche GT4 Club Sport will finish ninth overall, third in exhibition. And then we've got Kirk Olson in C-Mod in his E36 328, rounding out your top 10. If we take a look at PWR 4, David DeJesus will take the win over Eric Polipchuk. And our sole racer today in M2 Spec is Michael Wetzel. We were scheduled to have Frank McClenahan race as well. We got word on Friday that, or actually Thursday night, that he had some mechanical issues and likely wouldn't be back. It's a shame because he would have been one of our in-car streamers. That should, let's see, in IP, Matthew Noonan takes the win over Ryan Agnew. Johannes Niemann will finish in third. And that will wrap up our BMW Group 2 race. So let's make a final call, Brian, for our next race group. Attention in the paddock. VRG Groups 4A and 4B. Sports racers and big bore, please head to the grid. Race Group 4, VRG Race Group 4. Sports racers and big bore, please head to the grid. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments. Please stay with us.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
From kart to car, the path to pro racing starts here. The Kart to Car program by Willie & Able Racing, the Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 and Spec Miata rental specialists teams up with Low Key Racing, your trusted Sodi kart dealer and premier coaching team. With expert instruction, proven trackside support, and licensing guidance, we help karters 14 and up make the leap into pro racing. Learn more at WNARacing.com or lowkeyracing.com.
You live for the ride, the road, and the track. Engineered precision fit batteries that are track tested and driver trusted. Optima, the ultimate power source.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. The revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap, always chill.
Welcome back, everybody, to Watkins Glen International. It's the 2025 Vintage Races at the Glen, presented by the Vintage Racer Group, with special guests Alphas at the Glen. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati. And Brian, coming up now, it's the big boys in the tin tops. You can see there C3 Corvettes, Camaros, big Trans Am boys, as well as many of our sports racers as well, with the S2000 cars. I think, unfortunately, we only have two of them here today. They're going to likely start at the front of the field. They are the fastest cars out here, but it should be a very good race with our big bore racers as the pace car now leads the field into the bus stop. Why don't we run down part of the starting order?
Yeah, we'll start off with those sports racers. Again, only two of them out there. Starting on the pole in that number 15, that's going to be Mark Clark in that 1990 Swift DB5. Starting in the second position, the number 4, that's going to be Chip Vance in that 1987 Lola T87. Starting on the pole, basically in our big bore group, that's going to be the 199. That's going to be Burton Kyle August. He's going to be in a 1966 Ford Mustang. Starting in the second position is going to be the number 12. That's going to be Joey Beaujolad in that 1967 Jetta G12. Starting in the third position, fifth overall, is going to be the 137 of Kevin Farnham in that 1967 Pontiac Firebird. Starting in sixth overall, he's the number 68 in a Chevrolet Camaro. That's going to be Michael Dubé. Starting in the seventh position is the number 16 in that 1971 Chevron B19. That's Joseph Buzetta. Starting in the eighth position in another 1969 Chevron B16. And we've seen him out here twice already, Greg.
Yes, we have.
That's going to be Kurt Utzbay in that number 42.
Getting his money's worth with the track. Lots of races here today.
Three races already today. Starting in the ninth position in that 113 in a 1969 Chevrolet Corvette, that's Glenn Every. Starting in the 10th position, the 37 in a 1970 Chevrolet Camaro, that's James Glass. Starting in the 11th position in the number 47, a 1988 BMW Ed3, that's David LeBrun. Starting in the 12th position in the 121 in a 2002 Van Diemen RFS2, that's Mark Adler. Starting in the 13th position, the number 22 in a 1973 Datsun 240Z, that's Martin Hanshai. Starting in the 14th position, the number 43, that's Stephen LeBrun, and he's in a 1970 Datsun 240Z. Starting in the 15th position, the 122 in a 1965 Ford Mustang, that's Gilbert Grable. Starting in the 16th position in the number 11 in a 1972 Datsun 240Z, that's Peter Raganetti. Starting in the 17th position in the number 83 in a 1988 Alfa Romero, that's Alvin Mitchell. Starting in the 18th position in that number 66 in a 1966 Ford Mustang, that's Greg Smith. Starting 19th in the 27B in a 1979 Datsun is Adam Bork. And we'll get to the rest of the group, Greg, as our green flag is now out. Again, somewhat of a split start between our sports racers with Mark Clark and Chip Vance. But I tell you what, Burton Kyle August, that ended up getting a great run on the start there. But I tell you what, it's going to be Joey Beaujolad, Greg, in that number 12, in that 1967 Jetta. Almost got a great run. Well, actually did get a great run. Not almost, but it looked like it almost shot out of a cannon there because he got a great run through turn one. He's actually coming up onto the very top of Chip Vance and Mark Clark.
And Brian, it sounds like we may have had a car go off, actually going down on the pace lap, pulled off on the pace lap down, going into the boot. That car is going to be heading back to the pits. Sounds like it's back underway now. But all I can tell you is from race controls, we've got the race control in our ears. And when the green flag came out, all we heard from race control was, oh, my gosh.
Well, I'll tell you what, Greg, the actual call is Joey Beaujolad, who came out of turn number 1. So it wasn't on the pace lap. It was right after the start. He is just now getting ready to come up through the S's and start to go into the inner loop there. So Joey Beaujolad, again, and maybe that's the announcer's curse because I said that it looked like he got shot out of a cannon. Almost got too quickly down through turn number 1. because he ended up going off down there up against the guardrail, but again, has continued through there. So Joey Beaujolais having that early problems there. We'll see whether or not he's going to be able to continue through the entire race, or will he pull it down into pit road. I'm not sure if there was any contact with any of the guardrail. I think just pulled off driver's right, having that problem. Car may have shut off on him. As we watch our overall leaders there with Mark Clark and Chip Vance, I believe that's going to be Mark Clark out in front, heading down out of turn number 10 into turn number 11, getting ready to come out through the start-finish line now, and definitely that is going to be Mark Clark with a lead of about 3.5 seconds over Chip Vance. Then you got to go to Burton Kyle August in that 199. Then Kevin Farnham, move him up into 4th overall. Michael Dubé in that number 68 in that Chevrolet Camaro. I'll tell you what, Michael Dubé ran really, really strong here last year when we were here. So look for Michael to be pretty quick in this big bore group. So it looks like we also had Joey Beaujolais trying to get all the way back around, definitely going to come through the pit road this time by as he cut through the short course. So again, we'll see whether or not he continues or does he pull down pit road. I'm almost positive he will probably pull down on pit road here coming out of turn number 11, and there it is, as he definitely goes down on pit road. So the incident that he had down in turn 1 is definitely pulled him back through there. So as we go through, again, Mark Clark and Chip Vance opening up a little bit. August sitting there in that 199, again in that Ford Mustang. Watching practice here yesterday, Burton Kyle August seemed pretty quick here, so look for him to be right up at the top of the charts there. Kevin Farnham, again, moving up as well. We go a little bit further back. Kurt Utzbe, again, we talked about him right off the start. We saw him 3 times already today, so definitely getting out here in getting some track time. James Glass, pretty quick out here last year, I believe, in that yellow Camaro, or in that red and white, or again, that yellow Chevrolet Camaro, that 1970. So again, pretty quickly through there as well. Getting a call here. It looks like we may have the 21 machine may have pulled off down into pulled off right down near the tire wall, and I believe that may be the 121. That may be Mark Adler in that Van Diemen that may have pulled out through there.
And what corner, Brian, did you say?
Well, I didn't hear the corner number, but it does look like that may be the 121. Okay. Or it could be George Ladyman in the 21 in that Chevrolet Corvette. And so, right, Greg, it looks like we are going. Sorry, it looks like we are going to a double yellow.
All right, we're going to try to pick up the leader here, which is, I believe, nope, not there.
No. We'll pick that up. So I believe should be getting ready, coming up to station number 9 here momentarily. Yep. So looks like he's just now getting ready to come out of turn 9, or getting ready to come into turn number 9. We're waiting to see when Mark Clark is going to come up through there.
So I was just looking at our turn 8 cameras and didn't see them, Brian. Is that possibly coming through the outer loop now?
It's definitely going to be one of our sports racers, so we'll definitely be able to tell.
And we apologize, we're jumping around.
That may be, I think they're going to be just in front of there, so they're probably just now getting ready to come into turn number 8. The leaders are probably down in turn number 8 right there. So there's Mark Clark.
Right.
Again, and then Chip Vance will be there. So.
All right, and Brian, we are going to be going to black flag conditions, bringing all the racers now onto the pit lane, because essentially because they do need to deploy some of our emergency services teams onto the track in order to clear the incident, and that's kind of the house rules at Watkins Glen International. If we do have to deploy emergency services teams onto the track, you're going to go to a black flag condition here to
Yeah.
take drivers off of the track surface and onto the pit lane. All right, so if we take a look now, and we'll see here in just a moment, racers starting to come down the pit lane. It is Mark Clark in the number 15 machine, and there you go. You see him crossing over the start-finish line from the pit lane. He's your leader in the S2 class. Chip Vance in a vintage Sport 2000 car, running second. Burton August in his BP 1966 Ford Mustang, third. Kevin Farnham in a 67 Firebird. And Brian, I remember last year here at the Glen, those two racers all weekend long, you know, in those first-gen Camaro and Firebirds had a blast.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about there. I mean, Michael Dubé is pretty quick. Kevin Farnham in that 137, that yellow machine, have been very, very quick in that class all year long.
All right, so, and you said Michael Dubé fifth. Adler in his Van Diemen RF S2, Sport 2000 car, sixth. Glenn Every in his BP 1969 C3 Chevy Corvette. That's the red and white machine we were tracking. Seventh. James Glass, eighth in his 1970 Camaro. And matter of fact, there he goes right across the start-finish line in the bright yellow Camaro. Then Joseph Busetta in a Chevron B19, the red number 42 machine. Oh, no, I'm sorry. He's in the showing as being in the 16 machine. Sorry. Joseph Busetta in his, then let's try it again. Kurt Uzbey, who, again, as you mentioned, we've seen many, many times so far today, and then the red number 42 Chevron. He rounds out your top 10. All right, so Brian, let's do this as the clock continues to count down here. Why don't we start making a call to the grid for the next race group?
Yeah, we got some cars already up there, so why don't we go ahead and do that?
And that's going to be, I think, the second time today that we've seen.
That's going to be a small bore group.
Yeah, the small bore group, second time today. So let's make that call. Attention in the paddock. VRG Group 1, that's small bore, under 1,300 cc. Formula V and pre-1960 cars. Please start heading to the grid. VRG Race Group 1, please head to the grid. All right, so as we're under full course caution here, Brian, why don't we take a quick little pause, and we will come back with more information as soon as we have it. Here at Watkins Glen International, you're watching the 2025 Vintage Racers with Alphas at the Glen, presented by the Vintage Racer Group. Please stay with us. Welcome back, everybody, to Watkins Glen International. It's the 2025 Vintage Races at the Glen with Alphas at the Glen, presented by the Vintage Racer Group. And, of course, we've got the BMW Car Club of America and their Can-Am Challenge here as well. We haven't said it for the last couple of minutes, so I'm going to say it again. We apologize for the quality of the video that we're handing out to you right now, having a lot of technical issues here at Watkins Glen that we are having to contend with. But we're going to try to make the best of it here, Brian. We are got a couple minutes remaining now in our Group 4A, Group 4B race. That's for the Sports 2000 sports racers and big bore racers here with the Vintage Racer Group.
Yeah, again, quick little cleanup. Whatever it was they had down there, they're able to get that done and get these cars back out here. Again, we'll see how long they're going to go. Now kind of running up on that time. I wouldn't be surprised if we get probably 2 laps in, do this. Next time they come by, they'll get the green kind of at that start-finish line here and back into it. Again, we were talking about Kevin Farnham along with Michael Dubé. Again, there's a slower car, I think, in between both of them. So it ends up being where, Michael's going to have to work hard to get around if he wants to run down that yellow Pontiac Firebird in that Camaro. So we'll have to see whether or not Michael can do it again. We talked about this last year. Those two kind of battled the entire event both days, not only on the long course here, but even on the short course, coming through here at Watkins Glen. So it should be a really good battle for that.
All right, Brian, as they are making their way through, and when they come back across the line, they will get the green flag as somewhere probably a little less than 13 minutes remaining in this race. The times that we show on our ticker with the countdown there, Brian, they are approximate.
Yeah, they are subject to change based off of the steward's discretion here, because it is about timing when you have over yesterday, today, and even tomorrow.
16 races in a day.
16, 17 races. Yeah, you got to get through them pretty quickly. So, trying to make that green to checker, status there, it doesn't really work all the time. As we have seen in the last couple sessions. So.
All right, so Clark and Vance leading the field through turn 11, through the final corner onto the front straight. Starter is going to look over. And one lap remaining.
Yep, so I was pretty close there. I figured we'd get 2, but we're getting the green and the 1 to go. So if Vance wants to get on Clark, definitely going to have to make that move. It looks like Clark is really, really strong coming out of turn number 1, Greg, and then starting to head up that hill into turn 2. I tell you what, the driver that did not get the good run there is going to be Kevin Farnham as he dropped back a little bit. Well, actually, he's ahead in that Pontiac Firebird. Didn't look like he got the start. We'll see whether or not Michael Dubé is going to be able to run him down.
All right, it sounds like we've got coming up the S's, another driver off course. Of course, with this being the final lap, likely not going to cause much of an issue, except on the cool-down lap, Brian.
Yeah. Yeah, as it now looks like Kevin Farnham going to try to get by Chip Vance in that number 4 as it came through the outer loop, Greg. That was a sports racer in a Pontiac Firebird. Never thought I'd hear me say that as they're racing. And
the Firebird had almost as much grip going through there.
Well, not really. Kind of lost a little bit.
Again, I'd be sarcastic.
Yeah. Yeah, and it looks like we may have had where Farnham may have dropped back a little bit further. We'll have to see. There goes Mark Clark right now. There goes Chip Vance.
With about
and then now you have, that looks like that's the Van Diemen of Mark Adler in the 121 that has moved all the way up into 3rd place. So we have to keep an eye on where Burton, Kyle August, Kevin Farnham, and Michael Dubé just went to. I believe there goes Farnham. There's Dubé.
That's where they went to.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's check as our leaders are going to be coming out of the final corner here. And it is Mark Clark, Chip Vance, and Kevin and Michael Dubé. And then as we look at the big bore cars, they are going to be coming to the line here. We swear. There they are. And it is going to be Burton Kyle August in his Mustang, followed by Farnham.
Dubé got in front of Farnham coming out of the last two corners.
Yeah, you're right. So give it to Dubé in the red Camaro. Gets across the line ahead of the Firebird. Then we got Glenn Every in his 1969 Chevy Corvette. James Glass in his 70 Camaro. Then we've got the two Chevrons of Buzetta and Uzbek coming across the line. They were separated by a little bit less than 2 seconds. Stephen LeBrun in his the red and white Datsun 240Z, followed by the white 280Z of Martin Hanshaw, and then Peter Raganetti in the red Datsun 240Z. And those Datsun, by the way, the two Datsuns, Brian, as they came across the line, LeBron and Hanshaw separated by 5/100ths of a second.
Yeah, they were a pretty good battle coming off that last turn. I was able to look out the window here and see, the battle they had. So pretty good battle there.
All right. That's going to wrap things up for our short and big bore race. Brian, let's make a final call for the Group 1 drivers. Looks like most of them are on the grid. Attention in the paddock. VRG Group 1, please head to the grid. Your race is next. VRG Group 1, please head to the grid. Your race is next. And with that, we're going to take another quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments with more racing action from Watkins Glen.
We're Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Combining the art and science of going fast, Peter Krause provides professional, private coaching and analysis for sports car drivers at many East Coast tracks, including Virginia International Raceway, as well as remotely via Zoom. A multi-time championship-winning race car driver, award-winning mechanic, and automotive historian, Krause can communicate effectively both the psychology and methodology of going fast, pioneering the use of GPS data and video logging technology to advance driver performance in club-level, historic, and entry-level professional series since 2001. Peter relies on data-driven objective measures, creating successful strategies to make his drivers faster. An expert in AIM, VBOX, Motec, and Garmin, as well as other systems. If you have questions on how to get more out of your data, schedule a consultation either in person or remotely to leverage the power of your tools to improve your driving. For more information, call 919-740-1871 or visit www.peterkrause.net today.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win.
Formulated to win.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their Spec Racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering Spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
If you're a racer, you want to be fast, but you have to be safe. That's why professionals and amateurs alike go to HMS Motorsport for their safety equipment. HMS Motorsport is the industry's leading full-service racing safety provider. Protective clothing and helmets, harnesses, fire suppression, communication and data acquisition equipment, and more. All from the motorsport safety experts, HMS Motorsport. 2 retail locations and at hmsmotorsport.com.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here with BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International. It is the 2025 Vintage Races at the Glen with the Alphas at the Glen presented by the Vintage Racer Group. We also have our good guests, the BMW Car Club of America with the 2025 Can-Am Challenge. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati, and we are winding things down, Brian, before we break for lunch. We've got this one last race before we head to lunch, and should be at lunch around noon and hopefully back around 1 o'clock or thereabouts. And for those of you at the track, we'll certainly let you know over the PA system where we stand. But this is for this group, Brian, for our small bore racers under 1300 cc, Formula Vs, and the pre-1960 machines. Not only is it their second race today, I believe, because they also raced multiple times yesterday. I think this is their fourth race of the weekend so far. Getting, like I said, great track time opportunities here at Watkins Glen when there's green flag racing, of course.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, well, a lot of track time. Let's go ahead and run through some of these some of the starters here for this. And again, for the fourth time today already in that Lotus 23B, that 1962, that's going to be the number 42 of Kurt Utzbay. Starting in the second place in that 1965 Mini Cooper, that's the yellow number 198 of John Clerk. Starting in the third position is going to be Ralph Solomon in the 88 in that 1962 Bobsy. And I think Ralph had some problems earlier on this morning when he went out too, Greg, so we'll have to see how long that car has out, if that car is even out here on the group. Some of these cars did not make, looking down through the grid here, it doesn't look like everybody was there. So we'll give everything we've got here of who's going to start, and then we'll pick them up as they cross the start-finish line. But scheduled to start fourth is the 111 in that 1967 Jannetta G4. That's Harvey Park. Starting in the fifth position, the 19 in that 1961 Austin Healey Sprite. That's Justin D'Antonio. Starting in the sixth position in that 155 and a 1963 Austin Healey Sprite as well. That's Peter Carroll. Starting in the seventh position in the number 64 in that 1964 Turner Mark III. That's Stephen Herstrit. Starting in the eighth position in the 256, we talked about him earlier this morning, that's going to be Roger Kaysen in that 1956 Alfa Romeo. Starting in the number 9th position is going to be the 69, and this is one of our first Spec Renault racers. Greg, this is going to be Michael Schroeder. In the 10th position, in the number 790, in a 1957 Alfa Romeo, that is going to be John Fang.
Did you say an 1857 Alfa Romeo?
1957. I may have said 1857. I'm starting to lose my voice already after
and
10 races already. So And starting in 11th, and I know we're getting ready to come through turn number 10, turn number 11. Starting scheduled to start 50, in the 11th position is the number 55. That's going to be Doug Faust. Starting in the 12th position, the 109 of Mac McCormick. Starting in the 13th position in that number 60, Drew Cullen. Scheduled to start in the 14th position, the 47 of Todd Wetzel. And scheduled to start in the 15th position, the 23 in a 1962 Austin Healey. That's Peter McCarthy. And Greg, as we look down the start-finish line, we are green. So our fourth race of this group for our VRG small bore race is now again underway. And it looks like John Clerk there and Ralph Solomon. That's going to be your front row headed down into turn number 1. And it does look like Clerk's going to get ahead of Solomon. Solomon's not going to go away too quickly there, as it looks like he's going to try to stay driver's left of Clerk, because they're going to go too wide up through the S's here, up on the top of the hill. We'll see who's going to be able to hold on to it, and it does look like it is going to be Solomon. And another good run by, I believe that is the 155 there, Peter Carroll, where he has moved up back in behind John Clerk in that 198 in that Mini Cooper.
Yeah, again, Carroll in that beautiful number, the dark blue Datsun 510, or probably, in the I'm sorry, is that the 510 of, no, the Austin Healey Sprite, pardon me, of formerly Christine Fox, Chris Fox.
Yep.
Yeah, great start. Yeah, there he is right at the back of that line, and a gorgeous car.
Okay, again, some of the drivers looks like not making this. When we cross the line, I believe I didn't see the 111 of Hervey Park. We'll see whether or not he's in there. He may have dropped back a little bit. Or that silver 19 of Justin D'Antonio. I don't believe they came out. Again, this is their fourth race of the weekend already, Greg, through yesterday. Had 2 races, had one earlier this morning, right around that 8:30 time frame. So, again, 4 races here this weekend so far for this first group, and then tomorrow they've got one group where they're going to race, and that's going to be on the short course. So 5 races in total for pretty much, I believe, each of our race groups. So again, as you talked about, a lot of track time out here on this in this facility here. As we look now coming out of turn number 8, headed up into turn number 9, that looks like that is going to be Ralph Solomon in the 88 in that 1962 Bopsy. So again, another good, strong showing for Solomon. But again, I know he had that problem earlier on.
Oh, and Brian, look at this as the Mini Cooper now has dropped back. The yellow Mini Cooper dropping back a number of position. Michael Schrader with a nice move coming underneath the Mini Cooper going into turn 9 to pick up a position, and now moving up into, looks like in the 5th position, but the Mini Cooper gets him back coming out of turn 10.
Yeah, looks like he's going to sit there and hang on to it, and it does look like Hervey Park did make it, so it was kind of hard to see that green. So he's in second. Justin D'Antonio, again, another Austin Healey. That Mini Cooper going through turn number 9, Greg, was almost to the point where it became top-heavy with all of the cars that were there between the Janettas and the Austin Healeys and the Bopsies.
You're talking about top-heavy for a whole bunch of open-top cars, Brian.
Yeah, absolutely. So, it becomes, exactly. So not getting the run that he wanted through there. As you can see there, he's going to drop all the way back to 5th. But again, John Clark fell back earlier on in the first race that we called early this morning and was able to work his way back up and had that pretty heavy battle. So we'll see kind of what we've got going on here. But didn't get the run that he really wanted to out of there. So you can see where Solomon is starting to open up now over Perk, and then Justin D'Antonio right there behind him. And again, now Peter Carroll starting to really battle with John Clerk in that 198 machine. Peter Carroll last time by was ahead in 4th, but it looks like John Clerk, as they come through the inner loop, now down through the outer loop, looks like he's going to get back in front of Clerk, or get back in front of Carroll. And then you've got Michael Schroeder. That's the first car, that yellow car in that Spec Renault Racer. So again, really trying to put his nose up in there as they start to come down through the boot and head up into turn number 8 once more to continue on lap number 2 here. So again, another good battles all the way back. Drew Cullen, Mac McCormick, Peter McCarthy there. They were within half a second of each other right there. That's 7th, 8th, and 9th. And again, not for a battle in class, but a battle for position on the racetrack. So we'll we'll keep an eye on that battle as well. But yeah, our leaders now heading up out of turn number 8 here, getting ready to come into turn number 9. And Greg, this is where we're really starting to see Hervey Park in that 111. That's where he really makes his ground up.
Yeah, he does.
Really coming up out of turn number 8 up into turn number 9. Again, these two guys went at it earlier this morning before I believe Solomon had that problem and fell back. I think he may have fallen all the way back into like that 6th and 7th place after that race this morning. So getting that fixed up here. And then you've got Justin D'Antonio in that Austin Healy in that 61. And it does look like John Clerk is now going to open that back up, that lead over Peter Carroll. That's for 4th and 5th overall.
Yeah, so that's Carroll in 5th, and then Schrader in the yellow Sports Racer, or at Sports Renault, is what they go by. It's essentially the first generation of what is still run today in the SCCA is Spec Racer Ford. Of course, when it first started out in the mid-'80s, when Renault had American Motors here and the Alliance and the Encore, that's where those engines were coming from.
Yeah, I tell you what, Greg, let's keep this shot right here for a couple seconds here. I want to pick up the battle between Peter McCarthy and the number 23 in the green Austin Healy, as well as the 55 of Doug Faust in the MG Midget, the white and the blue one.
Yeah, so I think the second and third cars in the line coming to the bus stop now. Is that? Well, there's the green.
Yeah, right there. Right in there. So, those two, when they went by the start finish line last time, Doug Faust in that white and that blue 55 tried to make a move, tried to pull over driver's right. Not sure if he was trying to get air to the car, or was he just trying to figure out where Peter McCarthy was going to go? Because when Peter McCarthy came out of turn number 11 down the front stretch, kind of moved to the center of the racetrack and then moved back to the left. So kind of made that double move there, and I'm not sure if that caught Faust by surprise. But when they went down into turn 1, he kind of stuck in behind him, down into turn number 1. So, again, not sure if Faust was trying to figure out where McCarthy was going, but he kind of stuck with him through there and then up through the hill through the S's. So we'll see how much further Peter McCarthy's either going to open up that gap there in that 9th and 10th place battle, but a pretty good move coming out of turn number 11 down the front.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was interesting there on that last lap, and you said it, McCarthy was almost 2 seconds, actually 2.5 seconds off of his normal pace, and off of Faust and Brownlee Tomaso's pace behind. Brownlee Tomaso being the third car in that line, the trailing car in his MG Midget, and he was, I think, the fastest of the three. Certainly, as we'll see them. Hopefully, we'll see them coming up into turn 8 here in just a moment.
Now we'll watch them to come back through here again. Go. We'll see. There's the 60 machine. Here comes the and you know what? I got to give it to Peter McCarthy there, because his tires. He's got the white wall tires, right?
Yes.
So if you look down in the turn, you look down through there just now going down into turn number 1. He's got them white walls going on. And it does look like, he's out on a Saturday drive here at beautiful Watkins Glen, out in his scenery. There you go, right there. You can see the white walls. If you look at it, they look kind of, it makes the rims look kind of clean, but they're not. But there, you can pick up just the white walls. So good little showing right there for Peter McCarthy. So good little one.
All right, let's stay on this shot. Well, I was going to say stay on this shot for a moment here and pick up this fight in Sports Renault just a little bit further back. This is Eli Sharp and Steve McFarland in those two yellow machines as they're making the run down to the bus stop right now. They've got, I believe they've got Niall McCabe trailing along with them as well. And the gray car directly in front, that is Rob Brownlee Tomaso in the gray MGA.
Yeah, and Greg, I'm getting word that the next time Ralph Solomon in that 88, in that 62 Bobsey there, next time he comes by the start-finish line, he's going to have 1 lap to go in this race. So, again, working to get about between 4 and 5 laps. I think we're only going to get really 5 laps in this race overall. But, yes, next time that Solomon comes by, he'll have 1 lap to go. He's opened up over Harvey Park by 1.1 seconds last time by on lap 3. So where that was a nose-to-tail battle has opened up a little bit.
Right.
John Clark in that Mini Cooper sitting back and forth. He started to open up that gap where he had that battle with Peter Carroll. So, again, your top 5 starting to spread out along with Michael Schroeder, again, our first driver in that Spec Renault Racer group right there. So, again, we're getting 1 to go here. Ralph Solomon now down into turn number 1, getting ready to head up the hill through the S's. And I tell you what, Justin D'Antonio starting to gain a little bit on Harvey Park in that 111 when they went by the start-finish line last time, Greg. So we'll have to see, as well as Schroeder is starting to gain on Peter Carroll. So where Peter Carroll was actually making a bid for the lead early on, Greg, he's starting to fall back a little bit. Schroeder's getting pretty quick there in that Renault Spec Racer.
Yeah, I would say is he's now, as he comes up the hill, and those Spec Racers, they are, those sports Renaults, they are very, very slippery, at least compared to an open-top Austin Healey Sprite, whether it be the Bug Eye or whether it be the later Sprigget.
Right.
And he is definitely starting to show some of that pace. I think where he gets let down a little bit is, as far as the setup of that car goes. And the setup, again, as we were saying, that being the first generation of the what are now Spec Racer Fords, the shock package is actually shockingly similar to what is in use today in current SCCA racing. But it looks as though that car has a little bit of trouble on turn-in, Brian, and he definitely, with especially a corner like turn 10, where you have to have a lot of bite at the nose in order to get the car tucked in and make that run through the final corner. That car just doesn't look like it has it as we watch it coming through the toe of the boot. And even with the added camber and the help of the corner going uphill, that front end just kind of washes out.
Yep, no, absolutely. Again, we're going to watch right now Ralph Solomon in that 88 machine coming up out of turn number 9 for the last time here, heading down into turn number 10. Going to be picking up the checkered flag here as he comes out of turn number 10 and headed towards turn number 11. He's got a little bit of a gap there to play with, as it looks like Justin D'Antonio is starting to reel Harvey Park in. We'll see what that gap is at the line. I think Park's definitely going to be able to hold him off coming down through there. So, again, pretty good battle between those top 3.
All right, so coming across the line, Ralph Solomon in the FM class in his Bobsy, Harvey Park in his Ginetta G4, Justin D'Antonio in his Austin Healey Sprite. Now, Park and D'Antonio both in the GP class, so they finished 1-2 in class. John Clark in the CS Vintage class in his 1965 Mini Cooper will come across the line in 4th. Peter Carroll in GP. He'll round out the top 3 in GP, finishes 5th overall. Taking the win in the Sports Racers or Sports Renaults, it is Michael Schrader in his 1984 edition. Drew Cullen takes the win in EP. In his Elva Courier, finishes 7th overall. Peter McCarthy in FP will finish 8th overall. Mac McCormick in CSV takes 2nd in that class in his 1966. His Mini Cooper, actually one of the Morris machines. Doug Faust will take 3rd in the GP class in his 1972 Midget, and he will round out your top 10. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for a morning of racing here from Watkins Glen and the VRG Vintage Races at the Glen with special guests Alphas at the Glen, as well as the BMW CCA and the Can-Am Challenge. Again, we want to apologize. We recognize that we've got a lot of technical issues here at the Glen. We are trying to work through them, and rest assured, we thank you all for some of the suggestions you've given us We definitely appreciate it, and we'll take it to heart. We also appreciate some of the kind and not so kind words that you've left for us in the chat, and believe me, it is not beyond us. We know what kind of the challenges that we're encountering here. But we are going to be taking a break for lunch, not just us, but the racers as well. And we will be back at 1 p.m. And at 1 p.m., our first race is going to be the mid-bore production race. That's VRG Group 2, and they're scheduled to be on track right at about 1 p.m. So with that, we want to thank you all for joining us, and hopefully, problems aside, that you will join us for our afternoon's coverage here at Watkins Glen International. Thanks so much for joining us this morning, and we'll see you in just about an hour.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
From kart to car, the path to pro racing starts here. The Kart to Car program by Enable Racing, the Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 and Spec Miata rental specialists teams up with Low Key Racing, your trusted Sodi kart dealer and premier coaching team. With expert instruction, proven trackside support, and licensing guidance, we help karters 14 and up make the leap into pro racing. Learn more at WNARacing.com or lowkeyracing.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. The revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap, always chill.
We're Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Combining the art and science of going fast, Peter Krause provides professional, private coaching and analysis for sports car drivers at many East Coast tracks, including Virginia International Raceway, as well as remotely via Zoom. A multi-time championship-winning race car driver, award-winning mechanic, and automotive historian, Krause can communicate effectively both the psychology and methodology of going fast. Pioneering the use of GPS data and video logging technology to advance driver performance in club-level, historic, and entry-level professional series since 2001, Peter relies on data-driven objective measures, creating successful strategies to make his drivers faster. An expert in AIM, VBox, Motec, and Garmin, as well as other systems. If you have questions on how to get more out of your data, schedule a consultation either in person or remotely to leverage the power of your tools to improve your driving. For more information, call 919-740-1871 or visit www.peterkrause.net today.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win.
Formulated to win.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
You live for the ride, the road, and the track. Engineered precision fit batteries that are track tested and driver trusted. Optima, the ultimate power source.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their Spec Racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering Spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Attention Paddock, VRG Group 2, mid-war production. You start headed to the grid. You're going to be on track in about 15 minutes. Mid-war Group 2, VRG Group 2, mid-war production. You can start headed to the grid. You're going to be on track at 1 p.m.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International and the 2025 Vintage Races at the Glen with Alphas at the Glen, presented by the Vintage Racer Group. And, of course, we've got our guests, the BMW Car Club of America. It is the 2025 Can-Am Challenge for BMW. As our racers now leaving the grid, and just to give a quick update, we think we've resolved some of our camera issues that we are having here today. For those of you that are watching on YouTube, not here at the track, I think we're still going to apologize. We're not quite getting the bandwidth that we expected from the track here to send our feeds up to YouTube. We're going to look for a resolution to that tonight, and hopefully we'll have a little bit better product for you tomorrow as our racers now are heading on their pace lap. And Brian, this is what? This is this group's fourth race of the weekend so far.
Yeah. A lot of racing action. Again, their fourth race, coming out here this afternoon. Again, they'll have one more tomorrow. That'll be kind of on the short course. So why don't we go ahead and give a little bit of the rundown for the starting grid. Not sure who's actually going to be out there because
looks like a lot of drivers
49 cars, and then there's a lot of cars that didn't go out there. So I'm going to give you a few of them that I know were out there that I saw.
Maybe a couple of the racers had their 2 martini lunch. You never know.
Maybe. You never know. You go down there and eat. I tell you what, you got to think the food down there. They had a grilled cheese sandwich special for $4. If you're there, go over there and get one because I had one, and I tell you what, Greg, I'm ready for a nap. That's how good it was.
Well, there you go. Maybe a lot of the racers, they had the grilled cheese earlier, Brian. All right, let's run down some of the starting order here.
All right, starting on the pole here in the number 60, and that is Andrew Moore. Andrew Moore in the 1962 Lotus Super 7. Scheduled to start in the second position, the 194 of Thomas Krudovich. I did not see him down there on the grid in that Ginetta G4, so we'll have to see whether or not he did. I may have missed him down there. I know he was the one who had that incident earlier on. Starting third in the number 7, that is Todd Reed. Starting in the fourth position, the 41 of Tom Upshur. Starting in the fifth position, the 33 of Jim Lanahan. Starting in the sixth position, the number 28 in a 1971 Alfa Romeo Spido, that's Eric Wood. Starting in the seventh position, the 27 in that 1961 Elva Courier, that's Kenny Williamson. Starting in the eighth position, the 17 of Jordan Bell in that 1970 Porsche 914. Scheduled to start ninth is going to be Scott Kruger in a 1972 Porsche 914 as well, and he'll be driving the 22. Starting in the 10th position in the 42 in that 1962 Lotus 23B, that is Kurt Uzbey, and I met Kurt down there getting my sandwich, Greg, so we'll talk about him here in momentarily. Starting in the 11th position, that's the number 31, another Lotus Super 7, that's William Bartlett. Starting in the 12th position, the 894 in a 1970 Porsche 911, that's Lenny Stan. Starting 13th in the number 80 in a 1962 Triumph TR4, that's David Gott. Starting in the 14th position, the number 68 in a Volvo 122, that's Steve Grabowski. Starting in the 15th position, the number 47 in a 1970 Porsche 911S, that's Rob Hurley. And our pace car now is bring the field down through turns 10 and turn 11. Greg, I tell you what, we'll get through the rest of them because we've got some pretty good drivers out here in this as well. All of them are pretty good, but we got some national champions out here running here this afternoon. So we'll pick them up as we go. As our group now starting to come out of turn number 11, and we are now green. Green flag is in the air, and I tell you what, great start there by Andrew Moore going down in there. And then Todd Reed in that number 7, in that red machine, in that other Lotus Super 7. I tell you what, another good start by there. And again, a little bit further back, that is Tom Upshur. We saw those three battle pretty much the entire first race here, Greg, through there. But really, it was Upchurch and Reed who had that pretty good battle pretty much for second place.
Yeah, and as all of our drivers make it successfully through the 90 through turn 1 and make their way up the hill. And taking a quick look to the outside there, that was the Porsche 911 there of, actually, was that the 911? Yeah, I think it was No, I'll get the number. Most of the Porsches I'm showing are 914s. Oh, there we go. Lenny Stan in the white DP car. As he took a look to the outside driver's right coming up through the S's, and it looks like he may have picked up a couple of positions there as he now slots in behind the Porsche 914 as Scott Kruger, the number 22 machine.
Yeah. Again, pretty good battles here going on. We talked about it early on, especially up front. We'll drop back here a little bit again. I don't think all of these drivers, we're scheduled to have 49 drivers in this group, Greg. I don't believe a lot of them came out for this afternoon race. I can look down there on the grid right before they went out. I did not see any of these Renault Spec racers out here for this group as we saw them earlier this morning with some of the battles that they had there. So, again, we got Michael Lawton supposed to be out here in the red number 4. I think I did see that Alfa Romeo out there on track as well. So,
and he may have. Michael Lawton, who is the race director here this weekend, he's got a lot on his shoulders, and I think he might have made it to the grid a little bit late. Brian, matter of fact, I think I just saw him on head. I believe it was Michael heading through the outer loop. So a little bit behind the rest of the field right now. Some ground to make up.
Yeah, top 3 now coming out of turn number 10, headed down into turn number 11. Right now, another good battle on the racetrack, Greg. That is with Kenny Williamson, and I believe that is Scott Kruger in the gray Porsche black. We'll have to see a little bit further back.
Okay.
So you got Kenny Williamson, you got Eric Wood, and then you got Scott Kruger in that grayish black. Kind of distinctive, 2 different colors there, but it looks definitely black from up here in the tower. But good run by Scott Kruger there, moving up into 6th overall right now, but definitely going to start putting the pressure on Eric Wood in that number 28 in that Alfa Romeo Spider, along with Kenny Williamson in that Elva Courier. So, and we saw Kenny earlier this morning here when we, unfortunately had that incident, where we went under that double yellow full course caution, that when we went back to the restart, Kenny got a great jump out to get right up and challenge Andrew Moore early on, but then fell back as the race went on, and that allowed, I believe that would have been Todd Reed, Todd Upshur to get back by him as well. So, struggling to catch both of those as it looks like coming out of the outer loop there, Greg. That was Todd Reed, Todd Upshur in the 7 and the 41. They were going to go side by side, as well as Eric Wood and Kenny Williamson coming out there. So a lot of movement, a lot of activity, a lot of action coming out of the outer loop, headed down in towards turn number 6 and to get ready to go into the boot.
Yeah, and still those two, Reed and Upshur, Reed in the red number 7, Upshur alongside as they are fighting out corner by corner, and that is allowing Andrew Moore to open up a bit of a gap there back to them. It was a half second after the first lap, and I would suspect that it's probably going to be closer to a second and a half now, as we see they've now finally gotten in line as Tom Upshur gets the pass made on Todd Reed, dropping back to second. Back in that second pack now. And let's follow that second pack for a little while, Brian, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
With Williamson, Wood, Kruger, Bartlett. And it looks like Lenny Stan has maybe fallen off the pace a little bit. He is falling back behind Kurt Uzbe, who I think is running his 17th race today. Right now. And also, as you mentioned, some national champions in the field, one of them being Craig Kima in the 05, the gray 1962 Lotus Super 7. I think he's running just ahead of Lenny Stan's Porsche. And Craig Kima maybe bringing that car down the pit lane, possibly. Brian Kima, former SCCA national champion in, I believe, F production, right?
Yeah, it's got several different class championships there. But, he was running all the way up to 9th. So, again, if all the starters had started, he was scheduled to start 17th, but then moved up into 9th. And I do believe that he may have brought that back because he has not crossed that start-finish line. So, Greg Kima going to drop down. You talked about Kurt Uzbe in that number 42 machine. Again, he was part of that battle that we were watching there momentarily with the Eric Wood, Scott Kruger, and the Kenny Williamson battle that Kurt ended up getting through there a little bit cleanly, kind of separated himself. Does look like he is going to be the third one in line right there. It looks like Eric Wood may have gotten around. We'll keep an eye on that, but I'm not sure if that's Eric Wood that gotten around Williamson or not, so we'll have to see kind of how that plays out when they come out of the outer loop and head down. I can tell you that Scott Kruger's fallen back just a little bit, dropped all the way back down into 7th.
And now Todd Reed taking a look once again on Upshur as they go down into the toe of the boot, and he gets that pass done. We'll park ourselves over at turn 8, Brian, over at the heel of the boot here, and we'll see how things look as they come in there. Now, as we mentioned, Andrew Moore continuing to stretch that lead out. And what did I say? When they completed lap number 2, he was a second and a half up on the duo, battling it out for second place.
Yep. Again, you see there's the Andrew Moore. There's that battle for second and third right there. Let's sit right here, Greg.
Sure.
Let's see if we can't pick up this next pack that's coming in. There's that's not Williamson, so no. I believe that may be. We'll keep an eye on. There's Williamson there in the fourth place car. So can't make out the number on that. I'm not sure if that is the 42 or if that's the 28 of Eric Wood. That would have moved around Williamson. We'll see here as they come out through there. That does look like that is going to be, that is Kurt Utzbe, that in the 42. So that's that Lotus, right. That 23B, then Williamson, then Wood, then Kruger.
Kruger is the last one in line in his that gray Porsche 914 6-cylinder.
Yeah, so Utzbe's starting to stretch his legs a little bit over that battle. Once he got through Williamson and Wood, started to stretch that out. So that battle there is going to be pretty much solidly in fourth place there for that 42 machine. Again, that's not a battle for position in class, just a battle on the racetrack right here. Here's the battle that's actually really starting to shape up. This is an EP. This is for basically going to be for the last podium spot, I believe, in that group, Greg. And that's definitely going to be between Williamson and Wood here. Between both of those drivers. So again,
all right. So yeah, I'll pick them up in a second. I just wanted to look here as Reed and Upshur once again coming out of the bus stop door to door. But let's park here for a moment as Kurt Utzbe in his 23 now has opened up a nice little gap back to Kenny Williamson, to Eric Wood and Scott Kruger, and then this is the battle coming up that you wanted to.
Yeah, well, that battle's already passed there, so they're already down probably into the boot EP, right now.
The
so
EP battle.
Yeah,
right.
That's the EP battle that I'm looking at. So there's Utzbe right there.
Right.
This is the battle. So it looks like Wood's going to get. Yep, Wood's going to get around Williamson right there. So again, right now, currently move Wood up into that last podium spot in that EP class. They're in here, and that's actually going to be for 5th and 6th overall. So Wood getting down through turn 6, down through the chute there. Into the boot a little bit faster than Williamson. Again, we talked about this earlier where we ended up having Williamson drop back just a little bit as that race went on.
All right, sounds like we've had a local caution for a moment over at the inner loop, and that car now has continued. It sounds like the 2-4 machine had some issues over there, and he's now gotten back underway.
Paul Molnar in that 24 machine having some issues again. Drop back, like you said, but able to continue. That's in that. That's in the Mazda Miata there. That's in that Mazda, that 1990 Mazda Miata. So should be used to going through and pulling through and continuing. So looks like we may have another one down here in turn number 11, yep. Greg. That may have an issue here. Like one of the Porsches, I believe.
They did say white Porsche, so I'm not. And that's
looks like Lenny Stan.
I was just going to say Lenny Stan. Let's see if he's. And he got on and continued. Yeah, it looks like he ran wide. It's a shame because he probably ran right next to our camera.
Yeah.
Now that it's working. There's Lenny Stan just coming through turn 2 now.
Yep. Lost a lot of time there. Dropped really far back from there again. Starting drop back to 9th where he had worked his way up. Almost putting pressure on William Bartlett and Scott Kruger there for a moment. Lap and a half before, but again, having that problem dropping back a little bit further.
All right, let's do this, Brian. It's a nice little battle unfolding. We talked about Michael Lawton earlier, who helps bring you this wonderful coverage here this weekend. Michael Spraggins, he's in the yellow Porsche 914, then the red E-Production Alfa Romeo of Michael Lawton, and that is not that group there. But I want to try and pick that fight up if we can find it. And I think actually, you know what? That is them right there. And so we'll track them in just a moment. The lead car in the group, that will be Spraggins. He's in his 1970 Porsche 914. Then Michael Lawton, who has now worked his way up to 17th overall in the red Alpha, then the yellow Triumph TR6. And it looks like the TR6 has got the Triumph of Vic Schuster directly behind. That's that light blue machine there. So let's move on.
Yeah, it should be coming down through the outer loop right here.
They just
went through, so this is the group behind them. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, so definitely down here should be coming in to the picture momentarily that you were just talking about. There's the first two cars, and then here comes Michael Lawton, and it now looks like is that Kurt?
Kurt's taking a look underneath Michael Lawton and makes the pass. So that's going to move Kurtz now up in the 17th.
Yeah. Tell you what, good run right there by Kurtz, because he took that that entry in there, Greg, and that was a product of really getting on the brakes hard and really working to back the corner up. Really took a nosedive in there underneath Lawton to be able to nosedive. A dive bomb there, not a nosedive, a dive bomb.
And it looks like Lawton may have, wrong corner. I'm sorry. It looks like Lawton may have given up another position there to Vic Schuster as well.
Yeah, so we'll have to.
But let's actually stick here. We're going to watch this next battle, Brian. It's Kristen Poole in that tangerine and silver colored Porsche 914. Kristen actually heads up the marketing department at the Sports Car Club of America. We saw her at the Jefferson 500 earlier this spring. She's got John Studyar in the red TR3, and also David Bain along with her as well. And yeah, it looks like Michael Lawton has brought his car down the pit lane. Brian, his race unfortunately coming to an early end.
Yeah. Christian Poole running really, really strong there at the Jefferson 500 there at Summit Point Motorsports Park earlier in the year. I believe that was back in May. So again, it looks like another good, strong run for Kristen in that number 77 machine in that Porsche 914 as well. So again, continuing on.
And Brian, actually, real quick, because I figure we'll bring it, see if I can bring it on board here. Is we do have an in-car video actually, and it just came up, and this is the number 6 machine. At least we think it's the number 6 machine, but he is on track.
Kevin Michael.
Yep, Kevin Michael. There we go. As
or maybe Kevin Michael's son.
Exactly. I'm going to go by what's on the screen here. He is now out on track. You get a nice view of what it is to actually drive this 3+ mile Watkins Glen International course, at least until his camera freezes.
And that is where Michael is having the cellular connections, as we did momentarily earlier this morning, I should say. So,
yep. And there you go, and his camera has frozen. So let's jump back, and there is again Kristen Poole with that group bringing the field through turn 7, and Poole now up into where did she's sitting in 20th place with Studyar, Bain, Paul Ma in the yellow, show that the yellow Sports Renault is out there. And then also, we saw this car in the paddock. Absolutely gorgeous car, 1967 Volvo 1800. And there they are coming out of turn 8. We'll try. I want to see if we can get, there's the 1800 now just coming through turn 8. So falling a little bit off the pace there, but absolutely a beautiful, well-proportioned sports coupe. And taking a look now underneath the Mazda Miata David Bain is Paul Ma in his machine, which, as you said, is not a Sports Renault.
No, it is not.
And it's not yellow, it's red.
Yeah, well, I think that is actually, we had 262 listed in there, but yeah, that is definitely not a Sports Renault, and I think the other one was moved up as well. But, you were talking about, we've been mentioning this with David Bain, coming out of turn 8 last time, really, really went wide. Drivers left over there, and that enabled, a couple of those other cars, and I think one of them was Paul Ma that you were talking about.
Right.
Definitely to get up underneath him and head, and gain that position. So we'll have to see whether or not David can go ahead and bring that back to that in that field during that race.
And we've got a local caution now. We'll see. Let's come over to the bus stop there. You notice there's a car off on our right-hand side on driver's left.
Kind of through the cutout there, so should be safe. Should be able to keep that car there for this race. It looks like one of the orange. Can't tell the. Looks like he is going to be able to.
Yeah, it looks like he's getting that car back underway, Brian.
Yeah, it looks like that car's moving now. So
yeah, that's one of our Porsche 914s.
Definitely one of our Porsches. Yeah. So we'll see. Again, going to stay really, really wide there, knowing the other car had that. I believe that may have been one of our Miatas that we just went by him. So, continue that. Let's see if we can pick up, if we can, Greg. Let's try to find up. So Kurt Utzbe has now moved all the way up to second, so he has passed Tom Upshur. So where that big gap was early on, moved Kurt Utzbe all the way to the back. And I guess he was right at lunch, Greg. When he realized that we were streaming, he did tell me he is going to start trying now. Well,
okay.
I guess you're really starting to try now because now he wants to get on there. So
all right, well, let's see if we can
pick
find
up Andrew Moore, and then we'll pick up because that gap's 15 seconds. So we'll see where they would be. Kurt is going to be kind of in the black.
Right, the Lotus 23, exactly. A beautiful Volvo sedan, by the way. There's our 1800.
Well, so the next time Andrew Moore comes by, we'll know because as soon as he comes, we're going to get the one to go. So I think he may be coming through the start-finish line right there. So.
Yep. All right. So there they are as they were just coming underneath the blue Miata that we were talking about a few moments ago. So let's watch them, and we'll follow them around.
Here comes Uzbek now coming by the start-finish line. That gap's really opened up now to 14 seconds, and he's gained another 1.5 seconds over Tom Upshur in that 41. Again, not battle in class, battle overall. Now we're looking for Eric Curtin and Kenny Williamson. So, again, Andrew Moore, who won earlier this morning in their race number 3, picking up that win, is now working his final lap along with everyone else behind him. So some of these cars are going to be definitely working on their last lap, Greg, since they getting lapped by Andrew Moore in that number 60 machine. There goes Scott Kruger, so a little bit further back, that's your 6th place. So we should be seeing Andrew Moore now coming out of maybe the outer loop, headed down the hill, down into turn number 7, I believe. I know that's the camera you're on. I think he's definitely coming through there momentarily. I think he's behind this group.
Yeah, I think I was tracking one group ahead.
Keep an eye on that, and I believe there he is right there. So kind of by himself there, headed up through there. The next car you should see, which would be about another 14 seconds, would be Uzbek coming through, but he's going to end up getting bottlenecked up by some of these cars right here. So
yeah, there he is in the dark car.
Right there, just now coming into your screen right there with the 42 on the back and the quarter panel. So again, I believe that is going to be Andrew Moore just now coming up out of turn number 9, headed up. And the pack is going to be right behind him. Again, Greg, they're going to end up with one lap shorter than everyone else just from being lapped by him. So we'll keep an eye on that. But it does look like Andrew Moore looks like he is going to pick up another win here today. It's the second race of today here in that FP class, waiting for Kurt Uzbek. And again, he was going to get bottlenecked up because of all of the other different cars and classes that are coming through there. So We got to see what we've got going on.
All right. It
Down
sounds
here.
like we had coming down to the bus stop, Brian, as the rest of our cars are filtering across. So I'm going to take a look to see, and I believe it's unfortunately just past our camera, as we did have a car apparently push wide, understeer off the track. And we'll see if we can get the number on that here in just a few moments. Yeah, car just
So just outside of our camera view.
Yeah. All right, so as the rest of the cars come across, Andrew Moore, Brian, reset fast lap on the very last lap, turned in a time almost 0.4 of a second faster than than Kurt Uzbe was able to manage the entire race. Uzbe finishing 21 seconds back in his Lotus 23. Tom Upshur in his Lotus 7 will finish third overall, takes the win in EP, and so it's an all Lotus overall top 3. Kenny Williamson in his Elva will finish fourth, takes second in EP. Eric Wood also in EP in his Alfa Romeo Spider will finish in fifth. Scott Kruger 6th, William Bartlett 7th. Lenny Stan takes his Porsche up to 8th after having dropped as far back as 11th. So a great finish for him. Adolf Batafarano will finish 9th in a Lotus 7, and Luis Patitucci, also in a Lotus, will finish 10th. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for VRG Group 2. Let's go, and I believe that is their last race of the day. Let's go, and we'll make a quick call to the grid for our next race group and see if we have any stragglers. Attention in the paddock, VRG Group 3. Please head to the grid. Your race starting in a few moments. VRG Group 3, that's our open wheel racers and primarily Formula Fords. Please please head to the grid. You're going to be on track in just a few minutes. And with that, Brian, why don't we take a quick break? And when we come back, more racing action here from Watkins Glen International. You are watching the 2025 Vintage Races at the Glen, along with Alphas at the Glen. We'll be right back.
We're Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Combining the art and science of going fast, Peter Krause provides professional, private coaching and analysis for sports car drivers at many East Coast tracks, including Virginia International Raceway, as well as remotely via Zoom. A multi-time championship-winning race car driver, award-winning mechanic and automotive historian, Krause can communicate effectively both the psychology and methodology of going fast, pioneering the use of GPS data and video logging technology to advance driver performance in club-level, historic, and entry-level professional series since 2001. Peter relies on data-driven objective measures, creating successful strategies to make his drivers faster. An expert in AIM, VBOX, Motec, and Garmin, as well as other systems. If you have questions on how to get more out of your data, schedule a consultation either in person or remotely to leverage the power of your tools to improve your driving. For more information, call 919-740-1871 or visit www.peterkrause.net today.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win.
Formulated to win.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race time trials and track day events. Their Spec Racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering Spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wnaracing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
If you're a racer, you want to be fast, but you have to be safe. That's why professionals and amateurs alike go to HMS Motorsport for their safety equipment. HMS Motorsport is the industry's leading full-service racing safety provider. Protective clothing and helmets, harnesses, fire suppression, communication and data acquisition equipment, and more. All from the motorsport safety experts, HMS Motorsport. 2 retail locations and at hmsmotorsport.com.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here with BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International. It's the 2025 Vintage Races at the Glen, presented by the Vintage Racer Group, with special guests, Alphas at the Glen and the BMW Car Club of America, who are holding the 2025 Can-Am Challenge this weekend. Next up, it is the feature race for our open wheel racers, including the Formula 4 Challenge Series. I got the name right. And to help us, Brian, to work through that, it is Denny Austin and Frank Del Vecchio. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to you guys. Great to be here.
Tell you what, they're going to jump in here and give us a lot of the play-by-play, Greg. Both of these drivers know quite a bit about these cars, basically from front to back, top to bottom, whatever you want to say. They know kind of all about it. If you weren't with us in May for the Jefferson 500, or even last year, you guys were here as well. So, good to have you guys back here. We're gonna see some pretty good racing, as we saw kind of yesterday a little bit as well. But let's go ahead and try to get down to some of the lineup here. Again, not everybody was out there. That was one of the things I noticed there, and unfortunately, we'll talk about this here in a second, but Frank, I know your car is definitely not out there.
My car's not out there. We had a little crunch this morning and lost the right front corner, not repairable, at least for this race.
And you've put Jordan in another car, actually going to be kind of a little bit further back, but he will be in the 11 car and not the 13
Right,
car.
he's going to be driving a Merlin car number 11, starting almost at the back of the field. That's Jordan Mayer, who usually shares the car with me, the number 13 Camo Van Diemen.
Okay. Tell you what, let's go ahead and we'll run down some of these tries. Starting on the pole there in the number 3, that is your winner, I believe, this morning as well. Set a pretty blistering pace. That's going to be Jacob King. Starting in the second position, that's going to be the number 10 of Brandon Weber. Starting in the third position, in that number 20, that's going to be Mike
Ignifilo.
I was going to say, I asked you that 3 times and you told me. Starting in the fourth position is going to be the 21. That's going to be Robert Dusek. Starting in the fifth position, that's going to be the 0 of Tim Hannon. Starting in the sixth position, that's going to be Stefan Vapa. That's going to be in the 97 machine. Starting in the seventh position, the 195, that's going to be Federico Mosconi in that 195. Daniel, I'm going to say this. I'm going to ask you guys this again. So starting in the eighth position, the number 36, that is Daniel
Podowski.
There we go. Starting in the ninth position, in the number 15, that's going to be Mark Clark. And we saw Mark earlier when we got to our Group 4 in our big board. I believe he was in one of our sports racers. Starting in the 10th position, that's going to be the number 2 of Wayne Nicolette. Alan Tulsler is going to start in the 11th position in the 101. And Leon Hodges, Austin Denny's kid, he's going to start in the 12th position in that 451. Starting in the 13th position, that's going to be Oscar Pacheco, and he'll be in the 29. Starting in the 14th position, that's going to be Dominic Vitale, and he'll be in the 113. Scheduled to start in the 15th position, it's again, we talked about it, Frank Del Vecchio is supposed to be Jordan Mayer. They have moved a little bit to the further back. They're going to be in the number 11 machine. Starting in the 16th position, that's going to be the 116. That's Matthew Barber. Starting in the 17th position, in the 131, that's Christopher Fatale. And starting in the 18th position, that is going to be Greg Houts in the number 56. We'll get to the rest of that group here, gentlemen. But I tell you what, we're waiting for the green flag to come out here on our screen here. And as soon as that goes through, there we are. We are green flag. There it is. That is going to be Brandon Weber going to get the quick start there, gentlemen. But I tell you what, Jacob King again, and we'll talk about this in a second, they were almost 3 wide going down into turn number 1.
And, of course, that big dust in the air is from oil dry from our last run group. Let you know, and I think a lot of drivers will probably be trying to avoid that at least early on here in our race, gentlemen.
Yeah, fortunately, dust in the air and not tires and body parts.
Exactly.
Well, I tell you what, looking at it starting, here comes the second part of the group down there a little bit further back. But, looking at the start, Federico Mosconi got a great jump in that 195. And he ended up moving up because some of these drivers were not out there. He ended up going 3 wide, making it stick through the center of that turns 1 and 2.
He actually led into the first turn. But now we have Brandon Weber has now taken over the lead. Brandon just bought that car. That was Chris Fayen's Van Diemen, 1981 Van Diemen. Brandon has done some work on the car. He's made it faster, and Chris is probably sorry he sold it.
And you had said that they were having some electrical issues in that car earlier this weekend.
Yeah, this morning he had electrical issues that dropped him back. Yesterday he was the class of the field. He actually put a lot of time on Jacob King, which is a very tough thing to do, and won one of the races yesterday.
Yeah, it seemed pretty dominant when he won that race, too, because he went out and led, by about 15 seconds. And then we talk about Jacob King. Jake goes out and pretty much dominated the race this morning, won by about 30 seconds, which in this group here is pretty much unheard of, basically because of the draft and everything. You kind of need a little bit of that help.
Yeah, and what happened is that about second through eighth ended up fighting each other, battling back and forth, running 2 and 3 abreast. Clean racing, great racing, but what that allowed Jacob King to do is just run away from the field. Jacob's running an RP24. That car was built about 1967.
That's right. That car has quite a history to it as well. It used to belong to a fellow named Bob Berman, who held lap records at Summit Point for many, many years in that car.
And before Bob had it, Nick Kozlov had that car.
Like you are.
And I raced against that car with my RP24.
A lot of pedigree going all the way back. That's really
way back, right.
We talked about some of these other drivers. Tim Hannon in that number 0 car. We were talking, there you go. You just saw him just going out of the screenshot there with Robert Dusek. Those guys went at it again this morning as well. So again, that enabled, as we were talking about, Jacob King and the rest of that group to kind of pull away a little bit. Last year when we were here,
we just had a lead change.
Mosconi ended up getting back in front of him. So Brandon Weber not able to get through at least the first half of this track, pretty quickly as he did the lap before.
And that's allowed Jake King to catch up and close in. And farther back, Denny's kid is having a bit of a race with Dan Panowski.
Yep. There it again. It's Denny's kid. It's not Leon. We've decided we're not calling him Leon.
No.
We're calling him Denny's kid.
Denny's kid, right?
That's his new thing. You're going to end up doing. We've got that battle for the lead there. You just saw going out of the screen. But again, as you mentioned there, Denny, throw Jake King back in that fold with those two going at it.
Trying to get a look.
And we were talking about, didn't mean to step on you, but we were talking about Tim Hannon before, how he drives everything in the world, everything from karts to sprint cars to dirts and modifieds, and of course he's a great Formula 4 driver.
Right.
Well, this three-way battle for the lead clearly is hammer and tong right there, and that's going to give 4th through maybe 8th or so an opportunity to close ranks and make a serious race out of this.
Yeah, at what point, and again, knowing, we're a little bit behind on time, right, because of all the cleanup that we had, and we've been noticing that throughout what ends up happening is some of the races end up getting short. You've got to think about that going through your mind as they go down past turn 1. Again, Mosconi still leading over Weber. King just sets the fastest lap of the race on lap 2 at a 2:07.782. Not as fast as he went earlier. So,
actually, Brandon Weber got into the lead going down into turn 1 and now leads the field.
Yeah,
but they are absolutely nose to tail.
And just as you were talking about it, getting back and forth, and doing that, does that, Tim Hannon and Robert Dusek, if you stay in line, you'll definitely catch them as those three because, again, these cars are very dependent on the draft in order to do that. As now it looks like we're going to try to go 3 wide there, but you got Mosconi. Weber going to fall back again. Mosconi's really quick, guys, coming up out of the hill, out of the S's, and that's where he ends up gaining on Brandon Weber.
Jake King, a very strategic driver, willing to sit around and wait and hang in there and wait for the mistakes to happen. He may be in the catbird seat in 3rd.
Yeah.
And actually, he said that he thought his motor was down a little bit on Weber's, so that running in the draft just keeps him there, keeps him right on his gearbox, and that's a smart move. Weber now taking a position away from Mosconi down the toe of the boot.
Well, I was going to say 3 different lines right there. Jake King staying really far driver's left through that turn, taking a wide angle into that turn. Weber kind of in the middle and trying to make a dive under Mosconi there. Again, that is a big, huge air pocket for Hannon and Robert Dusek. As you can see, gentlemen, they're starting to really, really close up because, as you mentioned, Denny, going those 3 wide and battling early on.
We have a car. here in at the heel of the boot. It looks like
that almost looks like Weber. Let's see.
No, Weber's
Maybe
still
not.
there. Weber is still up there in the front. I got 3 cars up in the front, so
we're going to be under a local yellow, so no
Yeah.
passing through that part of the track.
Yeah.
Weber's is still in it. I can't tell who it is.
yeah, we'll get a call here momentarily.
Yeah,
over the radio, but-
Mosconi comes down front straightaway in the lead.
There we go. Leon and Mike Ignifilo having a good race. They had a good race here a couple of years ago where the two of them got together and managed to outpace by 32nd the field.
Well, now throw Jake King into second place because he has gotten around Brandon Weber going down into turn number 1. Really good power move by Jake King in that number 3 machine down into turn 1. Again, all these guys, we've had that cleanup there. It looks like Weber tried to go outside, stay to the left of the oil dry down here. Jake King went to the right, was able to shoot that gap and get up underneath there.
Great race going on, and the other Tim Hannon and Trey Dusek going at it, hammer and tong. What do we got here?
Well, I was going to say, you've got Hannon open up a little bit there.
Yeah.
But now, again, with those top 3 battling, that's where that battle's going to come into play, where that's going to enable Hannon to move back up. We could end up with a 4-car battle here within the next lap and a half.
You know, Brian, one of the toughest things to do is stop racing the guy ahead of you.
Absolutely.
Tuck behind him and use that, to get yourself forward, to catch the group ahead of you. It's a very, very tough thing
gentlemen,
to do.
excuse me, we are going to go to a double yellow here. So this is going to shorten things up, and this is going to really compact everything. So I'm not sure where it was or where we heard.
It has to be this one over here at the heel of the boot.
Yeah, it could be. I don't think they're comfortable with it sitting there.
And if they shorten this race, guess who's leading? King.
Yep, absolutely. So made that move right before, getting into that double yellow. So again, not comfortable where that car is. So again, we get that car cleaned up, get that car moved out of here. Then as they come out of turn 9 now for King being the leader, and then you got Mosconi, then Weber. That brings Hannon and Dusek in there along with this other gap here, or this other group here, where they were doing it. So it looks like we're going to get the black flag and try to bring everybody down the pit lane here where we can. And I don't think we got that out there. So it looks like most of our leaders,
they're seeing the black flag for the first time.
Yeah, they didn't get it out quick enough, and a lot of other drivers just a little bit further back are not going to be able to see that as well. Some of them are going to go by. Some of them were able to see it to get on the pit lane. So let's see here. So again, what this does is now that is actually going to take time to get these cars back around, then reline everybody back up. Now we become a time race as well.
We'll see how they reset the grid with 17 and some odd minutes left. It'll be interesting to see. Leon saw the black flag, and he's got a couple of guys behind him.
Well, I think what happened was at that point they just couldn't get it when they tried to get it out as they were coming through 10, and it probably just didn't get out quick enough.
It got out late,
point, there's just no way because they're trying to catch up. So,
well, hopefully they'll reset the grid and not send them right out in the order that they came in.
Yeah,
that's going to scramble the field.
Yeah, but of course in VRG we don't have championships, we don't have trophies, we don't have first, second, third place positions. We just have good racing, cool cars, and great friends. And
well, bragging rights.
Well, there you go. Frank, we would be nowhere if it weren't for bragging rights.
Exactly right.
Some of
Well, or telling stories about how fast we used to be.
I tell you what, I mean, there was nothing like it.
At some point, and I think we were just talking about this, at some point those stories end, you got to have something else. That's where the bragging rights come in, right?
Exactly.
The bragging rights have got to come in somewhere. When the stories end, the bragging rights start.
Well, there I was, Sterling Moss on the left, Jim Clark on the right, and my oil pressure is going away.
Yeah, I think the call that came in, especially on this car over here, and again, we did not hear what that number is, and it is a little bit tough to see being that our camera angle back, but I think that there was some potential based off of from the driver's actions from the corner worker that there may have been some contact going into that turn. So,
and Brian, based on the number of laps completed, I think that's likely Andrew Graham in the number 7, 1986 Van Diemen.
Yeah, okay. That would make sense. for that, being that he's only completed really one lap. So go through there. So yeah, gentlemen, it's going to be interesting to see what they do here, where they bring him, and it could be that because again, I think our front. Well, let's see. Probably the front 9 cars, really didn't have enough time to see that black flag.
Leon came in. He's ninth, showing ninth.
Yeah.
So I think 1 through 8 missed it.
Yep.
We'll see what they do.
We'll see what they do. Yeah, I'm not going to.
Reshuffling fields is always a challenge.
It's very tough to do. Yes, very tough to do, and trying to do it in a specific time frame to get it in, to get this cleaned up and then get those in. So where they're coming down, I believe just now hitting pit lane. So we'll see what they do. And again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So the first 8 cars, as you said, did not see the black flag.
It
all
looks
when they
like
came
they're
down.
sending Jake King down. They're also sending that Lotus, who I know is a back marker. But it looks like they're attempting to reset the grid.
Yeah.
The Lotus 51, beautiful car. Probably not as fast as some of the other guys, but at least it'll be a little more fair than just sending them out in the order that they're in right now.
Yep.
Okay. Now, as of the last conversation I had about this, this will be going out under a lap will be paced by whoever the nominal leader is, and it will be a single file pace lap until they get a green here at start finish.
Absolutely correct.
Right.
Yep. It'll be a self-paced lap, which we would assume that would be Jacob King, since he was the leader, to go out, get everybody back in line, and then when we get back to the start-finish line, that's when we will.
It'll be total chaos, though. I can tell you that. If they do a one lap shootout,
that's kind of what I was just getting ready to mention. If it comes down to where it becomes one lap, you're right. It will be a total chaos going down into turn 1, especially getting through the inner loop, the bus stop up there, really trying to get yourself set to get through the boot.
With 13 minutes left, hopefully they won't do a one-lap shootout, but the joker in the deck is the Lotus 51 that right now is sitting in front of Jake King.
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine that they
I would
put
think
him
that
off
they
to
would,
the side.
I would think they would probably move him out of the way for that.
Or maybe he'll self-select out.
Yeah.
I know I would.
The last thing I would want would be 10 of those guys right on my tail in my Lotus 51. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, gentlemen. Why don't we go ahead, and since we're waiting for that, Greg, if we can, let's call the next group to the grid, get them kind of moving so that we know kind of where they're going to be standing.
Attention in the paddock. Would drivers in the HRG Dave Panis Memorial Race please head to the grid? Dave Panis Memorial Race racers, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next.
Yeah, so hopefully we, get this done. Like I said, knowing what we've had all weekend long, looking from this morning and even yesterday, it's kind of like that kind of thrown out there where it ends up being where we get one lap because of, obviously some of the challenges we had with the cleanup from the group before, kind of putting us a little bit behind. But we'll let them make that call. We'll stay there, and hopefully it gives us a little bit more racing, being that this is the feature race. Because again, as we saw, really for the first 5 laps technically, or 4 laps, and then the 5th one down by the start-finish line, the front 3 allowing that 4th and 5th place car to get back involved in this. Could end up being anywhere from 1st to 10th, which you guys have seen many times.
Yeah, I'm looking at the cars behind the first 3. Tim Hannon, very fast. Nusek, rocket ship. Mike Anifalo, yesterday, just put out the fastest lap in one of the sessions. Bang, just like that. Panowski's won so many races here. And Wayne Nicolette, fearless.
Yeah, that's exactly the word I was going to use before you even said it. I was going to say fearless, just ice water, right? Like just ice water in the veins.
And then we got Denny's kid.
Right, and then you got Denny's kid. Right?
So
just so you know, his name is Leon, right? And so we've just kind of been joking back and forth up here. As we were setting up kind of yesterday. It looks like we are getting ready to to go back out. And gentlemen, what they've done here is they've let the cars that took it, which were coming in on the left-hand side, they let them go first, and then our leaders, they're actually going to be towards the back half of this field.
Well, let's see. That gets the guys in the back that came in back on the same lap as the guys that came in late. So it orders the field.
Well,
but
yeah,
it orders the field, but it scrambles the order.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, because
I have no idea how they're going to score this right now because Leon's on the pole all of a sudden. Is what that means.
Yeah, well,
but he's a lap down.
But he's effectively becoming a lap down. Yeah.
The first 9 cars came around again.
Correct. So they actually went back. So that would make sense to put them to the back for that. To that, we had one car that saw they couldn't get going, but they're going to do that. And gentlemen, what we were talking about is the car that came in that you were talking about that was in front of Jake. He is actually going to be in front of Jake, right? So, again, there is.
There's Leon.
There's Leon leading this group, so he's going to be the first one to get to the green, and then you've got a huge gap back here because of the car that stalled on pit road. They could not get around there, so
they should be catching up to him.
They should,
yeah.
Unless if they catch up, that'd be great. Right now, it's going to be Leon and Mike having a shootout for 9th, with the others.
Clark.
Well, we'll see how it works.
Clark and Gosler.
We'll see how it works out.
Yeah.
They, the stewards get paid big bucks.
That is correct. That is correct. That's why I sit up here in this seat and just kind of look just to get it. What it does, though, is it brings where we thought maybe we'd have a 10-car battle for it. And as we go back to green, as we were talking about, gentlemen, I think we are going to have just one lap shootout here. So it will be 1 to go when Leon takes that green flag and everybody else behind. So, again, this takes this race down from a larger group battle down to that shorter group, basically up all the way, I believe, up to Dusek. Or actually, it takes it all the way.
Wayne Nicolette.
Wayne Nicolette. Yeah, Wayne Nicolette will be the last car. Yep, absolutely.
So we've got 8 cars.
Yep.
And they've got a bunch of slower cars ahead of them.
Yes. Yep.
Holy mackerel, Andy.
It is going to be one of those races where it's going to be. I think all of us. We have 4 people up here in the booth. All 8 eyes will be closed at some point.
No matter what, there is going to be a lot more stories at the Formula 4 Challenge Series banquet tonight. Let me tell you.
Here they come. Here they come.
Yeah, because you said this is the last race for that challenge. So we're waiting for them to come now out of turn number 10. They'll be coming down into turn number 11. It will be led by our 9th place car, which is Denny's kid, which is Leon Dawson right there.
There he is.
The starter tends to throw a very late green, but he didn't not this time.
He wants to get it over with.
Here we go.
They're all over the place. They're going to be 3 wide going into turn 1.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. We're going to pick up from 9th place on. Again, we're going to try to pick up where our leaders are when they come back by because they are there. I think they're going to be a little bit further back because there was a big, huge gap. So they have yet to cross the start-finish line. Here they come now. That's Jake King. Then you've got Mosconi, then Weber. That other slower car ended up moving out of the way. But I do not see where we thought would be Hannon. I have yet to see Hannon come across the start-finish line.
There's a Nifalo. Yep. So that's 4th. So we may have something going on at the back.
Wow. Hannon is back around 6th right now.
Yeah, I have not seen Tim Hannon come by. And Tim Hannon actually has come down on pit road, gentlemen. He has just turned in along with Wayne Nicolette.
Yeah, so they probably touched each other.
Yep.
Looks like Leon and Mike Clark going at it.
Yep.
Leon's got a good move on him, coming through the toe of the boot.
See if he can hold that.
So, again, that is the battle actually for 9th and 10th position on the racetrack. But it will
King got a good jump on Mosconi. He had a gap on him, about 4 car lengths going down into turn 1. See if he can keep that all the way to the end here. Checker flag.
Whoa! We got a little slide right there, right underneath the camera. That looked like that may have been the 82 of Glenn Brooks.
Yeah, it was Glenn Brooks, along with, I think, George Hose.
Just keep an eye in our ear here. I am not seeing. I think there is some action going down just before the boot as well. So we'll have to see. We've got we had one little brake lockup going in there. We'll see as they come through.
Here we go.
Denny, I hate to say this, I've not seen Leon in this group right there.
I think that's him right there. No, I don't know where Leon is right now.
So I think we had some cars off down at the bottom here, and I'm being told now that the first car coming through here. Yep, we got. Hang on one second. You hear that?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So we've got two cars that are down in turn 6 that are in the down in turn 6.
King takes the win.
Yeah. Overall, Jake King's going to take the wing there over Mosconi, then Brandon Weber. There goes King now, just crossing the start-finish line. I have not
Mike
seen...
Anipolo is going to be 4th.
Well, I have not seen Mosconi come through yet, so no. Actually, Robert Dusek is going to be... Agnifilo is going to be in 3rd, and Mosconi, I still have not seen him come down, so... There is some cars that are out down in turn number 6, and I do believe we have 2 of them, maybe definitely for 1, down there in turn 7, just past our camera. So, as you said, gentlemen, we've got a lot of action around.
Yeah, I think there were actually 2 different incidents. There's the one that we picked up at the toe of the boot, but there was also one in the chute coming out of the outer loop, the left-hander as they start to come down the hill.
Yep, and
where we had 2 cars go wide there.
I think that's where Leon is.
That could be Leon and Mike Clark.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. I was going to say, because both of them were going there side by side down in there. So we'll see. We'll see what they say. We'll let them take care of it. But wow, what a finish here, and what a way to end it. So let's give you. Well, we know Jacob King's going to win. We'll let everything else play out because I'm not sure who's where at this point.
Well, it looks like Dusek, Nifolo, Mosconi, Weber.
Yeah. We'll definitely let that play out because I've only got 3 cars that are on the lead lap per se. So
we knew that was going to be an issue, especially when they sent them back around.
Yeah,
and if they had brought them forward, they would have ended up 2 laps ahead technically. Right. So that's kind of why they held them back where they were. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for our open wheel feature race. Let's make a call to the grid for our next group. Catch in the paddock. Dave Panis Memorial Race drivers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. Dave Panis drivers, please head to the grid. So, Denny, Frank, want to thank you for joining us here today. Are we going to have more of your presence tomorrow, perhaps, for the running of the short course?
That's, I think, part of my plan.
Yeah, I think we'll hang around.
All right.
Sure,
absolutely. That would be wonderful.
They have to. You and I are off that race.
Oh, that's right. That's right. We're taking that whole day off. We're taking all tomorrow off. So.
Okay.
There you go. It'll be the Frank and Denny show tomorrow here from Watkins Glen. Well, thank you so much, Frank Delvecchio. Thank you so much, Denny Austin. We really appreciate having you up here, and I'm sure that you're going to have some good stories for us from the post-season. Well, the season technically isn't over, but the post-race celebrations tonight.
The party tonight, and we look forward to seeing you guys at the Turkey Bowl at some point in November.
Absolutely.
We will be there.
Adios.
Okay, thanks.
All right, everybody, there you go. Frank Delvecchio and Denny Austin. I'm Brian. I'm Brian.
You're Brian? You are now.
It took a while, but I finally called myself Brian.
Yep, there you go.
It's only taken 3 or 4 years for me to do that. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments. Next up, the Dave Panis Memorial here at Watkins Glen International. Stay with us.
Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be.
Combining the art and science of going fast, Peter Krause provides professional, private coaching and analysis for sports car drivers at many East Coast tracks, including Virginia International Raceway, as well as remotely via Zoom. A multi-time championship-winning race car driver, award-winning mechanic, and automotive historian, Krause can communicate effectively both the psychology and methodology of going fast, pioneering the use of GPS data and video logging technology to advance driver performance in club-level, historic, and entry-level professional series since 2001. Peter relies on data-driven objective measures, creating successful strategies to make his drivers faster. An expert in AIM, VBOX, Motec, and Garmin, as well as other systems. If you have questions on how to get more out of your data, schedule a consultation either in person or remotely to leverage the power of your tools to improve your driving. For more information, call 919-740-1871 or visit www.peterkrause.net today.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win.
Formulated to win.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their Spec Racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering Spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
If you're a racer, you want to be fast, but you have to be safe. That's why professionals and amateurs alike go to HMS Motorsport for their safety equipment. HMS Motorsport is the industry's leading full-service racing safety provider. Protective clothing and helmets, harnesses, fire suppression, communication and data acquisition equipment, and more. All from the motorsport safety experts, HMS Motorsport. 2 retail locations and at hmsmotorsport.com.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here with BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
racers. We've got a little information because of
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International, the 2025 Vintage Races at the Glen, presented by the Vintage Racing Group with special guests Alphas at the Glen. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati, and next up is the Dave Panis Memorial Race. And I want to apologize, of course, had a little bit of a delay there for a lot of oil cleanup. Or a lot of, maybe not oil, but a lot of fluid cleanup. So we're going to try to move things along here. Next up on the schedule, just to let everybody know, is going to be the first of two BMW CCA feature races. And we've got a great guest here to join us to provide some color there. But first off, Brian, with our racers coming up the hill behind the pace car now, up the S's, let's run down the starting order.
All right, starting on the pole in that number 68, saw him earlier today. That's going to be Michael Dubé in that 1973 Chevrolet Camaro. Starting second is the 113 of Glenn Every in a 1969 Chevrolet Corvette. Scheduled to start third is going to be the 37. That's James Glass in a 1970 Chevrolet Camaro. Martin Hanshaw is going to start fourth. He's going to be in the number 22 in a 1973 Datsun 240Z. Vince Vaccaro will roll off in the fifth position in that number 99 in a 1972 Alfa Romeo. Starting on the sixth position is going to be the number 80. That's going to be David Gott. He's in a 1962 Triumph TR4. Scheduled to start seventh is going to be the 68. That's Steve Grabowski, and he's in a 1968 Volvo 122. Starting eighth is the number 47 of Rob Hurley in a 1970 Porsche 911S. Scheduled to start ninth is going to be George Lademan in the 21 in a 1970 Chevrolet Corvette. Craig Lampy rolls off 10th in the number 6 machine, again in a 1968 Chevrolet Camaro. Scott Stickle will start in the number 11th position in that 48 in a nice, beautiful 1963 Jaguar XKE. Joseph Fagola will start in the number 12th position in the number 50 in a 1969 Chevrolet Corvette, while Robert Black will roll off 13th in a 1971 Ford Pinto in that number 196. Scheduled to start 14th is the number 27 in a Ford Shelby GT350. That's Greg Gunnulus. Starting in the 15th position in the number 35 in a 1972 Porsche 911, that's John Munich. Starting in the 16th position, that's Peter McCarthy with white walls and all in that 1962 Austin Healey, that green number 23. Starting 17th in the number 33 in a 1972 Datsun 240Z, that's John Jeffrey. Brian Calente will roll off in the number 46 in the 18th position in 1969 Chevrolet Corvette, while Philip Gott will roll off in the 19th position in that number 114 in a 1965 Triumph TR4A. Anthony Hess rolls off 20th in that 02 1973 MGB, while Stephen Moulton was going to start in the 21st position in that 98 1972 Ford Pinto. Dave Gambarero is going to start in the 22nd position in that number 34 in that 1972 Alfa Romeo. So that's going to be your starting field here for our Dave Panis Memorial Race here, as our cars are just now coming out of turn number 9, Greg, heading up into turn 10. And again, with all that cleanup that we had going on through there, going to show some surface flags here for at least a good lap and a half as we get that worked in, because they come out of turn number 10, head down towards turn number 11, look for our pace car to drop off into the pit lane so we can get this memorial race started and underway.
All right, so the pace car now is headed to the pit lane turning the field over to Glenn Every and James Glass as they come out of the final corner onto the front straight. Starter looks over the field, and green flag is in the air. An enthusiastic green flag from our starter as the field now, you can hear it, Brian, shaking our cameras all the way around as the ground bounders come down into turn one for the first time.
Well, I tell you what, James Glass did not know where he really wanted to start because he started kind of 3 wide. I thought maybe we were going back to the Indianapolis 500 where we started 3 wide there at the beginning. I'm not sure if he couldn't see the starter with that green flag, but he was definitely in center of the track in between our front 2 starters.
Those Camaro drivers, man, you just never know. All right, so what a start as they make their run down into the bus stop for the first time. As we've got the Firebird here now jumping out to a quick lead. Is that the no? I'm sorry, that's the Camaro. The Camaro of Glass with Every in the directly behind. As they now start to make their way down to the outer loop track. We'll catch up with them in just a moment. Let's catch the rest of the field here coming down through the outer loop.
As they come down through the outer loop, they're going to be 2 wide through there. Again, we saw that earlier on. Not something you really want to be 2 wide, and we saw that even when our Group 3 was out there with our Club 4s, and we know that didn't work out very well, Greg. I wouldn't think that one of these larger cars would want to go in 2 wide through there. Keep an eye on it. Waiting on our leaders. I believe that's going to be Michael Dubé in that 68 machine. I think he's got the 137 there right next to him. Again, I'm having some challenges with timing and scoring. I'm not seeing the 137 on there, but I can tell you that the 137 definitely going to go 2 wide coming out of turn number 9 right there with Dubé. They do realize where green flag is out and we're not on the pace lap, right?
I'm fairly certain. Well, it took them until about here to get side by side for the start. And, well, hey, maybe they don't know the race actually started or not. I don't know. But great race so far between these first-generation General Motors pony cars, between the Firebird and the Camaro, as they come to the line. And now maybe our cameras won't shake it. No, I take that back. They're still getting bounced around there out on the bleachers. I can only imagine, Brian, I've never seen a NASCAR race here at Watkins Glen, but I could only imagine that a field of 30 or so Cup cars coming down the front straight must feel the exact same thing that our camera just felt with even half as many cars.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I can honestly tell you, I know who's in the second position there in the maroon there, 68. I can't tell you who is leading in the 137 because timing and scoring now doesn't show a 137 on there. And it now there we go. Now we're up.
There it is, Kevin Farnham.
And I should have known that because I saw him earlier today.
No, you just had him on the. Did you have him on the sheet, the grid sheet?
No, he's not on the grid sheet
he's
at
not
all.
even there.
So not even listed there to be in this race. So
all right, so Kevin Farnham, he didn't appear out of nowhere, but well,
he drove out there.
Yeah.
So Kevin Farnham is your leader. Looks like Michael Dubé, that's going to be second. A little bit further back, I believe that's going to be Glenn Every in the red and white number 113. We'll keep an eye on that and see. Again, we're looking to see a lot of these racers were scheduled to be in here. Some were not scheduled to be here, signed up kind of late. So we'll have to see where they are. But I tell you what, that is Every right there. And then James Glass, when we talked about James Glass, he decided that he wanted to go Indianapolis Racing today, Greg, because he was 3 wide at the start right through there from the second row. So,
well, I don't know. We were watching the start of the Michelin Pilot race from Indianapolis Motor Speedway. They weren't 3 wide on the start there. The sports car guys know to keep it 2 by 2.
Again, Kevin Farnham. And again, Greg, this is, on exit, and, we're sitting up here watching it up on the screen and everything. Those cars, as heavy as they weigh, you can see some of the drivers coming up out of turn number 9. They're trying to take that corner really far left, right? So really kind of sweeping across the entrance into turn number 9 and then trying to stay driver's left, but the X cars just want to roll all the way out into that line, because that is the line.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about it. It's the only off-camber course or corner on the course, and the car kind of gets pushed out there whether you want to or not if you're carrying any kind of speed. As we look here, as we see a couple of the races. Plus, now as we're working well, working lap 2, you can see that the oil draw there is kind of getting ground down into the pavement a little bit. Probably not much of an issue any longer as we drop a little bit further back in the field there. Martin Hanshee, then Scott Stickle, Rob Hurley, and I think Adam Bork as well.
Yeah, I tell you what, a couple guys here rolling through here. Joseph Folia in that number 50 in that Chevrolet Corvette. That car really sounding well this weekend.
Yeah.
Again, we see Joseph in quite a bit throughout the year. So
we see him runs with the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series up and down the East Coast, and always good to see his third gen, his C3 Corvette, 1964 machine. Always a wonder, and he's had some decent reliability with that car here so far. There he goes with that C3 Corvette as well this weekend.
Yeah,
must be the cool temps.
Again, talked about Peter McCarthy in that 23 machine in that Austin Healey 10. Got them white walls out, Greg, out for that Saturday drive. That car looking pretty sporty out here. A little bit further back than I think he really wants to be right now. But again, continuing to get this race in, this Dave Panis Memorial race. Again, throwing another seat time in there, getting out here on the racetrack.
Trying to track down who our Volvo driver is, Brian, and I still have not been able to pick up his name as I look at our timing system. In the white Volvo sedan. We'll see if we can pick
Tell you
it up
what,
here.
while you're doing that, I'm looking at timing and scoring. So evidently that's not either. Michael Dubé is not in the 68 for this race.
Okay.
I'm now
we're showing
Alan Kostic in the 68.
Except Alan's not in. I guarantee you that is not an MGB GT.
No, that
coupe.
is not.
Yeah.
So. Again, this is one of those races where it's a free-for-all, but I'm almost positive that is Michael Dubé. In that Camaro is him and Kevin Farnham. When they went by the start-finish line down into Turn 1, they were actually going to go side by side. I'm looking out the window here as they're just now coming through the inner loop in that white Pontiac Firebird along with the maroon Chevrolet Camaro of Dubé. I tell you what, they were still side by side, coming up out of the inner loop, headed down in towards the outer loop.
All right, watching a nice little battle, Brian, a little bit further back in the pack. This is for 21st overall. Peter Bauer in the 511 red, white, and blue Datsun 510, and Anthony Hess right behind him in the blue MGB. Actually, that's not blue, is it? Thought that was blue. Actually, I think
just as we talked about Joseph Folia, he is now pulled off and pulled back behind the pit lane. So it looks like Joseph's race here in this Panis Memorial race is now over.
Greg with the announcer curse.
That's
one
it.
more time.
Yep.
There we go. Sorry about that, Joe.
Looks like we may have a new leader. So it looks like Michael Dubé may have gotten around Kevin Farnham in that 137 machine. So again, we'll keep an eye on them. They're just now, I think, getting ready to come out of turn number 9, head up into turn number 10.
Yeah, and there they are.
Right now, there they are. So now Dubé going to get back around Farnham. And you know what, Greg? We saw this last year, too. Both of these drivers, along with, at that time, we had James Glass as well.
Right.
With all three of those drivers, kind of nose to tail, battled all the way down, really to the last two corners of the race, of every race they were in. But there goes Dubé. There goes Farnham now by the start-finish line. For this race going down into turn number 1. Dubé got about a car length and a half, call it 2 car lengths, coming out of turn number 1 now. James Glass downshifting. I think he may have missed a shift right there, Greg, heading down in, because that definitely did not sound like a clean shift trying to catch Glenn Every in that 113 machine. Yeah, definitely. Unless Alan Costa or Michael Dubé is using Alan Costas' transponder for that MVP.
Oh, you never know.
There is no doubt there is a difference between. Oh, and there goes Kevin Farnham down around 360, completely through there. We'll see if he continues or does he pull off over there in driver's left or driver's right, actually.
Yeah, we'll see as he goes and gathers himself up. Yeah, He's not picking up any ground, and I was going to say it looked like those two, Brian, and we'll track here coming down into the toe of the boot, starting to come up on. I think this is Kate Garabedian, who just got around Anthony Hess. Garabedian in 2002, Hess in an MGB, and then Peter McCarthy in the trailing green Austin Healey Sprite. And just then, our leaders were coming right up to the back of those cars.
Yeah.
And he's got, and now our only leader, about 40 car lengths back.
Yeah, again, there goes the 23. That's what you're talking about, the Peter McCarthy machine right there with Garabedian and Hess right there in front. So the overall leader there, Michael Dubé, going to end up coming up on them. But again, Kevin Farnham going through going through the inner loop, Craig, turn 5, definitely tried to get on the power as much as he could to try to run down Michael Dubé. Just could not do it. And then the back end, as you saw, completely came out from underneath him.
And it's definitely a challenge with these cars. The curbing going into the bus stop has been reprofiled, but also, Brian, that second left-hander, basically the second half of the bus stop chicane to the inner loop, the curbing there has also been reprofiled. Mm-hmm. And if he caught a little bit more curbing than expected, the rear end of that car, there was a good chance that it was going to walk around on that big stick axle car.
Yeah. Yeah, I still believe he is still pulled off over there on the driver's right, kind of out of the line there, going through that inner loop. So, pretty much in a safe spot. I think that they'll keep that there unless he was able to roll and get a little bit further there.
I figure we'll be able to take. Well, let's jump back and see.
Not seeing him there, but I know he didn't continue on the racetrack, so he may have pulled down over off there, right on the left-hand side of your screen.
And I'm looking to see if I could pick up the corner station before they turn in, whether there's a local caution there.
It doesn't look like there is either. No, so it looks like he's definitely continued through, probably through the other thing. We'll see there. Let's see if he went back by, showing that he's got 5 laps in. So maybe he was able to continue his back behind James Glass. I'm showing 11 seconds behind James Glass. So I think that he was able to continue there. We'll try to see if we can pick him up. We'll find James Glass in that yellow number 37 through there. So again, your overall leader, I believe, is going to be Michael Dubé in that number 68. Then the 113, Glenn Every is going to be second. James Glass third. I'm showing Kevin Farnham still out there in the 137. I think that's him at the bottom of the hill coming up through there.
I think that's our mystery
no,
Volvo.
That's your Volvo deal.
Yeah, that's my Volvo.
That's the Volvo car you've been looking for. So we found it while we were looking for it.
I found the car. I keep finding the car, Brian. The problem is I don't know who the driver is.
Yeah, well, that's, again, timing and scoring here, kind of bouncing back and forth trying to look at it. But we'll look and see who that is. I'm not seeing a Volvo listed here as well, although I do believe it could have been from one of the earlier groups. Well, that could be Steve Grabowski in that 68 machine in that Volvo 122. So that could be.
There you go. Well, that is a Volvo 122 sedan. Absolutely. Yep. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm just.
Again, Grabowski not showing up on timing in scoring, but I did have him in the starting lineup. So I think that's where, as you were looking through timing and scoring, couldn't find him. So that could be Grabowski.
I think that's probably the story. And we'd heard that there were some issues that some of the drivers were having with timing and scoring. So glad that we could create some more confusion for you here at Watkins Glen International. So next car to try and track down, Brian, is our white Pontiac Firebird.
Yeah, trying to find Farnham. I know, looking at timing and scoring, still showing out there. Again, now he's only 10 seconds. So if we can find the yellow 37, there's the yellow. That's the yellow 37 class. I do believe the next car should be Farnham coming into picture right here, and that's the Pontiac Firebird. So he was able to get that going after that complete 360 spin, and able to get going back. It'd be interesting to see, since he was that much quicker 2 seconds a lap faster, almost 2 seconds a lap faster than James Glass as we start to wind this race down. This Dave Panis Memorial race, whether or not he's able to move up into and past James Glass for that third position. Again, it's a long way to run down, but you've got to imagine that tire's got to have some flat spots on there with doing that complete 360 spin and continuing on after a couple of minutes. But it does look like Glass has caught Glenn Avery.
Yeah, he's right there.
In that 113 machine. So Michael Dubé just going across the start-finish line now. And again, you could see a little bit of the straight line speed that that Glass or that Every has over Glass coming out of turn number 11, heading down the front stretch. And again, Kevin Farnham now, he's going to have to go through some of that traffic that they just went through, Greg, down into turn number 1.
Yeah, and we'll watch here as he's going to take a look. He's a little bit further back because he's going to have to take a look. And this might be a bit of a challenge for him, Brian, because he's likely going to have to either make the pass going up through the S's, or we'll see if he just kind of sits back and, well, I don't think he's going to sit back and wait, but
he's going to sit back. But he's definitely not going to wait. He's going to push the issue as hard as he can.
Yeah, wait till they get to the short chute heading up to turn 3, maybe. Oh, and apparently I'm too slow there. Missed him going up through the S's, so let's.
Well, that just means he's got that much more speed. So there's
Glenn
Avery, there's James Glass right there.
Right.
Your next car should be, as we talked about,
there, and yes, he's
that is Kevin Farman. So he's cleared all those cars there. Going through there. The next closest battle I see could be kind of in this group right here. They would be the lap down. That could be, I'm trying to find the white, the Jaguar XKE.
All right,
Scott Stickle in the number 48 machine.
We'll see if I can track it
And
down
we'll
here
see if
for
we
you.
can't find that, because him and Rob Hurley have been kind of going at it. That's the 47 and that's the 48. The Hurley machine is a red Porsche 911.
Okay. Well, I just found the E-Type. He's coming down into turn 1 now. In the lead front car in this trio as he protects a little bit to the inside.
Yeah.
Just ahead of Devin Giedra in his Datsun 240Z. Actually, we've got the two blue Datsuns. We've got Giedra and then Frank Buoni, both racing in again early 70s. One's a 74, one's a 71.
Tell you what, Greg, the next time Michael Dubé comes out in the 68 in that maroon Camaro, the next time he comes by the start-finish line, which he should be kind of coming up through the S's right now, headed up to
and there
up
you go.
into the inner loop.
Just drove right by me.
Yep, there you go. He is going to be getting the 1 to go.
I'll pick him up. He's just now coming out of the S's on the making the run down to the bus stop. Next car ahead of him is the Volvo.
Yeah, that's going to be the Volvo that we were talking about earlier. We were looking for.
Right
I believe that's going to be as we talked about. There he is coming through the outer loop one last time. Michael Dubé. Tell you what, pretty much got a handle on the field, Greg. I'm looking at the times. Even again, Kevin Farnham got to have flat spots on those tires. But,
Yeah.
James Glass just went his fastest lap of the race. Glenn Every just went his fastest lap of the race the lap before. A number of other drivers as well. Philip Gott ran his fastest lap on lap 7 in that 114 in that Triumph TR4 as well.
And looks as though we've just had one of our Datsuns join us. That was the 71 of Devin Giedra. And so Devin was running 8th overall. He was right behind the Jag of Stickle with Buoni behind. And now we see them. They are heading into turn number 10. So where there were 3, there are now 2. And where there were 2 Datsun, now there's just 1. Actually, there's more than just the 1 Datsun Z car out there. We've got a few more in the field, but certainly that battle now with 1 lap remaining.
Michael Dubé here just now getting ready to come up to the start-finish line, going to get the 1 to go. He's going to go ahead and pass that 68. The 68's going to pass the 68.
There it goes.
We're going to pass Steve Grabowski in that white Volvo there. So both of those drivers going to have 1 to go. Dubé got a little bit of smoke coming out of that right side there, Greg.
Yeah, I was just looking at that, and I thought maybe it was as the car gets loaded up, but obviously with the right-hand turns here, that side of the car gets unloaded. This is where it would be more of an issue.
Mm-hmm. Didn't really see it through there, so I'm wondering if may have been from the car that's ahead of him,
possibly
sitting there, and he just may have been driving through it. We'll have to see. It does look like, you know what? It does look like that Datsun right there, that blue one. Looks like that may have a little bit when it gets into on that right side, loading up there. Looks like a little bit of smoke that he may have run through turn one, or through turn one.
All right.
I'm going to say, I don't know if you want to, as we're winding down here, we'll follow Michael Dubé around again. I think the James Glass, Kevin Farnham kind of moved over a little bit further back. We'll see kind of where they are. And that again, Dubé really gets through turn number 7 quite well. The back end of that Camaro sliding out there through there. It's always good to see. Nope, got one car there with a lot of smoke coming up out of turn number 8, heading to turn, staying far, driver's left. That car looks like that definitely may have an issue here. Coming up again, and he is very, very slow coming up the hill, almost to a dead stop.
And I believe that's Hal Jones in the 43 BMW 2002, Brian, and you know what they say, that they're always fastest just before, as Hal just ran his fastest lap of the race on the last lap.
Yep. Michael Dubé coming up to the start-finish line. Looks like he's going to put one of our Datsuns. That's the 260. He's going to end up putting Frederick Bowie down a lap, which means his race is going to end one lap early.
Yeah, and I thought he might have something for the Jaguar, and maybe not. And Dubé actually ends up going past some of the racers that are technically still under green.
Yeah, the 260 there definitely should have another lap along with, I believe, that car in front there. That may be David Gott. Probably going to have a couple cars here. They're going to have to be picked up after this race as well, Greg. But there goes Michael Dubé coming around there as well.
Yeah, and again, I'd have to look, but I thought that Stickle, who's in the white Jag, actually got to the line before Dubé.
Absolutely.
So technically, the Jaguar is still on its last lap.
Correct.
Our overall winner passed him going down into turn 1, and it started to cool things down. But at this point, again, the car directly behind.
He's already taken the checkered flag.
Had already taken the checkered flag.
Yeah.
All right, so now that almost everybody else has taken the checkered flag, why don't we run down the order here, if we can, with Dubé taking the win in his Camaro. Then we got, in his Camaro. Then we got James Glass, Kevin Farnham, Glenn Every in the white and red Corvette. Then we've got Martin Hanchey. Let's get our final cars coming out of here, and we'll go over to the start-finish line. And actually, we're showing Hanchey is finishing ahead of David Gott now. Then Stickle, then Boney, then Hurley, Alan Kostic, John Mensch, John Jeffrey, Philip Gott, Russ Rosenberg, Peter Bauer, your top 15.
Yep.
All right, that's going to wrap things up for the Dave Panis Memorial Race. Next up is going to be the first of 2 feature races for the BMW Car Club of America and their club racing contingent as part of the 2025 Can-Am Challenge. We're going to take a quick break, play some commercials for our partners and sponsors. And when we come back, we'll have a special guest joining us here in the booth for the first of those two feature races. So please stay with us.
We're Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be.
Combining the art and science of going fast, Peter Krause provides professional, private coaching and analysis for sports car drivers at many East Coast tracks, including Virginia International Raceway, as well as remotely via Zoom. A multi-time championship-winning race car driver, award-winning mechanic, and automotive historian, Krause can communicate effectively both the psychology and methodology of going fast, pioneering the use of GPS data and video logging technology to advance driver performance in club-level, historic, and entry-level professional series since 2001. Peter relies on data-driven objective measures, creating successful strategies to make his drivers faster. An expert in AIM, VBOX, Motec, and Garmin, as well as other systems. If you have questions on how to get more out of your data, schedule a consultation either in person or remotely to leverage the power of your tools to improve your driving. For more information, call 919-740-1871 or visit www.peterkrause.net today.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win.
Formulated to win.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their Spec Racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering Spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
If you're a racer, you want to be fast, but you have to be safe. That's why professionals and amateurs alike go to HMS Motorsport for their safety equipment. HMS Motorsport is the industry's leading full-service racing safety provider. Protective clothing and helmets, harnesses, fire suppression, communication and data acquisition equipment, and more. All from the motorsport safety experts, HMS Motorsport. 2 retail locations and at hmsmotorsport.com.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here with BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International. It is the 2025 Can-Am Challenge presented by the BMW Car Club of America. First of two feature races today as we've got the racers heading on track. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati, and we've got a special guest with us here today. I want to thank him for joining us. We've got Scott Sterling from the BMW Car Club of America. And Scott joined us here for these races last year, and we want to thank him. We didn't scare him off last year, Brian, that he's actually come back.
Not yet.
No, very happy to be here. Thank you guys again.
Absolutely.
Tell you what, Scott and I were talking a little bit, and Scott, before we do the rundown, I'm ask you to do it, right? I need to get your expertise on this and stuff, as we were talking about yesterday when we were going through some of the practice. A lot of challenges with some of these drivers. Saw a little bit earlier this morning as well. Some people had problems. I think we've got that all out of the way right now. We're going green to checker here in this race.
There's green flag race the whole time. That's what we're
That's
what we're
right.
hoping for. We're so knock on some wood.
All right, now much like the sprint race this morning, for this particular group, we are going to have a split start, two separate pace cars. We've got our first group out on track right now. We're going to have the Spec E46 racers all go out together. They are yet to leave the pit lane. Brian, why don't we start running down the starting order of this front group?
Yeah, we're gonna throw Scott right in the fire. We're gonna have Scott do it.
Oh, wonderful.
So starting on pole for Group 1 is Sean Dwyer, driving the 85 car in PWR3, actually points leader as of Lightning for that class. Sharing the front row with him is Emmerich Steller, also PWR3, car 101. Row 2, actually two best friends, we call them the stepbrothers. Andrew Palumbo, driving the car 24, was able to get that fixed after DNFing in the first race. And then Mike DeLutri, car 82. Row 3, we have Greg Marcelli and Greg Papasan, both PWR 3 cars. Row 4, we have Tim Ripley, car 376, and James B., car 758. And then rounding out row 5, we have Meryl McMullen, PWR2, driving car 323, and then John Lucas, car 210 in PWR3.
All right, and we've just now had the E46s leave the grid. You can see them making their way up through the S's, and as we saw this morning, it took quite a while before the racers in the first group, who are just now going to be coming down into the toe of the boot behind that first pace car, took quite some time before they reached the end of the rear end of the Spec E46 field.
Yeah, a little bit of challenge there going on. But I tell you what, why don't we go ahead if we can? Let's go ahead while that first group is there. Let's go ahead and pick up that first group. We'll get to the top 10 here in the Spec E46 as we get going, because Scott, we got some stuff through the chat. Ben Hostetler set the track record basically in that supposedly through there. I think now that track record is held by Ben with that 208.835. I think it was set earlier in May at that 209.4. So pretty much shattered it by by about 5.5. About 0.5 of a second, which is pretty good out here.
Yeah, and you look at Jesse too. Jesse ran a 208.895, so only a couple hundredths behind him. So both those just really flying today, and even top 3. The next closest was a 208.958. So again, top 3 guys there are really close on pace.
Yep. Here comes our first group now, getting ready to come out of turn number 11 to head down the front stretch. Going to be Sean Dwyer. Emmerich Steller looks like we're waiting for the green flag right there. So green flag is out. And I tell you what, Sean Dwyer getting that good quick jump there, Scott, on Emmerich Steller, who was your winner earlier. But Dwyer was running him down towards the end of that race as they head down in turn number 1.
Yeah, these two have just kind of been in a class of their own in the first race. They're running a few seconds in front of the rest of the PWR 3 group, so it'll be fun to watch them battle through all this.
Yeah, I tell you what, if they go down through there again, Steller not going away, and then there you go. There's Andrew Palumbo there, and then DeLutri just a little bit further back. But as you talking about it, we were right before we went on. You were talking. I said, Palumbo had that problem. Talk about what that was real quick, because our next group's getting ready to come up through there. So as they come up through turn 10, we'll look through that.
Yeah, kind of a freak accident for Andrew. There was a piece of branding on his electric fan that had rattled loose and just got between the fan and shredded the belt and just shredded the belt. So we were able to get that fixed. He was wrenching on it for most of that break. But, Oh, here we go, Spec E46.
Yep, here comes our Spec E46 now. They're getting ready to take the green flag, led by Ben Hosteller, who again set the track record, and Jesse Clark in that 77 machine again. So we'll see. It looks like it's going to be, well, it's a little bit of a handful because right now we're 3 wide here, Scott.
From front to back.
We kind of went down there from front to back. Exactly right. It does look like it's going to be Hosteller that's going to jump out ahead of Clark. Right now in the Spec E46 going down in turn number 1.
Yes, Spec E46, one of the best spec classes, I think, in the country. You see how close these guys are running pretty consistently, and have so many rows of people going 3 wide into turn 1 is always quite exciting. 2 wide still going up through the S's.
Again, Jesse Clark picking up the win earlier in this class, but Ben Hosteller, again, we talked about getting that track record, so it was definitely coming on. Not a big difference between the two, but right now they're both going to have at it going down into the inner loop, the bus stop there. Clark having to give it up just a little bit to Hosteller.
And we just had a pass. Jesse got passed by, I think that might have been Own Care, I believe.
Yeah.
Car 290.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a pretty good run through there. And I think that, Clark went really, really wide on the entry. So really got in there hotter than I think he anticipated going through, trying to run through Ben Hostetter.
All right, guys, let's jump, if you don't mind. We're going to jump back to the front pack here. And there is a slow-moving car just now coming through turn 9, going to be heading back over, we assume, to the pit, over to the pit lane.
Yeah, I see Emmerich Steller dropping through the with Sean Dwyer now in the lead, Andrew Palumbo 2, and Greg Marcelli rounding out the top 3.
Yeah, you can see one definitely coming down the pit road right now. Definitely has some looks like definitely some contact there with the guardrail. I think he said on that left side there, Scott, as you look, you can see it looks like it's pancaked in and kind of some the blue markings, right? You can tell by the blue marking.
That's right.
That car's not painted blue, by the way.
No, it is a black car, and the blue has nice contrast against it. Maybe not nice contrast, but
it's got some contrast in there. It's not nice now, but
no. Watkins Glen likes to give presents, and they're not kind of presents you want.
yeah, exactly.
But this is good. They're top 2 in that PWR3, pretty close together. It looks like at the line there's about a 1.5 second difference between them. So. Sean ran 2:04 earlier in the class. They seem pretty even on pace right now. So hopefully this continues for another 15 minutes or so.
Yeah. So anyway, you were talking about the Spec E46 class. Really good group of drivers there as well. But having everything, and it kind of lays into the hands of the driver, right? Really trying to get through there. So. We'll pick that up, but was most definitely coming here through into the inner loop here. You can see where everything is so bunched up. So it really comes down to the team and the driver setting this thing up.
Yeah, we still have this same top 3 with Ben leading owned and followed by Jesse in very close succession. And then look at this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Next 5 guys again, nose to tail. Again, spec racing is just so much fun to spectate. And they certainly put on a show for everybody. So we're really thankful to have these, have the cameras, get the feed, and show people what BMW CCA Club Racing is about.
Well, owner Kara got that good jump, move up into that second place, passing Jesse Clark. But in the first race, he really had a problem with David Pan, kind of going through. They were kind of bouncing back and forth, and it moved him back even further. Right now, getting up behind Ben Hostetter ahead of Jesse Clark really seems to start moving the pace. It seems like he has better pace right now when he gets back out in front to complete with a battle for that lead.
Yeah, and they just remain glued to each other.
Yeah.
They definitely seem to be getting a little bit more separation from called the second running of group, but turning if I look at lap times right now, 2:12. So I mean, not surprised the pace came down a bit from earlier. It was first session was just the most ideal.
Well, I was going to say the temperature, was a lot cooler this morning when they first went out. It was ideal, just as you just alluded to. Definitely come out, get the most horsepower you can out of what you can with this spec class. As they cross down through the start-finish line now. Again, Ben Hostetter, time's coming down even more, ran that 2:11.338. So again, our top 5, pretty much everybody set a faster lap now as we're getting 2 laps into this race.
Yeah, just looking at the spread too, top 3 are separated by 2.5 or less than a second, so 0.6 and then 1/10 past that. Again, really exciting stuff. And then the second group is only 2 seconds behind them. So, these guys tend to catch the back of that first group towards the last race. Is a 40-minute race. I don't know how long.
I think we're only going 20 minutes here
I think
today.
things have been kind of
we've kind of shortened a lot of stuff up. So,
but even in a 20-minute race, last time they caught the back of the group one towards the end of that. So traffic always plays great picks for moves. Going into the loop too, it looks like we have people trying to make moves.
Yeah, I was going to say right there, it looks like it was Joe Funtz was trying to make a move over David Pan going through the inner loop there through the bus stop, and that is actually not an ideal place to where he was. We've seen other organizations where drivers have done that, and it didn't work out, but he's definitely able to make that work out. Don't think he's going to make that pass on David, but again, that just goes to show that these cars are well evenly matched, and some of these cars are going to get a better run off the corner than some of the others. Look back through here, through the top. You talk about Sean Dwyer now. He's going that 2:06.703. So, again, all those cars getting faster. So as we're into 3 laps into this race, you can see where these cars, again, while it has gotten hotter out there, I think you were mentioning earlier, it has gotten warmer than I think some of these drivers anticipated. Still putting down some pretty good lap times and some pretty good speeds.
Yeah, 2:06.7 still moving in these cars, and especially I don't know what the temperature is, but I have to imagine it's something close in the 70s right now.
It's low 70s right now, and I should also mention, we've seen the last during or before the last couple of sessions, specifically the last race, a lot of oil dry being put down on the pavement. And in some cases right on the driving line. So, you may not have ultimate amounts of grip here as well. And considering how well these races are adjusting to that situation, I think it's showing quite a bit about their quality as racers.
Yeah, a couple cars going out of it. Looks like it's sounding like here, Scott and Greg, that when we get down into turn one, they're kind of put kind of a track limits on this a little bit, and I think what's happening. Well, I said the same thing too, right? I'm looking at you, and you're looking at me. I was like, track limits on turn one? Really? You could go all the way out. I wouldn't want to go out to the gator teeth. Looks like we got one, as you just said, slow.
Yeah, this car. It looks like a Spec 46 turning off.
And that may be.
Yep, right there.
Oh, so that will. Green flag continues. That won't result in a double yellow.
Yeah, lots of heads-up driving by the racers here.
That I think actually was Mike Dellutri, I think, in the 82 machine.
Was it?
Is what I think is what got called. We'll see as we go through, but coming up through there, we'll see if we can get what that number was. As we do that, I can look out through the binoculars. But
again, we have the Spec guys. Again, the 2 packs of 3, just nose to tail. It's again speaks to how well that rule set has been developed to keep the racing close. It looks like, did Owen get? It
looks like he made a nice little pass under braking going into turn 8 into the heel of the boot.
So we have a new leader in Spec 46, but those guys remain, less than a second separating the top 3. They are essentially nose to tail as they head towards turn 10.
And I think when they were coming out of or going down into turn 1, again, they had caught some of the back half of the, that first group field. And we did have, I believe it may have been either Bob Martin or it may have been, I think it was Bob Martin because he's starting to drop down a little bit further. I think he was the one that was there kind of when they went through turn 1 that they got kind of all jumbled up, not sure where he was going to go. He moved all the way over stayed driver's right, but was able to continue. So it kind of bumbled them up a little bit.
And Brian noticed here in that second pack of 3, big challenge for 4th position, both first under braking going into turn 1, wasn't able to get the pass done, and now as they come up through the S's door to door, trying to use that draft to their advantage coming onto the short chute.
Pretty sure that was Joe Fuchs we saw trying to get around David Pan. We'll see as they come down towards the bus stop. Excuse me.
And they were doing, that was happening in the first race too.
Yep.
The only difference was they had Ona Carey in there as well because he didn't get the start he wanted, which allowed Haustetler and Clark to jump out to that big lead in that E46 battle. So again, a lot of side-by-side action. I tell you what, Scott, some of these drivers here from this morning to now, and again, you still got that going through turn number 7. A lot of different moves and a lot of different places through these. With the Spec, talk about how much, when you know that's going to happen, do you back the corners up and do you have the power to get back out of a corner, say down in turn number 7 because of the downhill and then back up the hill?
In the Spec cars?
Yes.
They're pretty. So I drive an E36 M3. I haven't driven it for a while, but they're pretty evenly matched for it compared to these. I mean, the goal going in the 7 is just power as early as possible. Right? These cars don't put out a ton of torque. So the earlier you can get back to power on that corner specifically, it is obviously beneficial. Very cliche thing to say, right? You want to get back to power, but
yeah.
We don't call them momentum cars because everyone says a momentum car is a Miata, but at the end of the day, almost every car is a momentum car. These ones particularly.
Right.
Oh, just looking at timing scoring. So David Pan did drop driving in that second group of 3 Spec E46s. Does look like he dropped 2 spots to Joe Fuchs, who leads that second group now, followed by Patrick Harris.
Yeah.
As we go through to the lead of the Spec E46, still, again, nose to tail, Owen Kerr, Ben, and then Jesse followed close and nearby.
Sean Dwyer still leading our first group. He's got about a 5.5 second lead over Andrew Palumbo, then Greg Maselli in that 828, then Mike Delutri. Maybe that wasn't Mike that turned in because he's got 6 laps. We'll have to keep an eye on that, but I could have sworn I heard the 82. Maybe it wasn't the 82. Maybe it could have been the 482, or even it was the 7 that made that. Again, I don't have the colors of them or the schemes, so.
Yeah, just looking at the gaps in the front of the PWR3, those have been pretty stable. Andrew's behind by about 5.5 seconds. Greg Marcelli 8 seconds behind him. It's been pretty stable for the last few laps.
Again, kind of like you said, in another 2 seconds in between, in between those as well. So I believe that is Dwyer right there, coming out of turn number.
Yeah, that white car we saw going in was Greg Marcelli. As we wait for turn 1.
Yeah, kind of going to go through a little side by side a little bit further back there as well. Pretty good. I don't know if that was a pass or that car was already there, but that black one right there and there, it seemed like they made that pass.
The black car might be Delutri, although timing and scoring says they're pretty far apart.
Yeah.
I have to give you guys credit. This is much harder than I think it is. Because I'm trying to watch the TV and then I'm looking at timing and scoring and then the group to see the names and whatnot. It's my brain is scattered everywhere. Right now.
You should see mine. Hopefully they won't use the same broom to sweep up your brain and my brain. Be dangerous for everybody else that has to endure that. All right. Yeah, and so I believe, in going back to this, Brian, I don't believe the pass was made. The white car trailing tried to come underneath the car just ahead the middle of the 3 here, going into turn 1, and turned in a little early, popped out of the groove a little bit, and ended up having the trail behind all the way up through the S's, and now as they come down the hill into the toe of the boot.
Yeah, we got to find out what the numbers of these two have been very close for the last few laps.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on them when they come back through. But yeah, it's been kind of nose to tail there, and so if that is between.
Will it help if I throw them up on the screen there for you?
Oh, there we go. That's good. I don't need to look at the timing and scoring now. It's
there
right
go.
on the screen.
Oh no, you still do.
Although that is based off what you're looking at. So
right. We don't think it's any different.
I mean, if that is, that's definitely not Palumbo in any of those 2 cars, because that's definitely not a silver, that silver 24. So that could be as you talked about. We got a lot of.
I'll try and get a number as they go by us on the front straight.
Yeah, a lot of cars as they going through here. So that is the
323.
So the 376 and then the 758. So a little bit further back. So Tim Ripley and James B in there. That's actually 6th and 7th position, and the 323 is the McMullen machine. So again, that's basically 5th through 7th. Pretty close battle.
Yeah, they've been within a second of each other for several laps now, and it's kind of just a reminder that so much in racing we focus on who's at the front, but some of the best battles are that 7-8 later down the pack battles that are going on. So it's great to be able to pick that up here.
Yeah,
well, that's the joy of club racing.
Tell you what, 290 there. Kara starting to open it up over Clark and Hostetler. Hostetler falling back. Pretty much out of those two. Jesse Clark still about 0.6 of a second behind as they head up through the S's there, but Hostetler starting to fall off the pace compared to what he had earlier today for both of those. They go up through the S's now, should be coming up into the inner loop here momentarily. But you can see that's the battle, not that group right there, the group coming up behind us here. That is the battle for that Spec E46 class. So.
Yeah, that was James B. and Mark Tomas that we just saw coming through.
That's right. We had Mark up here in the booth last year, if I remember correctly.
And there's that Spec E46 class. Again, like I said, they're starting to pull away from Hostetler as well. Again, you get those two kind of nose to tail. Two of them are faster than one in there. Again, you talked about not really being named for a momentum car, but when you get the draft like that, you tend to pull away a little bit in certain areas.
Yeah, they seem to be working together, whether or not intentionally or just through battling, but that's certainly helping them pull away just a little bit.
Yeah, and it'd be interesting to see Jesse Clark, when we get down, once he's able to go by the start-finish line and get that one to go, where does he make that move? Or can he make that move? Greg, with just about 3.5 minutes, we may want to go ahead, and I don't think we've done it yet. We may want to make that call to the grid for our next group.
Alrighty. Attention in the paddock, attention the paddock. Alphas at the Glen Racers. Please start heading to the grid. Your race starting in a few moments. Alphas at the Glen Racers. Your race is next.
Thank you, sir.
So, looks like Andrew Palumbo in the 24 car is dropping down the field. He was a couple seconds
he's now
behind,
sitting in ninth. Yeah, he's pulled off somewhere.
And actually, as I say that, I get a text. He threw the belt again. So might be a.
Was he the one who texted you, or somebody else texted you?
No, someone else in our group texted.
Okay.
Just want to make sure that he's not texting and racing.
When you think back to the NASCAR videos, is it Dick Trickle or whoever smoking the
cigarette?
Exactly. And I've told Brian this story so many times that VRG actually has an event each year at Summit Point called the Turkey Bowl in the each fall, right around, well, oddly enough, Thanksgiving. And there was a racer. His name was Jay Severe. Used to run a Sprigget years ago, and back before they made some of the we'll say safety advancements at Summit Point. He ended up backing the car off track at the carousel into what they used to call the magnetic rock. And they called it magnetic because, well, everybody ended up there. And he got out of the car, and the first thing he did is he pulled out of his driver's suit, pack of cigarettes, that he hand rolled, by the way, and pulled out a set of not a lighter, but a set of matches, and lit the thing up, which of course invoked a call from the corner station that there was a fire near his car. Now the fire, of course, was him just smoking the cigarette, but still, yeah, big changes. Now we just text and drive.
Yeah.
So Greg, the next time we have Sean Dwyer come by the start-finish line, he's going to be shown the one to go. So we're going to be looking for Sean Dwyer coming across the start-finish line. I think he may be in that pack right there. Maybe that's the one we were watching.
That's the one
earlier.
we've been watching exactly.
That's the James B. and the McMillan and Ripley battle there. That's 4th, 5th, and 6th.
I thought it was this one coming through. No,
so that's the Spec E46 leaders that I just saw going into 9, or excuse me, 11. And then Mark Tomas and James B. or John Lucas, excuse me, having a great battle. Hats off to Mark Tomas. I actually think he's.
I think we're coming into
No, we're coming into turn number 11 right now.
Yeah, so we're just going to stay on the front straight.
Yeah, because Dwyer, the next, not the next car, but a couple of cars back here, right there. Just now got the one to go.
All right.
Board got the hand out the side, out the window, so he was able to let the starter know that he saw that it's one to go. So everybody else is going to be working on their last lap. What's really going to be interesting here, Scott, is that Spec E46 class. They got to finish this lap and one more. Unless he catches them, but I don't think that's going to happen.
So I hope they're on the radio telling them, because we would like the excitement.
Absolutely. Somebody down there in those two teams, tell them they got a lap and a half, basically.
Now's the time to make your moves.
Mm-hmm. And again, because they haven't seen the starter give the one to go yet, right?
Yep.
So they still thinking they still got a couple more minutes here to go. And with, all reality, basically the time has expired based off of the laps and where they are. So
sorry about that.
We'll have to see. So it's going to be an interesting battle here between Onakara and Jesse Clark.
While we wait to find them, I was saying it before, just hats off to Mark Tomas, who's been such a loud voice positively for PWR and really helped pull in so many racers with that. We've seen him here in his E30 M3. And you look at the number of people that are in PWR now, it is, he's done a ton of work to help attract people and build that class up, and you look how successful it's really become. So, again, hats off to him.
No, absolutely. Continues to build more and more, and that's really what we want to see and what you guys want to see as a racing group, racing organization, in order to build that up to get it even more. So our Spec E46 class battle is just now coming out of turn number 11.
Right.
They'll be headed down the start-finish line here. And it looks like we're going to get mixed into some of the other cars in there. So they're going to go 3 wide, and I think, Scott, this is where Jesse Clark, if we go down in turn 1, Greg, this is where he's going to try to make his move down there, because he's got one of the slower cars there into the number 67 machine. That's Mark Thomas that's going to be there. So Sean Dwyer picking up the win here. In this, but I tell you what, Greg, if we can, let's go ahead and stick here. Here's the battle side by side, right in there, down there for this last lap. We're going to see who's going to have the advantage, who's going to have the line as they get down to the inner loop here.
And, it looked like Jesse had actually gotten past him as they were starting to go up the S's, but they're just trading back and forth. Who will make it out in front? It looks like Jesse.
It looks like Jesse's going to hold on to it right there.
There we go. We don't know if saving his tires throughout the race to really make this charge back.
Could be, because Hostetler's has moved right back up in there as well. So now it's a 3-car battle here as we go through the outer loop.
Yeah, they're on it. You can see those cars dancing around.
Dancing around all over the gator teeth on the outside there, trying to open up that corner as much as possible, carry speed down into the short chute, or down into the chute, turn 6. And this is one of the last really heavy braking zones before they get into come to the front. Nice pinch.
Clark getting a little bit loose going through there. You see that car was completely sideways, or it looks like that from the camera.
Well, Ben had gotten past Own, but then they're diving back and forth as they go into 7 there.
As they come up the hill out of turn 8, it does look like Jesse Clark's going to hold on to that. But again, Ben Hostetler getting that second position, so move him up one more spot here in that Spec E46. Still got 2 corners left to go here coming through. And you're right, Scott, they're getting everything they can out of those BMWs right now, especially coming out of turn 9, because of that guardrail. Kind of closes down in on you.
As they come through into 11, looks like Jesse Clark will remain in the lead, but we'll see if Owen can make a last-second charge to the checker, take second.
It doesn't look like he's going to be able to do that. So Jesse Clark's going to pick up that Spec E46 win along with Ben Hostetler going to move up into second place. I think that's a sweep right now today for Jesse. And then Ben, again, the sweep in the second place there. Onakara is going to end up finishing second. Then you say Joe in the 17 is going to end up finishing fourth.
Yeah. And then at the front of the field for the PWR, we had Sean Dwyer in first, Greg Marcelli in second, and Mike Lutry in third for PWR 3. So congrats to everyone who
Yep.
finished on the podium today.
Yep.
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful race there. All right, so Scott, I think you're going to be joining us again in, I don't know, but what is it, about another
20 minutes, 30 minutes,
25 minutes or
35
so?
I was going to
minutes,
say, how
maybe?
has the schedule changed from the...
Well,
good question.
that's a
Hang
good
around and we'll let you know.
When I see the BMWs rolling, I'll
there you
make my
go.
way back over.
Exactly.
There you go.
All right, everybody. That is Scott Sterling from BMW Car Club of America, and we'll see him just a little bit. We've got one more BMW CCA feature race here this afternoon. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action. Next up is another very special race. It's the Alphas at the Glen. Well, here at the Glen. We'll be right back in just a few moments. Stay with us.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
From kart to car, the path to pro racing starts here. The Kart to Car program by Willie and Abel Racing, the Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 and Spec Miata rental specialists teams up with Low Key Racing, your trusted Sodi kart dealer and premier coaching team. With expert instruction, proven trackside support, and licensing guidance, we help karters 14 and up make the leap into pro racing. Learn more at WNARacing.com or lowkeyracing.com.
You live for the ride, the road, and the track. Engineered precision fit batteries that are track tested and driver trusted. Optima, the ultimate power source.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. The revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap, always chill.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International and the 2025 Vintage Races at the Glen, presented by the Vintage Racer Group. And next up is a very special race. This is Alphas at the Glen. It gets run every 5 years here at Watkins Glen and has been since 2005. And I believe this may be the first time that it's running with the Vintage Racer Group. I believe it had run with another organization previously. We have two great guests with us here to talk about it. Brian, we've got Jack Beck, and we've got former SCCA national champion Steve Schwitters here, as well as our racers now heading up behind the pace car for their opening lap. If you want to run down, run down starting order here.
Let's run down a little bit of the starting order, and then we'll kind of get into our two guests here that we have, because they've got some history of some of these cars that we were just talking about before we went on the air, Greg. And I tell you, it's going to be pretty interesting when we get to this. So starting on the pole in the number 67 in that white, that's going to be David LeBrun. Starting second in the number 11 in that red, we saw him having a little bit of right front issues with that fender on Nick Font. Starting in third position in the 28, that's going to be Eric Wood. And we're going to get to that car here, Greg, in a moment, because there is a lot of history that's sitting up here in the booth with us as well.
Yes, I know there is.
Starting in the fourth position is that number 94, Greg Seferian. Starting fifth, the 83, that's Alan Mitchell. Vince Vaccaro is going to start in the sixth position in the 99. Don Wanagat is going to start in the seventh position. He's going to be in the 174. Starting in the eighth position, the 27 of Bradley Price. Melanie Mitchell's going to roll off the ninth in that red and white number 82. In the 87, Eric Schallman is going to roll off in the 11th position. Rolling off in the 12th position, the 82 of John Mitchell. Starting in the 13th position, that's the red and yellow of John Rockensees. Starting in the 14th position in that 256, that white machine there, that's going to be Roger Casson. Starting in the 15th position in the 19, that's going to be Robert Brady. John Fang's going to roll off in the 16th position in that number 790. Lon Barrett's going to roll off 17th in the 44, with the number 4 rolling off in the 18th position. I believe that's going to be Michael Lawton. Starting in the 19th position in the 144, that's Stephen LeBron. Shelby Wood's going to roll off in the 20th position in the 46. Jeff Melvin's going to roll off in the 21st position in the 63, with Tom Regatti in the 115 going to roll off 22nd. Number 67 there of David Beardron's going to roll off 23rd, with the 96 of Todd Redmond rolling off 24th. Dave Gambrera is going to roll off in the 25th position in the 34, with the 157 of Thomas R. LaCosta. He's going to roll off in 26th. 27th position is going to be Stuart Grimshaw in the 151 with Thomas R. LaCosta. Well, we got him in there twice with the 157, so I'm not sure if Thomas is going to be able to start in both of those cars, but it looks like he's got two cars out there, Greg. So we'll have to, we'll see which one that is.
Better chance of winning that
But
way.
I was going to say, he's definitely got a better chance of running up through the field, having two against the rest of the field. But that's going to be your starting grid when we do that. And you talked about, our two guests here, Jack Beck with Steve Schwitters, and we're going to get to those two gentlemen here in a minute, as their our cars now are coming up out of turn number 9 up into turn number 10. Heading down, getting ready to turn 11.
Of course, Brian, we know that the Watkins Glen International opened up in 1956, but for the longest time, many years, actually for 8 years, we had a number of street races here. Actually, not 8 years. I think it was 4 years. We had street races here through the town of Watkins Glen, and those were discontinued for safety reasons for the most part. But the very first street race won here at Watkins Glen was won by an Alfa Romeo. It was Frank Griswold behind the wheel of a 1938 Alfa 8C. As the checkered flag, or green flag goes out. Don't want to end the race yet. Green flag is in the air, and Alpha's at the Glen, once every 5 years, is underway going into turn 1, Brian.
Tell you what, Nick Font got a great start running out there in that number 11 machine. I don't believe David LeBrun is out there right now. I think that is going to be, that was on the front row, may have been Nick Font along with Eric Wood. No, we got one car here just now going through just past our camera, Greg. You saw that? A lot of there. Looks like we've got a car that may have expired.
Yeah, very early on, and now off into the grass there. And we see how the field very carefully making their way up through the very dangerous S's here at the Glen to try and avoid that car.
Actually, that was actually David LeBrun, and the reason why I didn't see him out there is because he was that far ahead. So it does look like David LeBrun's motor may have expired there, Greg, just coming out of turn number 2 and heading up, and he's sitting over on driver's left-hand side. So we'll keep an eye on that here as this race continues. Again, as our guests up here, Jack Beck and Steve Switters, you talked about Steve winning a national championship in 1980. Jack, you and I were talking right before this race really got started, and we were talking about the 28 there of Eric Wood. Give us some insight on that, because you've got a lot of experience in that car as well.
Yes, that's a car we built in 1978, and I raced it through 1984 and wrecked the car seriously at Riverside. It got parked for years. I started to put it back together and never finished it and sold it to Eric, and he's made me proud.
Tell you what, Jack, let me go ahead and interrupt you here. So we are going to go to a double yellow, and then we're going to go to a black flag, which means what we're going to do, we're going to bring all those cars down on the pit road one more time so that they can attend to the racing surface because of that expired engine, I believe, on the David LeBrun motor. So when they come back down and we get them all down here on pit lane, we'll pick back up the story, because, again, it became really interesting when you and I were talking about it, when you, as you just mentioned, that car sat for a while, and then you ended up having Eric purchase the car from you to go ahead and race it. So let's get these cars. So we are going to, unfortunately, go to a double yellow at this point in time. We'll bring them down the pit lane. Then we'll get back to some of our topics here, some of our stories, because we've got another car out there as well that we want to talk about. With one of our drivers that's out here that we didn't mention was in the starting grid, but we do know that went out there. So, again, under a full course caution right now, Greg, and then what we're going to do is we're going to bring them back down the pit lane.
Yeah, indeed. So, actually, and they're still showing the full course caution, I think, to protect against something that we had happen in an earlier race, but they have black flagged all of these races, so we'll get back underway. So, Jack, why don't we talk a little bit about that car that you were mentioning, and we'll see if we can focus on it when it goes back out for a little while.
The number 22?
Yeah, well, let's talk about the 22 there, because that's a driver there that you were just talking about right before we went on.
Right. That car is 1971 runoffs champion. Dick Davenport was driving the car, and in 1975 they were switching to Nissan, and sold Judy and I that car under unbelievably
favorable conditions,
favorable terms. Who gets to make payments on a race car?
On a championship winning race car.
On a championship car. And we raced it from 75 to 78. And then I built Old Blue. After I crashed Old Blue, we put it back together in 8 days and finished the season in that car. And it's got fiberglass fenders that are wider than most GTVs, and that was the first car in C sedan to have those fenders, and the owner, Dick Davenport, named that car Fat Albert, and it's still Fat Albert.
Well, I know in that number 22 you got Dr. Bernardo Martinez in there driving that car. We'll say he's of the youth age, is Bernardo. So good to see that he's out here running in that car. We can see that car down on the pit lane here now as well. We did see it out there, so I'm sure it's still sitting there on the grid. There it is, right there, almost in front of us, just off to the left.
Yeah, Fortunately, to the left works well for us because we're high atop the front straight, looking straight over the pit lane there. But we'll try and focus on that car, on Fat Albert when it heads back out. Hey, hey, hey.
Yeah, so we've got pretty extensive cleanup here, gentlemen. So again, let's get back. Steve, let's talk about yours. G-Prod there in the 1980s. Talk about your career, and I know you've got some notes here with some of these cars. So you've got a lot of invested into this as well.
Well, many of the GTAs, which run 2-liter alpha engines, particularly some at the front, have engines where I've provided all the components for them: the cams, the pistons, the rods. Done all of the head work and manifold work for optimum breathing, etc. So I'm familiar with a lot of these guys and the cars that they have. There is one car out here that's like the G production Giulietta Spider that I ran, and that's this number 13 right down at the end of the grid. That car is running a 1300, so it's a little bit smaller than the rest of these cars.
Yeah, and that car being driven by Shelby Wood here this weekend.
Yep. So there's quite a variety of alphas in this race.
So, Greg, just wanted to give you just a quick update here. So, unfortunately, with that expired motor there and the cleanup that they have, they're going to basically checker this race really not even after a lap here, just so they can get that cleanup done. So, unfortunately, this race is going to be done where they're going to send the car down through the NASCAR return and then back up to the thing. So unfortunately, they're going to, basically cancel this race after that run.
I'm so sorry, gentlemen.
So we'll move on. So I tell you what, why don't we do this? Why don't we go ahead and if we can, Greg, let's go ahead and take a break.
Okay.
Because again, there's going to be some extensive cleanup right now. But we appreciate you two gentlemen coming up in here. Jack Beck, Steve Switters. Tell you what, it was great to have you guys up here, and hopefully we can get you guys back up in here again to do this. Hopefully the next time they do this. Hopefully. Maybe before 5 years, right? Maybe we try to figure out how to get this back up in here and get it going.
Well, thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Absolutely. All right, everybody. You are watching the 2025 Vintage Races at the Glen, presented by the Vintage Racer Group. And apologize that race ending a little, after only a single lap here. And as we mentioned, we're probably going to be down for quite a bit for some fairly extensive track repairs here. But we will give you an update when we know that we're going to be coming back. And our next race up is going to be VRG Groups 4A and 4B, the sports racers and big bore racers, VRG Group 4. Please stay with us.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
From kart to car, the path to pro racing starts here. The Kart to Car program by William Able Racing, the Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 and Spec Miata rental specialists teams up with Low Key Racing, your trusted Sodi kart dealer and premier coaching team. With expert instruction, proven trackside support, and licensing guidance, we help karters 14 and up make the leap into pro racing. Learn more at WNARacing.com or lowkeyracing.com.
You live for the ride, the road, and the track. Engineered precision fit batteries that are track tested and driver trusted. Optima, the ultimate power source.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. The revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap. Always chill.
in tin tops that just received words that your race, what the race was scheduled to end today has been moved to tomorrow morning. It'll be the first race tomorrow again. VRG Group number 5. Not going to race today, we'll race tomorrow morning. Also, shortly after we wrap the day up here, we are going to have a revised and updated Sunday schedule made available.
And something must have happened just now, like sometime today maybe, that they... Here's at turn 9, which is what this turn is. And I said, how can I have a photo vest. And because I have a guest, and I'm hoping the next people I see are the BMW people. Those
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International, the 2025 vintage races at the Glen, along with Alphas at the Glen and the BMW Car Club of America. Next up, and apologize for the delay there. I've been doing a lot of apologizing today, Brian. It is our sports racers and big bore race. This is their
race number 4 for them.
their 4th race of the weekend here. And just now heading out on track. We've had a small change to the schedule. Our race group number 5, VRG race group 5 for U2 and Tin Tops, their race that was scheduled to wrap up the day today, that is being moved to tomorrow morning. And we'll hopefully have some information soon on timing when that race will happen tomorrow morning, because the event was supposed to switch to the NASCAR or short course tomorrow. Originally, the day was going to be opening up with practice and qualifying for all of our groups, both at VRG and also BMW CCA, on that short course in the morning. So we're not sure how things are going to play out for the U2 and Tin Tops as they complete what was originally scheduled for today, but I'm sure race officials from VRG will have that information soon enough. But this one, Brian, why don't we start running down the starting order?
Yeah, we'll get down here as far as we can here. So this is our, like you said, Greg, our big bore group along with our sports racers. We've got 3 of our sports racers in here. We'll start with the top on the pole there. That's going to be Mark Clark in the number 15. Schedule starts second place is the number 4 of Chip Vance. Mark Adler will start third in the 121. Starting in the 4th position, that's going to be Burton Kyle August in the 199 in that 1966 Ford Mustang. Rolling off 5th is the number 68. That's going to be Michael Dubé in that 1973 Chevrolet Camaro. We've seen Michael a couple times today. Kevin Farnham's going to roll off in the 6th position. We've seen Kevin quite a bit in that Pontiac Firebird in that number 137. Joey Beaugelad's going to run starting off in the 7th in that number 12 machine in that 1967 Janetta. Starting in the 8th position, that's going to be the 16 in that Chevron B19. That's going to be Joseph Brusetta. Starting in the 9th position, that's going to be the 42. We talked about him earlier today. It's going to be Kurt Uzbey. He's going to be in that 1969 Chevron B16. Glenn Every's going to end up rolling off 10th in that 113 in that Chevrolet Corvette. James Glass schedules to start in the 11th position in that yellow number 37 Chevrolet Camaro. David LeBrun, who we is going to run here in another car here. It's going to be in the 47 in that red in that BMW M3. Martin Hansby is going to run that Datsun 240Z in that number 22, scheduled to start 13th. Rolling off 14th is the number 43, another Datsun. That's going to be a Datsun 240Z. That's going to be Stephen LeBrun. Gilbert Grable is going to, in that Ford Mustang, is going to roll off 15th in that 122.
And Brian, real quick, let me, you'll notice the lights that had been extinguished on the pace car, they have now been turned back on, and the pace car is going to try to bring the entire field down the pit lane. And the reason is because on the pace lap, and apparently a couple of our cars did not make it, and actually most of the field did not follow the pace car.
Yeah, nobody followed the pace car.
Yeah, and the reason being, Brian, as we have it here, is on the pace lap, we did have a car pull off to the side, one of our BMWs. And so we have the field now. It looks like the field now noticing they saw the black flags, and they have come off the pace, which is good. Brian, here is the leaders now coming up as our leaders have seen the black flag.
A whole bunch of people have seen the black flag.
Yeah, and admittedly, Brian, the lights were turned back on the pace car a little late. A little late maybe for these racers. We do have cars coming down the pit lane now. And we'll watch here as they're going to be coming up on the incident. And it's not an incident. It was just a disabled car. The driver pulled all the way over to the Armco, and the decision was made to try and pull that car out, and they had hoped that they would be able to do it in enough time before the racing got underway. Unfortunately, that didn't happen.
Yeah.
So they're going to bring all the racers around, bring them to the pit lane, as then our safety workers will remove this particular car.
Yeah, again, one of those late reactions there, trying to get everybody down, drying down the pit road here. So not able to do that. So we want everybody, all these racers, to come down into the pit so I guess they can reset the field, Greg, and get everybody back out here as quickly as possible once we get that car picked up. Only 3 cars
so far.
Actually, only 3 cars really got the black flag. Everybody else was kind of parting, getting ready to get to the start of this race.
Parting or partying?
Well, I don't know what they were doing, but
the party now might be delayed.
Yeah, I mean the pace car turned the lights back on, as you mentioned, came down the pit lane. Nobody followed. So again, I think that was. And one of those calls.
And I will say, I've seen that happen in other race organizations as well. Matter of fact, one that I know of in particular, they actually made some changes to their rule book specifically to ensure that racers followed the pace car if the lights were on.
Yeah.
And I mean, unfortunately, the racers at the very front of I think if the racers that were directly behind the pace car had followed the pace car onto the pit lane, everybody else would have followed.
Yep.
But that's what happens.
Yep.
So they're going to bring them down the pit lane, and I'm looking at the incident scene, Brian.
I think they've already got the car hooked up and moved away. Yeah,
it's gone.
Yep.
So hopefully we'll be able to turn these racers loose soon enough.
Bring them back down into the pit lane and just do a stop and go and keep going.
Exactly.
Right? That's what we'd like.
And Brian, this is unfortunate. Just got word of who the driver was. Somebody that you and I know very well. Races in the Mid Atlantic quite often. Jimmy Pettinato, racing a BMW M3, a BTCC car, as a matter of fact, that he brought in from the UK, and unfortunately, it did not make it past the pace lap. Hopefully, he'll be able to get that car ready for tomorrow. As we've got our racers coming down the pit lane now. And I'm not going to ask Brian how they're going to manage if they're going to re-grid racers.
You know what? I'm not 100% sure. I'm looking again. Our first 3 cars that made it down to the pit lane, I believe one of them is the John Mitchell machine in the black number 82. Yeah. That's the first one I can see. And we've got one of our. We've got one of our Corvettes just behind that as well. And Greg, what it does sound like we're going to do here, we're going to release the cars. We're going to send them back out. We're going to be under a, kind of everybody will have a yellow flag, and then we'll start racing once we get back to the grid. Or back to the start line.
And so the racers now starting to head down the pit lane.
So again, what that does, Greg, that looks like, look, we take back what we had in our Group 3 race, right? Where we had our sports racers now are going to be on the back bumper of some of these other cars here. So where the sports racers were starting up front now are going to be starting in the 4th, 5th, and 6th positions on the racetrack. They should make pretty quick work of those.
I would think so.
To get by those, especially when we come down through the start-finish line. So again, we'll wait for all of these cars to come back around. Then they will get those. I believe, Greg, if we're sitting here looking at our cameras, I think we got Bill Stoller sitting out there taking some pictures.
Yes, we do.
Just saw him on the camera right there and right next to our
Sorry
our
that I had
turn
to
two
move
camera.
away. Bill.
We moved
Bill
right
took-
away when we were taking a picture there of Bill. We were taking our own little picture there back on, I believe, there in the S's, right there on the left-hand side of the screen there is Bill Stoller taking some good pictures.
And I want to thank Bill, who provided the YouTube thumbnails for both BMW Car Club America and VRG for this event. Thank you very much, Bill.
Get all of our racers to get back up to where they were, close to their starting positions. Not going to say their starting positions. As I mentioned, Greg, our sports racers are going to start 4th, 5th, and 6th in line as they come down now to turn number 7 and up the hill here. So again, a little bit further back there. Then you end up with the 199 there. That's Burt and Kyle August. Then you've got Michael Dubé. Then I believe Kevin Farnham. I don't believe Farnham got around Dubé because we actually technically never took the green flag.
Right,
so
exactly.
Again, some of these other cars catching back up to the field here seem to be pretty spread out coming through here. Coming up at a turn number 10 right now, going into turn 10. We will be going back to green once our front cars, which will be the black number 82. So that's going to be John Mitchell, I believe, is going to be leading this field, Greg, with 2 of the Corvettes behind him. I believe that's the 121 there as one of them, right behind there, and the 46. So pretty good start there as we go back to green. Mark Adler, we saw this earlier this morning, Greg, in this group where we had that full course caution earlier. Mark Adler ended up getting a great start. Moved Mark Adler now up to 2nd place behind Mark Clark in the number 15 machine. Chip Vance falling a little bit further back in that 4 as they go through some of that stage dry right there. And again, Greg, that's right kind of in that, that line. There's Bill Stoller over there to the left-hand side taking those things. So,
in the blue vest.
Yeah, Bill Stoller getting some good shots of there. Going to be kind of dusty when he gets those pictures developed there after he gets when he gets back home.
I hope he's wearing a face mask.
Yeah, because he's definitely going to get some speedy dry, and that is big group battle there going on for our sports racers there. Again, that's the 15 of Clark along with Chip Vance in the 4. Chip Vance really making the move right there with Mark Adler as they come around. And Greg, the next time they come by, they're going to get the 1 to go here. So our sports racers putting on one heck of a battle as they came down through the outer loop. We'll take a look at them going down the bottom of the hill, down here into turn 7, into the bottom of the boot. There you can see it right there. That is the 4 of Chip Vance, the 15 there of Mark Clark, along with Mark Alder in that number 121 right there. So again, really good battle with our sports racers group after this restart that they had. They made quick work of those 3 cars that were in front of them, Greg, and I tell you what, they're not giving it up as now it does look like Alder's going to try to move down. Driver's right coming through 8. Still Chip Vance on the outside, kind of driver's left there. You would say it's the outside through the turn, but it is definitely on the inside there. Here they come up out of turn number 9 and through there. That's going to be, I believe, Chip Vance is going to be now your new leader.
New leader. Exactly, and as they came through turn 9, tempted a pass there, and Adler came right across the nose.
Actually, that is Mark Clark. Sorry, that is Mark Clark that is going to get the 1 to go board first right there. So again, Mark Clark leading over Mark Alder and then Chip Vance as they head down into turn 1. And again, that compressed so tight coming through there, but you could see a little bit more of that speed from Mark Clark in that number 15, in that Swift DB85.
And here you go, Brian, the lead car going through the speedy drive, trying to make it more difficult for the driver behind to see as they come up the hill. Oh, it looks like Bill Stoller, he exited. He had enough to breathe over there. And has
or
moved
not
on.
to breathe.
Not to breathe, yeah. All right, so we're going to track the sports racers. Then we'll drop back, and I realize this is the last lap for this group. By the way, next group up, and they're already starting to head to the grid, is going to be the BMW CCA Group 2, and we'll see them here in just a few moments.
Tell you what, new leader right now, Mark Adler in that 121 machine, in that red 121, definitely got out in front there of Mark Clark. So again, new leader overall. Here comes the 199 there. That is Burton Kyle August with that car doing that little power slide, coming through the outer loop there, Greg. But here's your overall leaders and our sports car racers. That's Mark Clark and Mark Adler.
All right, well, let's see. We'll pick up here as they make the run up to turn 8. Let's track a couple more of the machines here coming down into the toe of the boot, like Kyle August in his Ford Mustang, Michael Dubé in the Camaro. And you know, we were concerned, and they're coming up to turn 9 now. We were concerned that maybe some of these pony cars wouldn't make it out so quickly for the next race, and they did wait as long as they could to get to the grid for this race. All right, as our sports racers now coming through turn 10, just one more corner remaining, and they will be coming onto the front straight. Mark Clark, who had he reset the fast lap on the previous lap. Checkered flag is out, and taking the win in this very short race, it is Mark Adler in his Van Diemen RFS2. The Swift DB5 of Mark Clark finishing in second. Chip Vance will come across the line in third. Let's jump back, as we've got now some of those big, heavy cars coming across the line. And Brian, now I do know, though, the last couple race groups, our camera on the camera there at start-finish didn't shake around one bit. Now it is again.
Well, when you get these big, heavier stock cars, basically, because that's really what they are, is those big, heavier stock cars from back in the day with those Camaros and those that Firebird in that Ford Mustang. That tends to rattle a little bit. You can feel it coming right here through your chest.
That's right. And so right behind there, and beautiful Joey Beaujolad in the number 12 Janetta. He's going to finish 7th overall behind Dubé and Farnham. Joseph Bezzetta in his Chevron will come home in 8th. Stephen LeBrun in the Datsun 240Z. He's going to finish 9th. Peter Raganetti in his 240Z. And those two drivers have been pretty close almost the whole time. Here they come down into the bus stop here in just a moment behind Bezzetta. Those two Datsun have been very, very close all weekend long, and this is probably the furthest apart they've been as they're on the cool-down lap now, Brian.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
All right, so that's going to wrap it up for a slightly abbreviated Big Bore and Sports Racer race. We're going to take a quick break here, Brian, and next up is going to be BMW CCA's Group 2, their feature race in just a moment. That will be our final race of the day, so please stay with us.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
From kart to car, the path to pro racing starts here. The Kart to Car program by William Able Racing, the Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 and Spec Miata rental specialists teams up with Low Key Racing, your trusted Sodi kart dealer and premier coaching team. With expert instruction, proven trackside support, and licensing guidance, we help karters 14 and up make the leap into pro racing. Learn more at WNARacing.com or lowkeyracing.com.
You live for the ride, the road, and the track. Engineered precision fit batteries that are track tested and driver trusted. Optima, the ultimate power source.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. The revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap, always chill.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International. It is Vintage Races at the Glen and the BMW Kart Club of America's Can-Am Challenge. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati. And we have joining us once again for our second feature BMW CCA Club race, Scott Sterling. Welcome back, Scott.
Yeah, thank you again for having me.
Absolutely. As we've got the cars heading out on their pace lap. This is going to be our final race of the day. Again, for all of our VRG Group 5 racers, you are going to race tomorrow morning. And an updated schedule for all of our racers will be distributed in very short order. But again, VRG Group 5, you are racing tomorrow, I repeat, not tonight.
Scott has made the prediction that we're going green to checker on this one here.
That's all right. Well, if you have the checker after only one lap, you still do it. All right.
Well, I'm an optimist. And I know how the quality of BMW CCA racers, so I know that this
he knows we're going this way.
He's got experience when he says that. Absolutely. Either that or he has a bet in it, Vegas. Here as almost had our pole sitter overtake the pace car. That was new. Going into the bus stop, I think might have gotten caught a little unawares.
Pace cars are BMW. All these cars are BMW. Well, I can't say all these cars are BMWs.
No.
We've got some Caymans in here, Scott.
So Porsches is the 911. I think that's a Cup car.
Yeah.
I was going to say, we've got, I think, a 991 Cup car out there as well. A couple GT4 Club Sports, and but that's not what everybody came here to see, Scott. They came here to see the BMWs.
No, we know the BMWs are real race cars.
I'll tell you what, again, and we were just talking here a little bit. We'll pick up some of these drivers as they get going with the names. Pretty much the starting grid was pretty much the same as what we had this morning, with the exception, I think, the top two spots here, Scott. Vanderjack over Friedman. Friedman was the top driver going out, sitting on the pole now. Those have switched, for this race here. So again, another good battle because they're within tenths of each, almost a second of each other right now. So.
Yeah, we have Todd who came back out after a DNF in the first race. I think he switched over to his E46. Oh, they're both E46,
right.
But the M3 and not the B48 program.
Yep.
It'll be interesting in this race how the glare factors into it, especially going around 5. It's such a high-speed corner, a lot of sun in the face. If you're battling someone, how does that impact the people as they're, especially late stages of the race?
Again, not only with those tinted, the driver puts the tinted shields on, but sometimes those crews, they'll take and put the tape across, as we have done here in our booth here, where we've got, Walmart trash bags.
We've been using tear-offs all day like we're open-wheel racers, Brian.
So, well, that's what I mean. Let's go back. Some of these teams put that tape, on there to keep that glare down. That comes down, because then it comes down and hits the dash, and you got that, extended glare that happens too. So,
all right. So lights are out on the pace car, Brian. And it is already moving all the way over driver's right. It's going to head to the pit lane here in just a moment, turning things over to our pole sitter, who very, very Dick Trickle-like did not hit the pace car. As they come onto the front straight, starter looks over the field, and green flag is in the air.
Tell you what, great run by Brooks Friedman in that 0-1-4 there, Scott. He ended up taking off a lot faster. It felt like Will may have been a little bit surprised of when that green was going to come out and really tried to anticipate it and just didn't do it successfully.
Yeah, starter's been really keeping them on their toes. We've seen some really early green flags, and as they go up the S's, it looks like Brooks is going to hold on to that first place spot.
Yeah, Todd Brown, like you said, switching over in that 846. Jason Alexander, again, that's one of those Caymans in that number 29, that white, kind of white and black, Porsche Cayman car, getting really quick here. Again, different races and different classes here, but good to see that them out here running in this, as that exhibition, kind of bringing them into the fold as well.
Going through the bus stop. Brooks continues to have just the slightest lead over Will, but I have a feeling that the top 3 here is really going to be a battle for the entire race.
You think they're going to? Yeah. Well, I guess they'll end up kind of trying to stick nose to tail in order to pull away there, and then race for it afterwards. Again, another group here that while you have the horsepower and you have the power there, looks like a hard brake lockup there going in.
Yeah, Todd Brown locking up going into, where is this?
That's
It's over
turn number
the toe of
7.
the
That's
boot,
down
over
at the
turn
boot.
7.
Yeah, going down into the boot there. And again, we talked about this earlier too, Scott. So that picture really doesn't do it justice. So it really comes downhill, and then you're climbing uphill. So you gain that extra speed coming down out of 6 down into turn 7.
You know, that brake zone too, going into that corner, there's some undulations there that if you get onto it at the wrong spot, it really can play havoc with brakes and performance.
Yeah,
of the car.
no, absolutely. Yep. As we watch here now, it looks like most of our field now is starting to get single file in line coming out of turn number 9. And again, that guardrail jumps out, but that is definitely...
Looks like Brooks dropped a few, and Will is back up to the front of the pack. So
yeah, looks like he did. I wonder if maybe that could have been coming down in turn 6, because when they went through out of the bus stop there, went through the outer loop, he was still leading on, so maybe had some problems going down through turn 6, and that gap now is really kind of opened up. So
Vanderjack leading Robert Chang in the 07 CM car, then Brooks Friedman and Todd Brown, who started in 1 and 3 respectively, or 2 and 3 respectively.
Yeah, so again, probably getting out of shape. Again, that's that other coming out of that outer loop there. You get some heat in the tire, until you get some really good heat in the tires. Coming back down the hill there to 6 to make that left-hand turn there. So could have been where, Brooks may have gotten out of shape there, and that just enabled the next 2 cars, Todd Brown and Vanderjack, to go by him.
Starting to get some separation at the front as well.
Yeah, a little side-by-side action a little bit further back with our other Cayman here. I believe that's John Alexander in the 271 with Jared Randall in the 96 machine as they started to come out of the outer loop, head down the bottom of the hill. We'll see whether or not they've been able to get that work down. It does look like they have, but again, Randall may be under fire again. That may be Kurt Olson in that 417 trying to put some pressure on as Alexander went by him.
Also making some moves. We'll see when it comes by timing and scoring, but Peter Agapoulou looks like he got in front of Todd Brown and a few other cars in the last lap or so.
Yep. Again, coming up out of turn number 9, we'll take a look at it through like you said, through timing and scoring. We'll see where they are, but we'll see if they come out of turn number 11 now, down through the front stretch. A little too wide action back in there. Looks like one of the Alexanders trying to make that move there, coming out of turn number 11 to head down the front stretch as well. But I think you're right. I think, now you got to throw Robert Chang up into second place there in that 07 machine. He kind of came out of nowhere. I wasn't expecting to see him up there.
Yeah, second and a half back of Will right now, but he's on the charge.
Todd Brown dropping, so I think he may have pulled down on the pit lane there. He is. He's down there on pit lane now. So, again, Todd Brown's troubles continue here this weekend. Oh, almost a little bit of contact. I believe that is obviously one of our Caymans. I believe that is John Alexander, and I'm not sure if that's Kurt Olson or Jared Randall as they came up through there. So.
Jared's in a dark blue car. I didn't see what the side-by-side was.
Yeah, this was with one of the silver cars, so I'm thinking it may have been, that was that car right there that's going through that they had that potential contact. I'm not sure if there was contact. I couldn't really see it, but...
evasive maneuvers.
Very aggressive, evasive maneuver. Absolutely right.
And not exactly where you want to do that. You think about right where the car is getting, the weight's coming off the car as you crest over the hill. IP coming through. I think that Matthew Noonan leading that class right now. Actually, really interesting battle. Ryan Agnew's leading championship points on that in second right now in IP. So it'll be really interesting to see how that develops. He's about a second back of Matt right now.
Yeah, I believe that may be coming into turn number 8 now for that battle there. I don't think that maybe it's a little bit further back than that. I think they were just getting ready to come up out of the boot and headed down there. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, they should be coming through. They shouldn't be far behind this group right here.
Yeah, I think they're directly behind one of these 2 cars. We'll pick them up when they come by the start-finish line. But when we were talking about,
there they are.
Yep.
Okay. So this battle right here, 4 IP cars, not really nose to tail, but pretty close to it. Matthew Noonan leading Ryan Agnew, then Diab Neiman and Eric. I'm not going to try and pronounce your last name, but that's a different class. But 3 IP racers, essentially within a second and a half of each other. So that'll be really quite interesting as that continues.
Getting ready to come out of turn number 11 right now going in. So there it is. There is the Matthew Noonan, Ryan Agnew, Jaap Niemann, and Eric Polichuk is what I'm going to call it. And it looks like we had one of the Alexanders pull off in that Cayman. That may be Michelle Herron that pulled off there. We'll have to see when they drop back down. But one of our Caymans has gone in past the and made that right. I believe that may have been maybe that is Michelle Herron in one of those Caymans.
Yeah, the IP cars are moving too. They're running 207 flats right now, and for the morning race they were low 206s. So even with the increased heat, still getting a lot of pace out of those cars right now.
Yeah. It's amazing when it happens, when you look up and you see the person you're racing for battle for class, and then all of a sudden it becomes, okay, I got to make this pass, but then you get in line and you ride around, how quick the times come down, right? Because you're not, you know it's early in the race and you got to save your tires and try to do it where we can, even though this is just nothing but a 100% sprint race. It's all out, all you can get. But at some point, when you're racing that person in that group and you know who you're racing against, sometimes you get a little bit calmer than you are racing out of class.
Yeah, indeed. And sometimes you just kind of flip on that mode and you get into flow state, and it just times start coming down. You move faster and faster, and it's just it's the best experiences in the car.
Especially if you're used to racing with those guys in your class, right? So usually where you're at, you're kind of on the track at the same time, usually in the same spot. So you're really just racing those cars pretty much the whole entire time. It's when your other classes, whether it's a faster class or you're coming up to pass the class, that's where it gets a little nerve-wracking.
And those three guys are well established within that class. They race each other constantly.
Yep.
That was IS we saw coming around 5 here.
Coming out of the outer loop, heading down into 6. She can be getting ready to come down the hill into turn 7 in that boot. I do believe you should have the next 2 cars coming down through there.
Yeah, it should be Michael Saul and Gordy Wagner.
Yep,
there they are. I think this is Gordy's first race this year. I didn't see him when I was looking at points earlier, if he had been to any races this year. So glad to see him back out there. As I look, actually, so Michael Saul's actually leading the national championship within IS class right now. Coming through 8. Probably about a second and a half gap between Michael and Gordy.
Looks like we got one car, Greg, that maybe stopped up off of the, just past the S's, up over the hill near the bridge, kind of over off on driver's right. So we're going to have a waving yellow there at our station 3, which would be up at the top of the hill.
Yeah, and so they do have the waving caution. That means the car, I believe, is still on the track surface. And now we're getting word that car has managed to continue. So they'll withdraw that flag here momentarily.
Yep.
Looking at turn 1, this didn't catch what car that is.
Kind of coming down through there. I believe that is the overall leader that just went through turn 1.
Yes, that is Will, yep.
So that is Will there with Robert Chang, coming up in there. Again, Robert started all the way back in 5th, so up in the 7th. But again, with Todd having his problems and that sort of thing there, then yeah, definitely moving. As we've talked about Friedman, I'll tell you what, that may be, he's dropping down all the way into 10th. All the way back. So, Scott, you were just pointing that out. Maybe that is the car that's sitting over there.
Yeah.
Cars are starting to go by. So definitely having some type of problem. If he's still on the racetrack, that is definitely a problem because he's dropped all the way down to 11th.
And, looking at the shot now, so at start finish, Robert Chang was about 2.2 seconds behind, but he's right up on Will now. So lap traffic coming to his advantage right now.
Yeah.
As we come into 7, it'll be interesting to see how close they are.
Yep, there they are right there. So
closer and closer.
Within 2 or 3 car. Well, actually, that was when a car length and a half going through the boot right there, coming up through. So we'll see when they get down into turn number 8 right now where they stand. Again, it was a car length and a half, and I believe there goes Todd Brown there. The 846 is now went back out and then came back in. But yeah, it looks like Chang starting to run him down a little bit. When they get to those other cars in there, we'll see what that gap becomes as they're getting them coming out of turn number 9 right now.
Yeah, we'll see if Will can turn the pace back on. He ran a 157.7 earlier in the race and just dropped off about a second and a half from that. Have to relight that wick. Oh yeah, and you get getting right into the middle of the IS battle.
Yeah,
too.
I was going to say middle of that IS battle, and that kind of held Will up a little bit coming through turn number 11. That allowed Chang to close. He was about a second faster that time around. But again, that was a product of really getting in between that IS battle as they go down into turn number 1 right now.
And it looks like it cost Gordy about 2 seconds as well. Although timing and scoring is showing Gordy in front now. I don't know, yeah, because that's Michael with the white hood. But it's part of the game, right? You, especially being this. I think this is the slowest class in this group. You kind of get used to it. You have to deal with the traffic. Got to keep your head on a swivel. Better to get caught there, though. I've been caught a few times by Todd Brown or Charles Harding at the top of the S's, and you don't see him going into the S's, and then you look and you're like, oh.
Like he's right there.
I'm just happy those cars are so loud because, there's been a few times where I don't see them at all, but I hear, Todd somewhere.
Right. Yeah.
Gordy going for the move. Seeing to
coming down through out of the outer loop there, going down into 6, going down into 7, see whether or not he's going to make it. So it looks like, I wonder, did he make it through there? They should be the next 2 cars coming through here.
So that's Peter in third in CM, excuse me. And nope, Michael right couldn't make it stick. But going inside again is Gordy going into 7 up the hill. And again, in those cars too, essentially factory horsepower. It's a 240 horsepower motor, and you just kind of like praying going up that hill, just like I wish I had more torque. It's it's not an LS.
I think I can. Right? Yeah. It's that song that you sing as you as you do it. It's like when you get behind the tractor trailer there, going up a mountain somewhere. It's like I think I can get by it.
We'll see as they come into the final turn. Oh. Gordy is right on him going into 9.
Tell you what, this could be set up for a good little move. Got one of the other cars getting ready to come up to them as well.
Again, lap traffic.
Yeah, again, coming up there. And you have to see. And again,
ooh, that might be Gordy's chance. We see as they come down.
See, that's the 672 there. That's Brent Stover that went by them. Kind of got in a little bit in between. So if you look there where that battle was going on in that IS with Gordy Wagner and then Michael Sal in that 595. So that's a that slows it up a little bit as well.
And just looking through the rest of the field, it looks like the CM battle. Will continues to have a lead over Robert Chang at 1.4 seconds, and then Peter is 8.5 back of them.
Yeah, then you got to go. Then you got to technically go a little bit, 10 more seconds back to the next CM car there in Scott Glennie in that 399. So again, those gaps there after your first 2. His Will has opened up Robert Chang by about 1.4 seconds last time by. That's starting to open up as well because of the lap traffic that comes in. Got a pretty good battle here, and I think this is that battle you were talking about in that IS battle coming out of the outer loop, getting ready to head down into turn 6. They'll be coming down into turn number 7 here momentarily. But again, Gordy's still trying to hold off there.
We should try and catch a number next time they come by. Timing and scoring still shows Gordy is ahead of Michael. I don't know what color car Greg is, so might actually be a battle between Michael and Greg Martin.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye. Showing right now Gordy Wagner leading in that IS group with Michael Saul and then Greg Martin. Martin full lap there, so we'll see next time they come by. We'll see whether or not, as they come up out of turn number 8, headed up into turn number 9, we'll take a look and see. We'll look out the window here and pick that up just to be 100% sure of that, going down in turn number 10 now. As they come out of turn number 11 and head down, we'll see. And again, this is a product of not being able to see from the camera angles of those cars. But if that is the battle, that is definitely
that's not Gordy.
That is not even either one of them. So that's not either one of them that we were following. So we'll have to pick out where they are.
That's Francois. That is an in-class battle, so it's not a lapped car. But timing and scoring not showing it as we thought. So I've been calling it wrong the whole time, but it was exciting nonetheless.
It was great. It was a great battle between both of those.
We'll just pretend we were right.
I was right the whole time. The drivers out there didn't have it right.
Yeah.
Right? So getting word here as well as the 014 Friedemann, as we were talking about, I think he may have pulled off somewhere outside of turn number 10. So right there, kind of over to far driver's right. I'm looking out the window and I'm not seeing it, but we'll see here, and we'll take a look at that. We'll try to pick up that battle. I'm kind of interesting there because now that Gordy Wagner, Michael Saul, that's opened up by 6 seconds. So again, Gordy leading that battle here. A couple other battles going on. There's Michael Chang, or Robert Chang, not Michael Chang. Michael Chang was a tennis player.
Oh, we might have
something.
Got
one car that have gone through. It looks like they've gone really, really wide there. That may have been the 595. I got a call there earlier, but we'll see whether or not they.
Yeah, and Brian, they were very much off the pace, staying to the outside, going through turn 9, and then straightened up. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that car head to the pit lane, frankly.
Yeah. Well, it definitely wasn't the 595 because he just went by my window here. Michael Saul, again, that's the battle we're doing. And I think that's the car that just went up into the pit lane there through that. So
yeah, it's that one right. Just headed back into the paddock.
Yeah. Got about 6 minutes left. So, Robert Chang, as we were talking about him earlier, Scott, he's really fallen off the pace now from that. So got that good little start there, but he's definitely completely fallen off from the lap times, and that could have been from the product of getting into traffic, trying to catch Will as well.
Yeah, just looking at lap times, Will has been running pretty consistent 150, high 158s, low 159s, and Rob has been in the 159s, low 2s for most of this session. IP is actually quite interesting. Looks like Job Neiman got around Ryan Agnew. Again, big points battle implications, as those are the 2 and 1 in the national points battle after Lightning. So obviously Ryan's going to want to get around Job at one point, but looks like he is 3 seconds back as of the last one. I don't know where they are on track right now, but we'll have to look through that.
They may be up through the top of the S's, maybe getting ready to come into the inner loop there. The bus stop, I believe, the last time they went by. Take a look. I'm not sure which one that may be.
Yep, that is Noonan. Good call.
Yep,
great eyes. Yep, and that's Job in the tiger stripe kind of orange car.
So again, there he is. There is Job Neiman in that number 888 machine with Ryan Agnew there again. And now, how many more races do you have left for that championship for this between that, or
so let's see
after Lightning?
Well, we have O-Fest coming up at Road America, which is going to be quite exciting. Carolina Motorsports Park, Roebling, and I think that there's one more Road Atlanta event. I should probably know this. I don't necessarily know how many they will end up doing, and obviously we don't. If you go to 20 events, you don't get points for all 20.
Well, correct.
But this is obviously big points implications if this ends up being their last race of the season. And so actually, as we were panning through that camera, I saw that the battle we had been calling between Charles Benoit and Francois continuing to be just nose to tail. Yeah, here we go. Is that them? Yeah, that's that battle again. They continue to be under a second between each other.
Yeah. Yeah, that's 4th and 5th there in that I-class battle. So again, you can see where even in the I class, there's battles going on. And that's what makes multi-class racing fantastic to watch, because you have to be able to, as a driver, understand who you're racing, when you're racing them, and then when you need to get by them and when you really don't need to get by them, as they're going to try to go too wide down into turn number 11 there as they come through. I'll tell you what, Francois was trying to make that move going in, wasn't able to make that stick. That allowed Charles Benoit to pull up a little bit further. I think that's the biggest gap he's had over Francois.
That's the biggest gap we've seen.
Basically since the entire race started.
Yeah, that car we pulled off might have been Brant Stover. I see that car has dropped down the list quite a bit.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we've had several cars from attrition starting to fall down. I believe that may have been the 672. So the next time Will Vanderjack goes by the start-finish line, he will get the one to go. We'll say finger, but it's kind of like the one to go board. I guess it's all in the same from our starter. So if Robert Chang, which now it's almost 4.5 seconds here, Scott. So don't believe he's going to be able to reel that in as they start to go through more heavy traffic. There's that side-by-side battle for fourth in fifth in IS as they come down through there. It looks like Francois may have the right line going into turn number 6. We'll see. Doesn't look like Charles Benoit is going to give it up that easy. We'll see what they get to when they come down the bottom of the hill, down into the boot. But I tell you what, it's going to be one heck of a battle as we're waiting on Will Janovac to come
side
by
by
the
side.
start-finish line. Looks like Francois is going to make that stick this time by, Scott.
Yeah,
and there's our overall leader right behind him, too. So
that could be. He's going to get past them.
Well,
this is going to be the last lap for them.
Yeah, I was going to say if he gets. They'll get one more lap to settle that battle if he gets by them. Knowing that he has that 4.5, almost 5 second lead. Again, I don't know how many of them have radios, but if he's got somebody on the group saying you've got that 4.5 second, because there goes Robert Chang now, it could be that you don't necessarily have to pass them, but you want to with only one lap to go. And there he goes right there getting by Benoit.
We see Will coming into 10. He'll take. I guess they're not showing a white flag this weekend. I know.
No, they're giving, as we were talking about, they're giving you the one finger.
Yeah,
you get the one finger. So we've got that going. Now we'll see as they come up with one to go. Again, we'll follow that. Everybody else seems to be pretty much spread out enough within these closest battles, but this Francois and Benoit. Kind of the Frenchman, battle of the Frenchmen here, for that fourth and fifth. We'll see if Benoit's able to close that gap, and it looks like it. Yeah.
And that gap's opened up now. It's 1.4 seconds. Again, it looks like that probably happened because of traffic.
Chang getting by and Will going by in that in that number 226 machine. So again, trying to let them go by.
And just looking through timing and scoring, that is or was the closest in-class battle that I can see here. Everyone else is 2 to 5+ seconds.
Yeah, exactly.
Apart.
As Will Vanderjack now comes out of the outer loop. There goes Robert Chang in the 07. Again, another car in that exhibition class going to hopefully pick up that win there. That Jason Alexander. That car's been pretty strong. Was watching him earlier today as well. Pretty strong here in that Cayman. Again, last time through the boot for the weekend for these cars, as we're going to the short course tomorrow. So these guys getting down through the boot one last time, making that car stick. Will going to pick up another position here, putting another car a lap down as they come up the hill out of turn number 8 through turn number 9, getting into turn number 10.
Just as it's not on the screen, but in watching the IP leaders go through, that gap continues to be a couple seconds between first and second and third in that. So, it'll be interesting to see how the points shake out between Ryan and Yob at the after this event.
Yeah, as Will Vanderjack picks up the win here in the CM class, and then Robert Chang is going to finish second in that 07. He got a pretty big gap there to the 288 with Peter coming in third. Right there, just now crossing the start-finish line, so almost 11 seconds back.
And I just want to call. It was green.
It went green.
Other than
to
local
check it.
yellows, we didn't have to make it. So I think I need to call my bookie
and
time for you to collect.
Drinks are on me tonight.
Perfect.
See everyone at Seneca.
That's it.
Perfect. Scott's buying for BMW and VRG. I just want to make that clear.
I'll put it on a corporate card, and we'll worry about that
There you
later.
go.
Exactly. All right, so let's go. If you want to break things down by class here, Brian, if you have.
Yeah, we'll sit here and we'll look here as some of our other cars are just now crossing the start-finish line. We were talking about that IS battle kind of early on, even though we had the wrong battle there, but it ended up being 22, almost 23 seconds. Gordy Wagner going to pick up in IS, and then number 36, Michael Saul, is going to finish second. Greg Martin's going to pick up third. In our exhibition class, Jason Alexander in that number 29, in that Cayman, going to pick up the win there with John Alexander in the 271. Finished second. Richard Diassis in that 013 going to come home in third. In our M2 Spec, the 88, Michael Wetzel is going to pick up that win. In PWR4, David DeJesus is going to pick up the win over Eric Polachuk in that 247. We've been talking about their Robert Yang and Will Vanacek in there, and Peter Agapolu is going to finish third. I'm going to mispronounce his name all weekend long. I guarantee it.
Oh, I know it because I've heard him say it.
Yeah, that good. In the 288, he's going to finish third. Scott Glenn is going to finish fourth in the 399. In that IP is what we were just talking about. Big battle shake-up here. Matthew Noonan in the 70 going to pick up that win. With Job Neiman going to finish in second, and then Ryan Agnew third. Gregory Teese is going to end up finishing fourth. In our BM class, Warren Wolf is going to pick up the win there, and Sergey in the 047. And let's see, do you know that name? Because I'm not even going to pronounce that last name, so I apologize to Sergey. In there, Brooks Freeman is going to fall back all the way into third in that 014, only completing 9 laps. So that's the class breakdown for the top 3 in each one.
As we wrap up, I just want to say thank you for letting me come on again. This has been really enjoyable. I'd much rather be out on track with my track friends.
I was just getting ready to ask that question because last year when we were here, you said the exact same thing. So, Greg, I think next year when we come back, hopefully BMW comes back, we're going to put Scott on the $5 bill bet. Of whether or not he gets that car ready to go.
The car's ready. The car's sitting in the garage. The daycare continues to be there.
I think that's the same conversation we had last year, right?
Yes, it is. Exactly.
We're gonna pick up some sponsorship, not for Scott to come out and race, but just for the daycare.
I will welcome that. If anyone, ScottASterling@gmail.com is my PayPal. I will take any funds you want.
You heard it there, everybody. All right, well, that's going to wrap up our first day of coverage here from Watkins Glen International. It is the 2025 Vintage Races at the Glen, along with Alphas at the Glen, presented by the Vintage Racer Group, and the 2025 Can-Am Challenge presented by the BMW Car Club of America Club Racing. I'm Greg Ginsburg. He's Brian Donati. This is Scott Sterling, and Scott, of course, we want to thank you for joining us here today as well. And, of course, there are a couple short course races. If you'd like to join us tomorrow, of course, we'd love to have you here. I'll let you make that decision. I think you are a good omen for the racers going from green to checker here.
Yeah, absolutely.
They might force me.
That is right. You may be their good luck symbol now. So want to thank you all for joining us. We're going to be back tomorrow morning. We are originally scheduled to be on starting at just about 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. We think that may change a little bit as there are going to be some updates to the schedule tonight. We'll certainly update everything online and try and get the word out, as will both BMW CCA and VRG. So for everybody here today, I want to thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy. Because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
From kart to car, the path to pro racing starts here. The Kart to Car program by Willie and Able Racing, the Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 and Spec Miata rental specialists teams up with Low Key Racing, your trusted Sodi kart dealer and premier coaching team. With expert instruction, proven trackside support, and licensing guidance, we help karters 14 and up make the leap into pro racing. Learn more at WNARacing.com or lowkeyracing.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. The revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap, always chill.
We're Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Combining the art and science of going fast, Peter Krause provides professional, private coaching and analysis for sports car drivers at many East Coast tracks, including Virginia International Raceway, as well as remotely via Zoom. A multi-time championship-winning race car driver, award-winning mechanic, and automotive historian, Krause can communicate effectively both the psychology and methodology of going fast. Pioneering the use of GPS data and video logging technology to advance driver performance in club-level, historic, and entry-level professional series since 2001, Peter relies on data-driven objective measures, creating successful strategies to make his drivers faster. An expert in AIM, VBox, Motec, and Garmin, as well as other systems. If you have questions on how to get more out of your data, schedule a consultation either in person or remotely to leverage the power of your tools to improve your driving. For more information, call 919-740-1871 or visit www.peterkrause.net today.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win.
Formulated to win.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
You live for the ride, the road, and the track. Engineered precision fit batteries that are track tested and driver trusted. Optima, the ultimate power source.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their Spec Racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering Spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
If you're a racer, you want to be fast, but you have to be safe. That's why professionals and amateurs alike go to HMS Motorsport for their safety equipment. HMS Motorsport is the industry's leading full-service racing safety provider. Protective clothing and helmets, harnesses, fire suppression, communication and data acquisition equipment, and more. All from the motorsport safety experts, HMS Motorsport. 2 retail locations and at hmsmotorsport.com.